unreal. Beautiful stuff. They take him down with ease. What am I watching? I cannot believe what I've seen. And that does. I've done it for 5 years and I've never seen anything like that. Shutting them down one after the other. That's Hardy for you. Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is.
Hello and goodbye.
It's all over. Oh, don't be serious.
Come back around, full 360. Striker coming from the backside. Sheesh.
This man is absolutely insane today.
Oh, what?
Oh, it's nasty.
He strikes again!
The Papa don't miss! Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
Hello and welcome to the Watchpoint pre-show, everyone. We're about to close out our 2023 opening week, and what a week it's been. I'm once again joined by Danny, by Jake, by Jonathan. My name is Zoe. We're here to bring you all the action, all the wrinkly brain takes, and some alternative math equations. I went back to that boy yesterday. I tried to figure out if you actually did math, because in the moment it was just a lot. Turns out you didn't.
I was using math.
There was
I didn't
one.
make math.
There
I
was
didn't
one.
cook math.
The 400 times 8.
Was there one
There was one
correct
that was
equation?
one correct equation and a lot of acute triangles that you mentioned.
I wasn't making math. I was presenting math.
Johnny, there were
like, here are numbers.
I wasn't like in
numbers.
ancient
It was not
Greece,
math.
just like, oh, I'm making math. I'm innovating math. I was just merely explaining.
You don't innovate math, Johnny.
That's officially not how math works.
You invent the formulas, no? It's
Not you, Johnny.
You didn't invent
Other
you
people
didn't invent
made
the
it.
formula.
There's, never mind.
No, I see where you're coming from. Math happens. It wasn't correct, but it did
I
happen.
was teaching.
Yeah.
Sure.
Don't know about that. One thing I know for certain, though, is your math probably not correct, and we have great games coming our way today. So let's take a look at our schedule to see exactly what we're looking at. We're kicking things off with the Vegas Eternal, going up against the Florida Mayhem. Afterwards, the London Spitfire will face off against the Boston Uprising. And to round that day off, Toronto Defiant and the LA Gladiators will go to bat. Now, these are our matches today. We've seen all these teams already earlier this week, at least once, but I'm interested to see what all of them have in store for us today, especially that last clash of the day, Toronto Defiant and the LA Gladiators. I really feel like this is going to be a litmus test for both of those teams, because I personally think that both of them, they need this win. This is important. Reinforce, who is under more pressure to avoid going 0-2 in our opening week?
I mean, I think this would be a massive win for the Toronto Defiant, because this is a team that is supposed to compete with the likes of Boston Uprising, Florida Mayhem, the Los Angeles Gladiators. Those are direct competitors with the Toronto Defiant. So if you are the Toronto Defiant and you come out of week 1, you've gone to map 5 against the San Francisco Shock, and you've taken a win against the LA Gladiators, that could just kickstart their entire season. So Toronto Defiant, a massive matchup for them today.
You know, there is a great upside for the Defiant. Like, they obviously want this win. It matters to them. But I think if talking pressure, it's got to be the Gladiators. I mean, they have a really fearsome set of games coming up. If they lose this one, there's a real chance they're looking at going 0-4 in their first 4 games. To be fair, they are facing 4 of the top dogs of the league. That doesn't necessarily doom their season. But for the franchise, that's got to be painful. I mean, fans' expectations are just higher than that, frankly. And so once we get a chance to look at the Gladiators' upcoming matches, not what we have on the screen, unfortunately, but right now, they are playing some of the best teams in the league. Oh, here we are, right here with the Mayhem and the Atlanta Reign coming up next. So if you're 0-2 ending this week and you're going up against arguably 2 of the other strongest teams in the league, I mean, this is looking terrifying. Luckily, they've got the Vegas Eternal, Game 5. Should be an easy one for them. They've got that to look forward to, but I mean, even 1-4 in the first 5 games, they've got to get more wins than this if they're really going to be a top team, the Gladiators.
Yeah, Gladiators definitely looking at that tougher strength of schedule, which also means, of course, by default, that moving on in the season, they might have an easier time there as well. But this is a tough one to opening it up, so this is a must win. Now, we talk about these teams that are scarier than most. We mentioned, you know, the Mayhem, the Atlanta Reign, Houston Outlaws. Of course, we only have a small sample size. It is just week 1, but definitely some teams are finding more success in the current meta than others. So I want to pick your wrinkly brains here and just hear it from you. which teams are succeeding right now in the meta, which teams might be having more luck in a different kind of meta, and which teams seem very much meta-proof to you. But first, of course, Jake, let's talk about what the meta is.
So we've seen Winston really dominate the meta. It's #1 with a bullet when you look at the tank picks, the most popular tank by far. But we have seen teams still pulling out other looks. We've seen Ramatra, Sigma, Zaryas. They're a little bit more map dependent, a little bit more situational, but I still have hope that they have their place in the meta. I don't think it's going to be a Winston one-trick meta. So I think there is still flexibility to be seen, but yeah, Winston favored for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely 100% agree. I mean, we are seeing a lot of different teams using, there's some teams that use Zarya, like we saw Dante on that Zarya right now from the Gladiators, but I do agree that it is going to be Winston heavy for now. And if you're talking about Winston teams, I mean, I think the teams that stick out to me are definitely Houston Outlaws and Boston Uprising as well. Smurf on that Winston is pretty scary.
But it's a long season, Danny.
Right.
So we'll see how things go with the meta. I'd like to throw in Florida Mayhem there, for example. Someone's looking really good on the Winston, but someone is arguably the most flexible tank in the league. So if you have to play Sigma or Zarya, for example, Florida Mayhem is a great shout. And you look at a roster like San Francisco Shock, they have 2 fantastic tanks in their roster as well with tons of flexibility. So lots of teams that might not have a great time in the Winston meta right now, like the Houston Outlaws, but down the road, they'll be completely fine.
I think speaking of a team that's going to have a tough time right now and maybe will improve over the course of the season is the Gladiators. I think Winston is going to be a difficult meta for them, but when they're able to maximize Dante's strengths, playing to those off tanks, those really mechanically heavy heroes, he's going to be able to really shine and I think put on a great performance for his team. So even if they get off to a slow start this season, LA Gladiators fans, don't give up hope just yet. I think this team has a lot of talent in store.
Absolutely. And as you said, the season is long. There is a lot of bases which need to be covered by those teams. So let's see if they can get it done. And for everyone watching, we do have some matches to break down. But first, I do want to do some housekeeping. So let's quickly chat about the 2023 format so you know exactly what those teams will be doing all season long. We have 13 teams in the West, which play 5 weeks of qualifying matches, at the end of which the top 2 teams will secure their spot in the mid-season Madness tournament. Now, the remaining teams will fight it out in a double elimination bracket for the remaining 2 Western spots. Now, over in the East, 12 contenders teams, that's right, contenders teams, are going at it for a chance to face 6 Owl teams from the East in a knockout stage consisting of 2 double elimination brackets. 2 winning teams will play in our mid-season Madness tournament live from, drumroll, thank you, gentlemen, Seoul, Korea. So let's check it out. Cross-region LAN contenders teams in the mix, $900,000 up for grabs in the motherland of esports. I am sorry, but the Owl scriptwriters went all out. This is fairy tale kind of territory we're in now.
Yeah, this is absolutely what you want to see. I mean, $900,000 is so much money.
It's more than 800,000 to do some math here.
It's an historic moment, I think, for the league to be competing in Korea. With so many, of our superstars of the league, that's home turf for them. So I'm really excited to see who ends up dominating. Personally, I'm supporting the West region. I think the West region teams are going to be a little bit stronger in the global competitions. I'm laying down for the East region casters who've been talking smack on my guys in the West. So I gotta.
Seth and Avril, you're called out by
right.
Jake himself.
It's official. The gauntlet has been thrown down. The glove is off. Let's see if they pick up the challenge. Now, of course, if anyone watching wants to join us in the Mid-Season Madness tournament over in Seoul, Korea, you can pick your tickets up. They will go on sale on May 15th. Mark your calendars. And also, of course, starting on May 1st, which is very soon. No clue what day it is today, actually. But I think it's very soon. And you should be tuning in to see the Eastern contenders enter their playoffs to find out who among them will face off against the Eastern Owl teams. So check out overwatchleague.com/path2pro for more information on that. What date is it today, actually?
I honestly I have no idea.
It's the 30th. It's April 30th. I didn't know either.
Okay.
No.
Well, that's good to know.
Really?
Because now that we're made aware of the time and date, it comes to my attention that we're nearing the end of the month. And that means that it is time to select our employee of the month. That's right.
Nice.
Credit where credit is due. Let's talk about this because each of us will be nominating an employee of the month. Could be anyone for any reasons. I'm going to kick things off with who I think deserves the employee of the month. This one is based on, I would say, attitude. Punk. He's always had a great attitude, great guy, very lovable guy. And as I think, especially after the post-game interview we had with him the other day, where he talked about how, he's looking at those top dogs in the tank position in the league. He's looking at what they're doing right, and that's how he improves. He's taking the best of what they have to show, and he's trying to do that himself. And I think this is a star player attitude. That's exactly what you need to know. You're humble. You're coming in, you know what you need to improve on, you know who's better than you, and you're aiming for that. And I love that.
This might sound stupid, but I feel like his photo is so good as well. Like, it's such an employee of the month.
That is a very employee. I'd frame that for sure.
He really looks like an employee of the month. Like, that's a perfect photo to hang up on the fridge, at the company fridge. Yeah.
But he's always had such a great attitude. And I think with him picking up the duties of the main tank now as well. I think Vancouver Titans have been looking okay, if not good, actually. Okay, wow.
Hey, really employee of the month. He's no fearless, guys. He's not as good as fearless. Come on.
Punk, I think he deserves it. Great attitude. Danny,
all right, my turn. My employee of the month. I mean, we were talking about looks, and looks can't get any better than him. I went with Ben Best as my employee of the month.
Okay.
Not only for his looks, though, but, I mean, we talked to him in his post-match interview. He said, he had some, how do I put this? Some challenges last season, right? But then that didn't stop him. He said he grinded it out, and then, he never gave up. That's a life lesson. Don't give up ever. And now, look at him. And he's on the Washington Justice. He's killing it. And I think that's why I think he deserves to be the employee of the month.
All right, two shouts for attitude. What you got for us, Jake?
Those are respectable candidates, and I think attitude's a crucial part of employee of the month. And I think my candidate for employee of the month not only shows a great attitude, a great mindset, but also has incredible skills in game to back it up. It's Shu from you guessed it, the Houston Outlaws.
Wow.
Shocker. I know.
Wow.
But this guy, did some disgusting things against his former team in LA Gladiators. Sleeps, Cabster, funny ass stroke, wants some. He doesn't want some anymore. She was staying in this. He could back out here. He does fall after that, but that's a ridiculous 1v2 against two of the best players in the league on their best heroes. Shu for employee of the month.
He's also very humble, too.
Yeah, he was very humble in the post-game interview there as well.
Even a player like that still thinks he can improve, still thinks he can get better, build synergy with the new team. If I were coaching that team, I'd be very happy right now.
The Houston Outlaws fans just been waiting 6 years for the Overwatch League to recognize the Outlaws.
Finally.
Yes, finally! They're talking about the Outlaws. Oh, this is my kind of pre-show. Okay, it's a great job, Jake. I gotta give you credit, though. Shu is a great job. So definitely in the running for it. Now, I understand the attitude part, but I want my employee of the month to inspire the rest of my team. So I had to go with a brig player. Chio from the Atlanta Reign, a spectacular performance yesterday against the San Francisco Shock, and the Atlanta Reign, they go up 2-0 to start their Week 1 journey here in the 2023 Overwatch League season. I think Chio was just so good, and if you take a look at the stats themselves here, Chio actually dies the least out of all the brigs. I know it's just Week 1, but that's a great stat, for example. He dies the least out of all Brigides so far in the league. So 3.7 deaths per 10 minutes. 9.8 funnel blows per 10 minutes. You can actually frag out as a brig. Chio is proving it.
9,000 eliminations per 10. That's a lot of eliminations.
9.8? No, quick math.
I've never got 9,000 eliminations on brig.
But Chio is my shout for employee of the month. I think he's really just lifting up the rest of the team. Do you know what I want on my team? I just want a great main support. It's really good to be around and inspires the rest of my team.
Don't we all? Yeah, honestly, tough call. Each and every one we presented deserved it, and then some. But listen, okay, chat. You're going to help us choose.
We're going to, okay.
Yep. Now I know what you're thinking, chat, and I told my producer this is a terrible idea to put the bat in your hands. But we'll give it a try. It's a new year, right? You can start it off strong. We each nominated an Employee of the Month, but you get to choose who earns the title at the very end. So vote now in the poll that is at the top of the chat box on the right side of your screen.
Don't vote Outlaws.
That's the
I know
left
Outlaws
side.
has the most
Here's the
Twitter
right side.
followers. Don't do it.
All
Right.
these
Don't do it.
haters, you guys know who to vote for. Come on.
No,
Come on,
Ben
you gotta
Best.
laugh, Pop.
Ben Best is
Really?
the best.
Look at that pic.
I don't even need to make a case. Shoemaker is.
So we all made it. Yeah, that's smart. Well done. Anyway, we will keep track of the poll, of course, and that will be live throughout the entirety of today. So you have some time to, let it sink in. Think about it. Talk to your friends about it. Use that phone joker if you must. But at the end of today, we will be crowning our first OWL 2023 Employee of the Month. And that's the way we're going to close our opening weekend. What better way is there? Now that we've got all that aggressive praise out of the way, let's take a look at some beautiful submissions to our fan art gallery, which honestly will just lead to more aggressive praise because look at that.
It's us.
Who are they? Oh, is it us?
I love some good pandering, honestly. This
Same.
works. This works for me. There's only more aggressive praise to be had in the next.
Amazing.
Yeah, and it is, of course, done by the ever so lovely and talented Angela Ziegler. Angie, she's
goat.
been a staple, an absolute goat in our community, gassing us all up with her beautiful artwork, making us look way better than we do in real life.
Tons of great art of a lot of players too.
Yep,
So a lot to
true.
look for.
And she's quick on it too, which is always so impressive because as the match is going on, she's busting those out left and right. And she does that while she's also working a full-time job. So I honestly don't understand how that magic works. But she does it, and
Magic,
you
that's
can
why.
too. It is magic. That's how it works. We, of course, want to see more great stuff like this, so keep it coming. We have the revamped Overwatch League fan art gallery, which is live right now, so you too can share your art and celebrate your favorite heroes, players, or us.
Just
Only if you're good.
We
Only
take
if you're
it.
good.
We
Just
take
draw us
it.
if you're good. If
Just
you're bad
us.
at drawing,
If
I don't
it's-
want to see it.
If it's us and if it's bad, it's fine. We'll probably
That's
put it up.
brutal.
That's okay. Rough. I need some time for that. That was rough. I
That's
need us
being
all to
real.
have
Come
some
on.
time to recover from that. And when we come back, we of course have match number 1 to break down. So stay tuned. everyone. I hope you're voting for Employee of the Month, chat. Another way, of course, you can support your favorite players is through the team's new merch in our official 2023 Overwatch League shop. Cup years now, there's a lot of great new looks for those teams, not just in our merch shop, of course, also on the servers. So let's chat about our first match of the day. All right, we're going to see another look of the Vegas Eternal. Yesterday was the first time we saw them play. What were your takeaways? What did we learn about that team yesterday, Reinforce?
It was a tough first matchup for the Vegas Eternal going into this season. And of course, they came out of last season struggling as well. But this is a long-term project for the Vegas Eternal, right? Reviewing their match today against the Mayhem, but also their roster going into this matchup. I think that Vegas Eternal, they just want to show us some good stuff, right? We know that Dove, when he plays at his peaks, he got some great hit scan play. Rack Attack and Lucamino in the backline as well, dynamic duo. I think Lucamino can be one of those flex supports that can have some pop-off moments on Batiste, for example. So Vegas Eternal, they struggled against the Washington Justice, but hoping to see some good stuff from them today.
Yeah, but I feel like it's going to be another tough battle for the, Vegas Eternal, I think, because they're going up against the Florida Mayhem. We're seeing someone, my early MVP pick. But this team, I think coming into the season, everyone was like, hey, are they going to be as good as like Atlanta Reign and everyone else on the top teams? But they are proving themselves to be at that level. They're very aggressive and they got the coordination. And I think they are one of my favorite teams to watch. And quite honestly, I think for this matchup specifically, I'm expecting some Lifeweaver.
Honestly,
I'd be down.
Let's go, Florida.
Bring it out.
Florida, bring
Come
it
on,
out.
give the Lifeweaver. Come on.
The Lifeweaver, cowards.
honestly,
Do it.
They probably could bring out disrespect like that as long as you put out.
No, it's a good hero. Come on, give us the Lifeweaver.
All right,
Come on.
you guys, all right. But Merit on the Sojourn, that's a sight to behold. If he plays that hero, he just tears teams apart. I think Checkmate is very slept on in the Flex DPS roster. I think he's one of the best and very flexible as well. So, a lot of heavy hitters on the Florida Mayhem, a lot of talent to work with. I agree, guys. Very tough one for the Vegas.
Yeah. And we are going to take a look at our predictions, although I don't expect any surprises here. And we're just going to reveal them all at the same time.
Okay, unless.
I really don't think. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Go.
Boom.
There you go.
All right.
Yep.
Wow, that was
Dropping
magical.
bombs.
Wow.
Dropping the mayhem.
Yeah, I think so.
But it shouldn't come as any surprise here. Obviously, we do want to see some bright spots from the Vegas Eternal, but they are punching upwards here. Florida Mayhem. I don't think the Vegas is the team to punish those aggressive dives. I just don't think that's going to happen. But maybe they're surprising.
Let's be real. If you're the Florida Mayhem players going into this matchup, this is like your best chance at building a highlight reel for your frag league.
Everything goes. Right, all right. Some aim for a victory, others aim for the highlight reel with the victory. It's good to have goals and aspirations. And my personal goal every single day I wake up is I want to see Vicky, Kitty, and Necro.
Yeah!
And you know what? Sometimes that wish does come true, such as today. There they are.
Oh! Let's go!
Memo to match with you guys. You guys look absolutely fantastic on the desk. And something else that I want to see, Necro, which we're probably expecting, I want to see the Florida Mayhem take the Vegas Eternal around town, looking like Mr. Worldwide out here, because like Johnny said, I feel like we could definitely get some highlights out of this. Vegas Eternal.
You biased, Vicky? I wonder why you like the Florida Mayhem so much.
Just nothing to do with the 305 or anything. Not like they're my top 4 favorite team in the league, but come on, Necro. After what we saw in the prom, I don't like putting all my stocks in that, but it's still a performance that we get to take away from the Florida Mayhem aside from their Titans match that we also got to see. But can Vegas figure things out here? That's going to be the question as we dive into our first map on Ilios.
Yeah, I think that some of the things that Vegas need to figure out are maybe how to play to their own individual strengths. They played a lot of the Sombra Tracer in their very first match of the season, and I feel like there's a little bit more that they could lean into, like the backline. Vicky, we look at Rack Attack and Lucamino and the history that they have together as players, and that's a strength on the team that I would love to see Vegas lean on a little bit more.
Not gonna lie, we kind of saw that yesterday when Nano boosted a Rack Attack. Lucio got a 3K and then Lucamino just cleaned up the rest of the Titans. I don't know. This backline is great. Lucamino and Rack Attack have so much synergy together. Looking at the whole team, this is basically like the Odyssey Contenders team just reborn again. But man, it's just not looking so hot. Florida Mayhem are on a different level. You talk about Chorong, RuPaul, you talk about backlines in general. I mean, this is definitely a backline to talk about for decades.
Yes, I mean, look at Chorong and RuPaul being on role stars on their respective teams and finally getting a chance to have their breakout moment. Chorong, I felt like, was maybe a little bit overshadowed by Twilight when he was on the Toronto Defiant, and then RuPaul just kind of showing us as well, they can stand alone. Together, they are powerful.
And this is Checkmate that we're talking about. Checkmate and Merit on a different level when you compare the DPS lineup that we have seen from yesterday between the Vegas Eternal and the Titans, and now the rest of the team from the Mayhem are going to be able to clear the rest of the front lines of the Vegas Eternal while they also get to step foot on the point first.
That was a quick point capture here for Florida, and they can take this upwards positioning where someone's just going to be locking down this Temple Ruin and wait for the opportunity for the rest of the backline to strike. It gets hacked here, but I feel like Merit and Checkmate are still in a good position to be able to follow up on someone's dives as soon as that does get cleansed.
Vulcan just trying to get a way to reposition here. It's Checkmate still harassing them, feeling pretty confident, also trying to press them originally on their spawn as the dive attempt does come in from the Vegas Eternal. Merit playing a little low. Trong does get hacked by Dove. Here comes a pulse bomb. Getting that stick here. Vulcan literally running for his life, but he can't get away in time as Chorong is ready to meet him, getting the follow-up with RuPaul. And again, wiping out the rest of Eternal in another team fight win, rounding that 50% mark on this first round.
It's really rough here for the Eternal because they're working towards that Kiriko Kitsune rush, and that could help them just kind of speed up back into the point. But Florida also have an EMP ready to go, and based on just how aggressive of a pace they've been setting for this match, I expect that the EMP will come out for Florida before Vegas even get a chance to make use of the ultimates that they have in their bank. And Dove still has yet to get to that EMP as well. Just might not get it in time. Look at where Merit is hunting.
Uh-oh. He's waiting for it. He's got the entire Eternal grouped up, ready to go. The EMP coming in from Merit to get the progress that I was expecting here. Someone with the promo jumping right in. Luke Mino's the first one to get singled out after he utilizes the rush. Eternal not wasting everything here, minus Rack Attack, Sound Barrier, but they have Mouthful. They're about to have Dove's EMP online. Death Blossom ready to go. Vulcan won't be part of this fight as he gets sent down the moment the Primal came out. The EMP now from Dove was huge, but it was a little too late, Necro. You lost out on 3 of your teammates. Overtime taking away. Nobody left from the Eternal to contest on this first round. Eternal, fight out of spawn challenge after what we saw yesterday versus the Justice. Are you kidding me?
I mean, Eternal in those final moments, they just had to throw their ultimates and hope that something stuck. But Florida just putting on such a dominant performance in that first round, and something that we've started to come to expect from this team, especially based on their performance in the Pro-Am. But Checkmate here, I don't know what else we can say about this player except that I feel like the Tracer's on point today. That Pulse Bomb to land onto Malthol during that Reaper Death Blossom, it just felt like, yeah, Checkmate doing Checkmate things. Gotta watch out that King.
I'm just questioning the ult rotations that we saw from Eternal, how the communication was there, because it just seemed like they just trickled
had no
down.
Time. They had no time. Like it was just too little, too late there when it came down to when those ultimates actually came online.
Oh,
and we're gonna see the Life Weaver. No, Eternal has like PTSD from this yesterday. At least there's no Ana, so RuPaul can't get nanoed. But also, no, you can't do this to them.
Is the Vegas Eternal the testing ground for Life Weaver? Is this what it's come to right now?
No.
FD God knocking on their door. Yeah, RuPaul, go ahead. Chorong gets taken out here from Volk, and yeah, it's huge pick right now. Main support going down for the Mayhem. Vegas Eternal trying to find some breathing room to take advantage of this as Vulcan takes on top of the high ground.
Oh, look at that. Okay, great start here for the Vegas Eternal. They're able to get the point capture. They've got a huge pick up to Chorong, so it took that revive off the board. So that Florida now need to go for a quick reset here. You're still able to get some nice healing there into Merit, even though Merit got really, really low, but Vegas are set up in a great position right now, being able to just play on the high ground and also start to initiate the dives themselves since they are already set up on the defense.
And RuPaul's still sticking to the Life Weaver here too. No swap ups after getting sent back to spawn. A reset here. Checkmate now. Overlooking Vegas Eternal from the higher ground, trying to contest the backline, who manages to get Luke Mino with those sticky bombs, getting right back on top of the pedal platform. Just for the quick reposition, as Florida Mayhem are looking to retake this point. 40% in climbing here. They have the number advantage as Chorong with the Battle Verse. He finds Dove. Falco's got that pulse bomb, but I don't know if he can do justice. Maybe getting to the follow-up with Luke Mino when he comes back with that nano boost, but it's about to be a reset here as a Mayhem are going to be able to take this point.
Yeah, I want to see this ultimate in action. The Tree of Life is ready to go here. Vicky, we might actually see this Tree of Life work.
And for the first time.
Yeah, like, I'm hopeful that now maybe this will be a nice signal to the other Overwatch Leagues teams to, like, try out Lifeweaver, because I think it's a really cool hero that we have access to, just not powerful enough right now, but...
We're looking he's trying! He put out the Tree of Life. Oh my goodness. It looked like, look how big it is. It barely even fits inside of the side room. Choron gets the rest of RuPaul, but they lose out on Merit. Choron Pow, the Valve, keeping the rest of him alive alongside that Tree of Life. Fakes and Turtle struggling right now as Vulcan finding some breathing room. Diva Bomb coming in from the other side for the reset from someone to get right back into that mech. Despite trying to split up the Mayhem, though, and getting that first pick, RuPaul goes down, so it is that trade between themselves and Dove. Dove with the Dynamite still was able to find Tron because he didn't get to out-heal that Dynamite since RuPaul was in that fight. So Eternal do manage to retake the point this time around.
All right, so really, really big swing back here for the Eternal, because at this point, they're looking at Malthel, trying to set up to get a pulse bomb pick onto somebody on the Florida Mayhem, but Florida have switched up their team composition. They got to show us the Tree of Life, and there's no more life in that tree. So we're gonna go to the Ana, and as well as just kind of rounding that out with someone on the Winston, one of his best tank heroes.
Vulcan, oh my. What is this monkey business? He tried to jive right on top of the Florida Man by himself with no nano boost from Luke Mino, no primer reset, and RuPaul finds Dove right there in the back. Tries to snipe the anti, that would have been sick. Looking down mid as the Mayhem retake that point, but my goodness, the Mayhem are feeling confident.
I don't want Johnny to do more math on the telestrator, so we're just gonna go ahead and chop that up to be a really nice pick there from RuPaul. Just right in the sight lines, okay? No Fibonacci sequence or whatever he was talking about.
Oh, Merritt calling out Luke Mino after he unleashes a nano boost onto Malthel. Malthel trying to get the follow-up as Eternal are able to retake this point, rounding up to that 90% mark as Mayhem are at that number disadvantage, but they're going to equal that up here with Merritt having the bomb. 2 seconds left here for this final fight territory as the rally is called in from Rack Attack, doing their best as someone's also going to be able to make his way right back. Overtime unlocked as Bob is able to retake the points for the rest of the Mayhem. The Eternal were split up by the front lines through those choke point archways while trying to contest the Mayhem. The rest of the team between Checkmate and Merritt were able to clear the rest of the Eternal. Checkmate going crazy. Nano boost up to Choron, the rest of the Mayhem having some fun with that first map, and they're able to take Ilios Necro.
Yeah, Nano Brig is very, very scary, and I feel like we've seen a lot of teams lean into that strategy just a little bit more in this very first week of the Overwatch League season. But safe to say here that Florida Mayhem really know what they're doing in terms of just being able to have that very dominant first round on this map, and then going into Lighthouse, having a little bit of fun with the Lifeweaver, maybe just prepping that strategy for a little bit later.
Someone looks so on phase 2. You know, I was hoping maybe a someone dance party bingo cross off in the works here, but he just looks like he's just here to finish things up. Unfazed in the player cams. Love that. To see that from the Florida Mayhem. You see some of these highlights going down here too. Obviously, all from the Mayhem, we saw Choron get the heady onto Dove, who was weak right through that hallway. Going on to map number 2 after the Florida Mayhem take first map, Necro, we're going to be seeing Blizzard World, and that's going to be on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. Florida Mayhem take map number 1 on Ilios. Lifeweaver dip, I guess. I don't know. We saw the swap up at the very end, but I know McGravy's having fun with that one. Coach is here for the Florida Mayhem, but the Vegas Eternal, once again, have their wits tested with Lifeweaver against them, Necra. And I always have to say, man, I guess if this is a team to try that out against, it could be the Vegas Eternal for other teams in the future.
Yeah, I think that you have to start to figure out whether or not Lifeweaver is going to be a viable hero moving into the near future, especially if we do see another hero rework come through. Because I think the kit is really, really interesting, but just not necessarily able to fit into the meta right now and not providing enough of a power spike in that backline in order to really make good use of it. So it was really nice to get a little bit of a teaser of that, but I don't know if we're going to see much more of it heading into the rest of the series, because it still felt like with Lifeweaver in the mix, Florida Mayhem struggled a little bit in that second round because Vegas were able to capitalize on some of the weak points that we did see from that composition. But as I say that, and as we leave spawn, I'm okay with seeing more of it maybe, but I also just don't think it played to their strengths.
Yeah. Help out Lifeweaver's hurt bugs. He needs it. Want to see
just a little bit.
Future buffs. Want to see future buffs. Again, his head is huge. So easy to headshot him. But anyways, seeing the change up now. Florida Mayhem starting on the defense. Eternal, what do they got cooking? Because it always pains me to see the team look deflated in those player cams, but it does seem like a line of miscommunication that comes from a team that should have synergy. You know, these players have played with each other for so long. Somebody save Rack Attack and Luke Mito. I mean, this support duo is usually on fire. Okay, I like the pedal platform raise up to get that one single shot in, but not going to do the impact that they were looking for. Now they're making the quick swap up over to the Tracer.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of teams actually try to go for that Lifeweaver strategy, just get a quick pick if they can, and on Blizzard World specifically, you really would love to get that free pick. If it ends up coming through, it's really valuable for your team. But Florida here making a nice rotation to the back of point, waiting for Vegas Eternal to start to make their own approach in, and I love getting a chance to see this Zarya brawl. I think this is one of the looks that Vegas could really try to approach, as it requires you to just kind of stick together as a team.
Especially see some swap-ups, but Rack Attack going down first. Chorong with those fire rotations like he always had. Saw it just the other day. The follow-up of Merit and someone. Rest of the Mayhem clear that point. It's a reset here for the Eternals' attempt on the attack.
I think we're just going to try to see them go through this again. Eternal, they're really trying to build up to some ultimates. I actually really love them swapping it up because I think the Zarya just makes it a little bit too difficult for them when they play together as a group versus an Ashe. That dynamite damage is going to be coming through pretty quick and pretty thick. Barrett already has 60% towards that Bob, which is a testament to how much damage was coming through from the dynamite.
See them try to boot the Mayhem off this high ground. Immediate disengage though from the Mayhem while someone still tries to contest Vulcan. Like that move right here. Dove just getting away from that dynamite. Trying to take a different angle to force the Mayhem to feel some of that pressure while they hang out on top of that platform, as you can see Chorong and Merit on.
Yeah, the high ground is just a really nice way for them to be able to jump into the fray if necessary. And look at that as well. Vulcan trying to commit those cooldowns, but just gets absolutely bashed away.
That flail, sending him right back to the ground. Rest of Eternal back to the drawing board to see where they want to take this rotation. The thing is, Mayhem is just acting like a blockade. Someone immediately right on top of their next approach to this choke point, and he's got the Dia Bomb for a reset here too, helping his survivability. So difficult here because it's back to the drawing board. If they're not going to try to contest on the high ground platform, so Nata Boost does come in from Lucino. This could help this entry. For Mayhem on top of the window, on top of that platform, as Vulcan's trying to boot them off. Look at the damage that he's taken, trying to get away. Someone chases him down after he also gets shield bashed by Chorong. Dove retaliates. They lose out on Chorong. Rack Attack now has the rally right before Mayhem could activate that, since they lost out on Chorong initially in that beginning of the fight. Mayhem immediately with the disengage again. They're so quick to counter-rotate Eternal.
I'm really interested as to why Rack Attack thought it was a good decision to go for the rally there, just knowing that Vulcan was already dead and having to come back from spawn, maybe just not wanting to get staggered out. So having the sustainability is a nice way to do that, but just feels like Eternal are using ultimates here when they could be saving them for a full fast re-engage with 5.
That's sticky here from Maltho on the pulse bomb, finding Chorong. That's going to be big. Again, rally not going to be used for that fight. Vulcan trying to get away as he's chased down by Checkmate, and RuPaul gets that last shot in. Another cleanup for the Florida Mayhem. Now you're down to less than 35 seconds on the clock to try to take this point.
Yeah, and this is why I would have loved to see those ultimates being saved for this moment. And we're going to have a bit more pick potential on the board as Dove switches back over to the Hanzo. Was thinking about the Sombra for just a little bit, but I think that the Hanzo at least allows you, if you grab a headshot, maybe Maltho's able to pick off some of that damage, then Eternal can find a player advantage heading into these final 10 seconds.
Gotta see impact out here. Luke Mino about to have that nano boost here too. Someone needs to contest the point. Vulcan is right there. Someone trying to find him on the other side as Malfo's gonna be able to force it into overtime. As Vulcan dives in, he gets deleted by Merrick, who also has gotten unchecked on that platform. They successfully hold off the Vegas Eternal. He couldn't even get one single halfway take, Necra.
No, it was really, really rough there. I think the Eternal maybe just were hoping to be able to use some of those ults, pulled the trigger a little too early, but I think we have to also give credit where credit is due, and Florida just locking down every single route of entry to make it more difficult for Vegas to execute on a game plan.
Necra, the only player that has died from the Florida Mayhem on that defense was Chorong, and he only died twice.
Yeah, Chorong was heavy focused as well. But that's wild.
Chorong still was a problem there too. Taking a look at the replay here from that last round. Man, Merritt was on another level, unchecked too, with 9 elims. No deaths again. Looking at what we get to see here with Vegas Eternal taking a different approach from the low ground. There goes that Diva Bomb from someone. Luke Mino looks at it.
Oh no.
And it drops down on that slight ledge there too. Luke Mino says, I don't have that Brigida shield. Rack Attack was around the other side of that corner. Oh, unfortunate. Vegas Eternal now setting up on the defense themselves. Florida Mayhem, someone even showing us the Reinhardt like we've already seen before. So much flexibility on this young legend who's found his stride since he was like 17. Probably the most flexible and consistent tank that we have in the league, and his performance that we've seen so far in the Pro-Am and this opening Overwatch League week has definitely shown it. His Reinhardt and Sigma are just next level. I absolutely love it.
He's worked on a lot of different tank heroes. Did some impressive Winston play last season. Was able to showcase that a lot in the Pro-Am as well, but being able to see these other looks such as the Diva, maybe seeing some Sigma. Someone's really stepped up to the plate when it comes to being able to take that main tank role.
That should do it.
Chorong's out here with the Life Weaver. They really are committing to this. All right, let's see how this goes.
Well, I mean, RuPaul got to play it, so it's not Chorong's turn.
My turn. I said it's my turn on the Xbox right now. Chorong gonna try to dive right back onto the low ground and get out of Luke Mino's line of sight, but he gets called out. RuPaul forced to use the Immortality Field. Falling low here. Mayhem won't have that sustainability here as Chorong immediately makes the swap right back over to the Brig. Not having the fun that they were expecting with the Life Weaver, Necro.
If it worked, then hey, Life Weaver's gonna see a nice success rate in the Overwatch League to start off the season, but you think you gotta go with something that's a little bit more tried and tested, and that Brig from Chorong has looked really, really clean. RuPaul has the amplification matrix already.
Check your backline, Checkmate finding Dove. Like a sitting duck, lands that pulse bomb. Nice immortality from Luke Mino though, and the window to help them out, but the rest of the Florida Mayhem just dive right on top of them, putting Rack Attack and Luke Mino in a sandwich with nobody to contest. The Florida Mayhem speed run their way right past map number 2.
Good stuff coming in from Florida. They want to make a statement with this match. So we're expecting it to go a little bit quicker because Florida Mayhem are just touted as one of the best teams right now in the Overwatch League. So if it didn't look like this, we would have some problems on our hands.
Look, even with the Life Weaver Necro, Florida Mayhem isn't a team to take it easy. It doesn't matter if you're considered one of the bottom teams in people's power rankings for the season, looking at the Vegas Eternal. But man, I like how much fun the Florida Mayhem are having. Depending on the Life Weaver picks that we've seen so far and the different rotation approaches to cut off the Vegas Eternal, Chorong doing Chorong things. Their stats also just looked insane on that defense. It's just difficult to even compare. It just looks so difficult to even consider with the DPS diff that we're seeing and the backline diff on top of that between the Vegas and Florida teams.
Well, we've got one more map coming up next. It's going to be Havana. Florida Mayhem could very well close it out here.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this goes, Necro. That's going to be on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere because this may end up in a 3-0. All right, welcome back, guys. That was sure something. Another speed run on Blizzard World now for Mayhem. Necker, we're currently at a total of 13 minutes and 24 seconds for match time so far. So Florida Mayhem may be looking to try to set some new records out here, but it is definitely looking difficult once again for the Vegas Eternal.
I gotta talk about the records for a second because we had some of the fastest matches ever happen in 2022 Overwatch League, two of which records were set by the Florida Mayhem. So it's possible they break their own record here. I think that's something that might be kind of a little bit exciting to watch when it comes down to this third map of Havana. I feel like this is a big playground for them. Havana seems like a map that really fits into Florida Mayhem's wheelhouse, just based on the fact that they have some really mechanically skilled DPS players, and I think you could run something like a sniper. The Tracer really pops off here. I think Checkmate's gonna have a field day.
Gonna have fun. If they haven't already made the last 2 maps their playground, they're gonna definitely do it here too. Rupalco, Ryan. I could have. No. I love the banter that we get to also see from chat through all the matches so far. Get to see the mentality go into these matches because, you know, Vulcan, you know, he's still laughing. Like how the Vegas internal, sometimes they look deflated, but other times they try to just keep their mental in check. And as competitors, you know, you got nerves on the line. You have something to prove out here. And when you have a rough start to the season, it could really set you up for this first stage, Necro.
Well, I mean, when you look at the opponents that Vegas have had, I don't know if we expected anything else, right? They're playing against the Florida Mayhem now that had an incredible showing in the Pro-Am and also in their very first match of the season. And then you look at the other opponent that they had, which was the Washington Justice, and you're going up against Alpha Yi? Like that's rough right there. Mir also putting on such a great show in that tank role. So I think that when you look at just the power level of the teams that they face so far, maybe there is some room for Vegas to not just turn it around, but also find a win later on. And I love the look that we're seeing from Vegas because this is something else that I feel like may actually play into their strengths, where Vulcan known for his Sigma, Malthol known for his Genji. Unfortunately, Dove has been known for the Widowmaker, but Merritt has some other things to say about that.
It's just, what do you do against Merritt and Checkmate? Let's not forget, like, yeah, we're not seeing him so far in the series, but Sana's also there, and he's freaking insane. Merritt gets another hit onto Luke Mito. Backline completely wiped out from the Eternal. Vulcan's gonna meet them right back in the spawn. They're having fun sticking with the Life Weaver this third map around, but since the Florida Mayhem are starting on the attack, Necra, it still is some extra time that Florida Mayhem can work into this, so it may not set the records, but at least for them, they're still looking to continue that speed run.
Yeah, we'll see how the momentum continues to flow through this first point and into the second, as someone's just going to go ahead and body block here. I don't know if they're going to be able to come back in and contest. Vegas are certainly going to try, but they're a little bit split up right now as Malthul's playing on the high ground and also trying to push back Florida Mayhem.
Oh my, somebody save Malthul. They were bullied yesterday by Alpha Yi. Mara is doing the same now this third map around. Someone's about to get Gravitic Flux. RuPaul does get taken out. You see that happening usually with the Life Weaver. So big here. Backline out from the Mayhem. But Mary is a problem that continues to clear out the rest of the Eternal. The payload does get to that first point. Look at Merritt's face.
Yeah,
he's so happy. He's having fun.
Oh, he's feeling himself right now. That's exactly what you want to see coming out from a Widowmaker, and that's a lot of momentum that he can really capitalize on moving into the Foundry. Seeing a little bit of a changeover. Checkmate now just kind of keeping on Sombra to work towards that EMP, but with the sight lines activated here for Florida, Vegas don't want to peek any of this right now. Look at that, was such an easy headshot for Merritt.
No, if you're gonna cross through Merritt's line of sight, and you already know that infrared sight is coming in, I mean, at that point, just put down the immortality field. This is crazy. Payload has not stopped here, by the way. Merritt is still holding forward, still finding so many of his picks. He's found 9 Elans, by the way. So far, making 10 onto Dove. He's crazy, man. Over 2.3k damage. Just to let you know, nobody else in the entire DPS lineup in this match so far has even hit 1k yet.
Merritt is just going to keep kind of attacking the high ground, because who can you really send on the Vegas Eternal to go contest him? Maybe Malthul, but not when you're going to be on an EMP. Oh, Malthul does get the picks. There you go.
Immortality field from Luke Mito really helped out the Eternal. Tree of Life out. No picks coming in, minus that Luke Mito pick at the very end from Checkmate, but Vegas Eternal seeing some signs of life here on this high ground. They're getting rid of the Tree of Life as it just wastes his time here. Now Vegas Eternal could take that defensive position.
Oh, that was really great from Vegas. Malthol ended up taking out Merit. No more Widowmaker here, as you're going to see Hanzo be able to contend with Vulcan's Sigma Shield just a little bit better. But RuPaul's going to stick to the Life Weaver, maybe build up to another Tree of Life. It felt like that Tree of Life was a little bit lackluster, only because the rest of the members of Florida Mayhem weren't there. But, what?
Oh my God.
Merit, hello? He's not even on the Widowmaker!
Merit has met Alpha U in jail. Somebody help save him because he's been bullying the rest of the Vegas Eternal. I'm sorry. This is Florida Mayhem's cleaning out another fight, and at least they're still sticking to the Life Weaver. You got to give them that dedication as Duff is trying to contest the payload, forced to call in the recall. Now it's up to Malthol to see what he could get cooking, but they're just disengaging here. They're going to give the second point over to Florida Mayhem.
They can't move in only because someone is body blocking the doorway. That Sigma Shield is super powerful in this area of the map, just knowing that you were able to cut off all of those routes of
Oh no!
But
oh my
the
goodness!
amplification matrix on top of the tree?
On the pedal platform, are you kidding me? Merit finding Lucmino Vulcan going down. If it isn't a Widow, that's the problem. Here comes the Hanzo from Merit to make a statement. He died once, by the way, so far. He's having so much fun. The player cams didn't already give that away.
One death was by Malthol's hands. We still have yet to see the Dragon Blade. I think that Vegas needs to really start to approach these fights a little bit with more haste or more pep in their step. There's the blade now.
Although, what do you got in store for us? Oh my gosh.
Oh, the pull for the Life Weaver.
Life grip. Yeah. Get back over here. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Don't even give him the one kill with the blade. Although forced to just disengage around the next corner. The Gravitic Flux. Oh. What? All right. Well, doesn't take anybody up from the Florida Mayhem. Gravitic Flux not getting that impact at all. Rack Attack now calling in the rally. Dove trying to get into position with this Pulse Bomb. Trying to call out RuPaul. The Immortality Field was called in, helping out RuPaul and allowing him to put down that Tree of Life. Checkmate also about to get that blade. No stick on the Pulse Bomb here too. While Dove is trying to arrest their backline, trying to poke them, the rest of the Florida Mayhem just see it as like a fly that they don't even have to give attention to off to the other side. Matrix was called in from Lucino, so that does buy in some space here for the Florida Mayhem to respect.
Fighting in a small room, though, I feel like you wouldn't want to be in a small room with someone like Chorong, especially when you got the amplification matrix there. Checkmate going crazy.
Checkmate showing Malthol what the blade can do the moment they cross that next corner. Dove going down right afterwards. Merit cleaning up the DPS lineup. Another cleanup here for the Florida Mayhem. So they're literally going to try to hug their spawn once again.
That's how you gotta play it, though. If you're Florida and you want to try to close out the map, you need to play up towards the spawn doors. Pedal platform doesn't hold any value right now, just for anybody to take advantage of that, but nice focus fire there onto Vulcan may be able to help keep up this attack push for Florida.
Vulcan trying his best here on the Sigma. The Gravitic Flux from someone's gonna send him all the way high up. They're gonna clean him up. Chorong finding Rack Attack. This is with RuPaul still sticking to the Life Weaver, by the way, as they get the payload all the way to the finishing point here, Necra. Literally unstoppable, just minus that one fight that we saw Vegas Eternal take in that second point right by the stairs to the right.
I want to call out something really cool that we saw there, actually, with the Life Weaver. So, we ended up seeing someone on the Sigma try to go for that Gravitic Flux at the very end of the map. But what we ended up seeing as well is the life grip there from RuPaul to pull him away, to set him up for that Gravitic Flux just a little bit better to make sure it was going to land on point. So it gave him a better vantage point to lay that down and ultimately sealed up that first attack push here for Florida. That was really cool. This is why I'm excited to see more Life Weaver, because we can see really neat interactions like that.
I don't want to see that come out from the games, though, that I have to play in my own time, all right?
No.
Florida Mayhem are having the time of their life. Don't do this to us, guys. The griefing from Life Grip is just another level as we take a look at the highlights from Merit. Merit is just trying to finish the speed run of this series. He says, all right, you know, I'm ready to study some buds, get ready for next week. They got 2 more weeks to go, but man, Merit, this map around, I mean, he's obviously looked fantastic with Checkmate throughout the entire series, but this specific map, Necro, he's got 22 elims under his belt, 18 final blows, and only 1 death when he was on that Widow.
Oh, it's disgusting. It's actually just so disgusting, and why Merit is touted as one of the best DPS in the league. showing off a lot of that prowess there on the Widowmaker, the Hanzo. These sniper picks are really, really fun for him to play. And you'll see him just put a lot of concentration in trying to make sure that he can beef up that number.
Right, Maltho trying to take a different off angle. Didn't get that first pick originally onto RuPaul. Trong just letting him know. Won't be able to harass us right through that short doorway. Like the different off angles that we're still seeing here from Merit. He knows nobody's gonna check him here. Guess the only person could be Dove if he even could get close enough. Like the attempts now coming in. They're so fixated on Florida Mayhem taking control of the hybrid of the high ground and around that next corner on the low ground while Chorong still finds Dove. That's gonna still leave Merit unchecked.
Merit's just able to have so much space to work with. Someone is going to go in with the Winston as well, just to kind of keep getting that Tesla cannon damage down. Maybe that's enough to soften up the target for Merit to be able to take them out at the end of the day. The pedal platform. It's like an elevator here for someone to just walk up to the high ground. That's so cool.
What are stairs? We don't need that here.
Nah,
that little
doesn't
side
even
room.
need a cooldown. Just use the things, jump up on the platform.
Won't waste any frames just walking up those stairs. Merit repositioning here. As that sight on the rest of the Vegas Eternal. There comes Dove. Finally finding an opportunity to try to check Merit. Let's see if he even has the ability to try to contest him, as now someone's going to activate the Primal, separate Luke Mino from the rest of his team after he popped in the Ant Matrix. Window going to waste here though. Rack Attack does have that rally. Eternal Art down. Luke Mino and Vulcan's falling incredibly low. Won't be able to survive the onslaught of damage that Checkmate is putting down. They do trade that though for someone, but Checkmate, another player that we have to call out who's only died once. So both Checkmate and Merit have just been on a different level. And honestly, Necra, it's so difficult to sugarcoat this. This Vegas Eternal are just looking tragic to figure out some answers.
It's just tough when you're going up against a backline that can have that survivability for the team. Like both Chorong and RuPaul are putting in an incredible amount of healing. And also sometimes the best defense is going to be the best offense here. But it doesn't mean that Vegas Eternal aren't still close to capturing this first point and at least delaying going into this next one. Like, look at the pushback here. Vegas aren't out of this one just yet. They need to just keep pushing this curve forward.
Right on the inch of momentum that they could possibly buy off from this. Luke Mino able to use a swift step to get right back to safety, but in the hands of Checkmate, served on a silver platter as someone making a swap over to that Junker Queen now. Merit also made the swap right back over to the Hanzo after he died on the Widow. Second death, and we've seen him swap every time he has died between the Widow and Hanzo. Love to see it out here. Checkmate is about to have that blade here too, Necra.
Yeah, the blades can be really powerful here, especially when you have everybody up against the Tree of Life. Look at all these dash resets that you could get here for Checkmate. Everybody trying to kite around that damage.
Saw the Dragon says, don't worry, I'll take a different approach here. They did lose out on Merit again. Checkmate with the blade is able to clean up Rack Attack. That Jagged Blade is going to be able to find Mouthful. It does cost someone's life. Someone will be able to get right back in with the Rampage for this next upcoming fight. But Florida Mayhem, with Checkmate still alive, is still the problem. Ooh, I like the repositioning on that pedal platform. I like the different cheeky plays that you can try to go for Lifeweaver. Big brain sometimes here as Vulcan has finally found control over this high ground.
Vulcan being able to move forward as well just denies a lot of space here for Florida to work with. Merit actually gets taken really low. So you need to see a little bit more pressure coming through, not only from the Hanzo, from Mouthful, but also just from Vulcan continuing to make those steps forward.
Checkmate again, still being able to check, not just in front of him to contest Vulcan, but over to the side. Dove isolating Chorong, lose out on Checkmate here too. Merit answering back with Dove. That's 3 down for the Florida Mayhem. Some signs of life here from the Vegas Eternal, and it's not the Tree of Life here, but it is the life that they do need to try to round that next corner for the second point.
Might be able to capture the second point. Look at Vegas just being able to capitalize on a lot of this space, and it goes back to how good Vegas Eternal's players are on these specific heroes. You've seen a lot of Brigida there from Rack Attack, unfortunately just gonna fall into the Dragon Strike, so it feels really unfortunate there.
Somebody save Vulcan, he's in trouble. Oh, the Rampage finds Vulcan, finds Maltho. The rush coming in from Luke Mino to help them out again. Another huge anti coming in from Chorong. It lands into Maltho with Rack Attack. They do lose out in Vulcan at the very beginning of that fight here, so the number advantage now swap right back over to Mayhem's favor after losing out on RuPaul.
Yeah, it was really, like, I feel like Vegas Eternal there were set up for being able to use a couple more ultimates. Unfortunately, Rack Attack got bopped a little bit too early there by the Hanzo Dragon Strike from Merit, and then the Kitsune Rush layered in on top of that. I would have loved to see it be saved here just so they could approach the point a little bit faster with the movement speed, not even necessarily getting the attack speed going for them. But see Florida Mayhem being able to come back on this defense and just take this high ground positioning, which will be really difficult for Vegas to break through right now, but the rally may help.
Look to see if they could even contest Merit, who is playing the LOS really nicely on top of those tanks. Dub does get that stick onto Chorong. Trio of Life called in too. Merit's going to be able to get that healing out from it, but it's not going to be enough to save Checkmate, who had that blade right before he died. Someone now also trying to take that different off angle. Vegas Eternal able to at least find the opportunity to take advantage of Florida Mayhem having some fun. The Life Weaver Pool, and then Merit finding Malpo here too. The Nano Boost coming in from Chorong right before he died onto someone. They don't want to give the second point here to the Vegas Eternal. Literally 50 meters out as Checkmate activates the blade. Less than 10 seconds now on the clock for Vegas Eternal to try to get this payload moving.
They do have the numbers advantage right now with the Kitsune Rush being layered down. Someone may be able to get taken out of this fight, and there's the point capture.
Hey. Love to see it. Rakata says, I'll take care of it myself. Gets that follow-up with Lupino. Pull Merit out as Dove, at least at the very end, has been able to find these pulse bomb kills, Necra. And now they'll be able to clear that next corner, try to take control over that extra space right by that bridge.
This is a little bit more life we've seen out of Vegas. And this is really, really promising here when you look at the team overall heading into future weeks of the Overwatch League. I mean, Merit's still going to go ahead and play the Widowmaker here and try to stop this map and finish the series. But Vegas, they're still able to lean into some of their strengths as individual players, knowing that their hero pool favors some of the choices that they've made here today with this composition.
That was a rally called in from Rack Attack. The Flux also, but Dove gets called out by Chorong. Look like that Mayhem are also trying to control this bridge area by trying to disengage around the next corner. I like the call from Vegas to turn off the losing out on Dove. Didn't want to risk trickling in, staggering through as Dove also makes the swap over to the Widow. Something common that you see on this third point of Havana Necra, since you have those open sight lines that Merit is taking advantage of.
Yeah, and how do you approach the nest? You can't really attack Merit from there unless you try to go in for something like a deflect, but they've switched off of that to have the double sniper just to be able to have the pick potential.
Rush called in, less than 5 seconds, trickling down, overtime activated now. With the rest of the Vegas Eternal taking advantage of the rush to just move forward. Look who's right underneath them, though. It's Checkmate who's about to get the blade. The Tree of Life called in for RuPaul. Tron also has that Nano Blade ready to just put onto Checkmate here. May not even have to. Checkmate does get pulled right back in to put him right back into position, but Dove finding Checkmate. Love the player cam reactions coming in from Checkmate despite that. Dove tries to get onto the high ground and try to contest Spirit, who goes to the repositioning. But overtime still activated. Florida Mayhem playing a little split apart.
They are, and they're getting punished for it. Vegas, this is a great opportunity to strike. They just have to make sure that they can follow up right now. You don't want to get Merit unchecked in the back line, and Checkmate now going in for a Dragon Blade.
Lost out on Merit. Eternal have the advantage. Spawn also right there. Huge rampage finding 4, costing Malpo his life. Dove meeting it right back into Spawn. Checkmate goes crazy. Mito's about to meet them too. Vulcan has to look to his back. This is a problem. Overtime trickling away as nobody left from the Vegas Eternal to stay on that payload. Some experiments pulled out from the Florida Mayhem and the Life Weaver. I like to see the confidence coming in from Merit and Checkmate. Not going to be enough, though, for the Vegas Eternal to do their best to at least pull something off and denying us a speedrun opportunity. Necra, no records broken.
Nope, unfortunately not today. Florida Mayhem still hold 2 of the top 5 records of the fastest matches of all time, but I really want to focus in on some of the positives there that we did see from the Vegas Eternal, because that last map was still pretty close. They were able to utilize the Sigma just to be able to create some space. That's a hero that Vulcan is very well known for in the tier 2 scene, and then to be able to follow that up with other heroes that have seen a lot of play time for those individual players, I think really did round out the team in a great way. So maybe that's something that they can lean into a little bit more in the future. because I liked that look. I think that the Sigma, Brigida, the Genji, very strong for those individual players. So I think they need to do more of that in the future, not necessarily try to play to what the meta currently is.
I love how Necra's a shiny beacon of positivity. I love it. Got to write on that too, because, you know, you got to talk about what a rough start it's been for this team. This team needs to get through those mental boundaries that maybe they have set themselves up for. Got to talk about the player of the match, though. Necra highlighting what we saw from the Florida Mayhem. It's going to be going over to Checkmate. I mean, come on. His Tracer looked insane in the program. It continues to look insane in their opening weekend of Overwatch League 2023.
It's been amazing, whether it's been the pulse bomb onto high-value targets, just being able to chase after those big targets in the back line. Rack Attack, Lucamino just had such a tough time staying alive when you knew that Checkmate was going to be behind you every step of the way. But the Genji as well just felt like such a standout here for Checkmate. Whether it was going to be getting those big Dragon Blades online, or honestly just going in and being able to help out the front line with the deflects. Good stuff from Checkmate.
And looking at the stats here in total, we called out the lack of deaths from the entire Florida Mayhem squad here, but specifically Checkmate averaged 4 deaths out here, was able to get those 4 Dragon Blade kills on average here too. 16 elims, matching that right alongside Merit. This is a duo for the DPS lineup that the Florida Mayhem are going to be able to profit off of. And again, let's not forget Sana, who is also out here with a huge flexible DPS pool. He also has an insane Tracer. So the Florida Mayhem, I love what I'm seeing. Again, you know, not biased, not because I'm from South Florida or anything out here too, but they definitely continue to perform. Necra, they got some more matches in store for them. One match that I'm really excited to see from the Mayhem is going to be a next week match versus the Glads. That's definitely one that you do not want to miss. But we also still have 2 more incredible series coming up for you guys. Don't miss out on it. That's going to be coming on the other side of this break. Thank you.
overreach the levels of someone's tank play, we at least can have a chance to look as good as him trying. So if we grant a tank bottle of the Florida Mayhem, for example, it will feature the Ramatra, Doomfist, and the Sigma skin, as well as a weapon charm. And that can be yours for just 300 League tokens. Those are great. Like,
Those are great.
We like to see it. You gotta flex on people, you know, like that's half the fun of online gaming. Yeah, you sure you want to be better than your opponent, but you gotta look better while doing it.
Exactly. That's very visual-oriented desk here.
If a Doomfist and Ramatra get into a fist fight, who would win?
I feel like Ramatra has like 2
His name
Doomfists,
is
you know?
literally Doomfist. I feel like a fist
but
fight
Ramatra
against Doom.
in Nemesis form has 4 arms.
But Doom can
Ramatra uses a
outlast.
staff, like some cowardice staff. Like, I guess in Nemesis form it kind of powerful,
Yeah.
but Doomfist just.
It runs out though. Doomfist
only has
he's
one
punching to
big
the
hand.
death. He's punching to the death.
One
Yeah.
KO.
The actual punching is done by Ramatra.
I'm just saying his name is Doomfist. I wouldn't want
All
to
right,
go
guys,
with
this is enough playing with our action figures.
Yeah, and this insight and much more were brought to you by our Watchpoint desk. I do want to talk about the match we just saw. A dominant performance from the Florida Mayhem. As expected, anything else would have been unacceptable, quite frankly. And they looked like they were having fun doing so, Jake.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of fun being had in this match. Not so much by the Vegas Eternal though. Didn't look too fun to beat them. Yeah, just a dominant performance. Great from especially the DPS on the Florida Mayhem. Merit and Checkmate comboing together. That looks like a deadly duo to be looking at the rest of the
How
season.
are we not giving RuPaul player of the match for that?
That I honestly robbed.
Yeah,
Actually.
that was some fantastic live.
really nice.
The
Yeah,
most accomplished Lifeweaver in the league thus far.
The
True.
most played, yeah.
Also most played as well. Yeah.
He managed to die 2 times in this clip, I believe. Wait.
We're not going to talk about RuPaul dying. There's a tree of life on the board,
Oh
Jay.
no, he lived. Okay, he died later. I love this little play. This is one of those little micro plays. But for me, as a former Brig player, love this. He doesn't move him off the map, but at this moment, Zarya off the high ground, the push is done for Vegas Eternal. I mean, just over. Like, yeah, just a little
One
detail,
whip
but
was
it
the
matters. It matters.
One small whip.
That's a game changer.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, this was a great opportunity for the Florida Mayhem to flex every muscle and then some, and in the end, of course, get that W. As we
wow.
said, was expected. Seeing some beautiful tech play there with the Lifeweaver in the mix. And you know what's the cherry on top of every decisive victory? A winner's interview.
Yeah.
Wow, jeez.
Yay!
Anyway, we do have a winner's interview standing by for you, and this one will be by no other than Gamba from the Florida Mayhem. Congratulations on the W, but I do have to ask, of course, it looked like you came in with a lot of confidence, just evident by seeing a Lifeweaver straight out of the gate. Was that RuPaul going rogue, or was that the plan coming into this?
Gumba looks like he's got a lot to say,
Yeah.
but unfortunately not to us. I think we're being egoed.
That's
We're
all
not
right.
worried
We'll
about the
fix
knowledge.
it, we'll fix it.
It's censored insider information.
Now even more
got
mechanics
the
now.
strats.
No one should ever know.
Yeah.
But I think we got him now.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Hello.
There it is.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Yes.
Nice. Hey, what's up? What's going on?
Hey, how are you
I remember the
doing?
question, so it's all good. It wasn't Ripple going rogue. We just figured that this is one of the only chances we had in the next few matches to play Lifeweaver and actually have the chance of winning the match. I feel really bad for Paris though, especially towards the end, because like they're a professional team. They spend all week practicing just to show up and lose to a guy on Lifeweaver who's never even played it before. Like we never practiced it. So I felt pretty bad at the end because it worked a little bit too well, almost. You know. So
You wanted the
it was
game to
fun.
be
It was a
closer.
lot of fun, so. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, it almost looked viable in the Sig comp. Like, not really, but just like almost. Like, there was something there. I mean, maybe.
Those
if you like
moments where
control.
the abilities led to like really cool plays, and the ultimate's totally useless. But the pull's really strong. We felt like the cooldown was way too long. It's like 17 seconds. So every time you pull someone, we have no cooldown for like the whole fight, basically. I don't think it's viable, but honestly, it's not that far from being viable, I think.
Yeah, a couple numerical tweaks. It's an interesting hero.
Very gimmicky, so it
Yeah,
does lead to a lot of fun plays to watch, as was on showcase here by the Florida Mayhem. So thank you for that, really.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna play that hero again though. So
Oh boy. Well,
Jake, did you have a question?
oh yeah. Well, what I wanted to ask is, Gumba, I wanted to know about the Pro-Am. How did you celebrate? You know, as the champion of that, like, was that a big moment for you, or do you guys see that as just a stepping stone, just like a beginning to the the real season?
I think when you consider last year, it took us something like 8 months to beat like a top 4 or 5 team. So in that sense, it's good to start the year in this way, but we have to be grounded about it. I think a lot of the teams that tend to win tend to immediately start losing afterwards. You get lazy, you start to think that maybe winning is something that comes naturally when it doesn't. It never does. You have to work hard every time. So for us, it's a blessing and a curse. It's nice to see that we can reach that level, but it's been hard to rein it in recently and try and keep improving despite the fact that we were the best team. But we have a lot of improvement left to go, I think, and we need to keep working hard no matter what.
Okay. I mean, we were just talking about the Pro-Am. Like, ever since the Pro-Am, I think Florida Mayhem has been killing it. Like, I just want to ask you, Gumba, what do you think sets Florida Mayhem apart from all the other, I guess, top-tier Overwatch League teams?
Yeah, it's too early to say that we're set apart. Maybe we'll lose in the future, who knows? But one of the things that's been working well for us so far has been playing comps that fit our players' strengths. You know, we have RuPaul on back, we have Merit on hitscan. Those heroes are not that easy to enable in the current patch. There's a lot of Sombra going on, obviously. So for us, it's playing to our strengths and trying to find comps that work for us and not feeling pressured to play what other people are playing. There's always a benefit to being a team that plays a different style to other teams. It's hard to practice against. So just sticking to our guns, I think, and playing what we want to play.
Yeah, and we love to see just that. Gumba, thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat. We hope to see more of you and your team in the very, 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 very distant future. Not distant, no, close.
Thank you.
Close.
Close. The other word.
Zoe's fired so many shots at us. Even Gumba's catching strays.
I want to see you. I want to see you soon.
It's not my native language, all right? That is wrong
I'll never
word.
see you again. Although, to be fair,
Highlight of the day for me.
you gotta.
Right there.
I tried. No.
I love those answers from Gumba. He's like, yeah, we gotta like stay humble. We can't get overconfident. We did rock up on Lifeweaver, a hero that we don't think is viable against the Vegas Star. So I'm a little okay. Well, whatever.
That was just as fun to hear as it was to watch him play, and also just watch him in the Pro-Am already. Like that, as a team that they know their strength, and if they can lean onto that, there is a lot of great things in the very near future for this team. So I hope to see more of that. And with that interview, Gumba also put himself into a real good spot for the Employee of the Month next year. Sure. I feel there's a lot
Next
of great
year?
insight. Next month. Oh my God, what's going on?
All right, so we have one person at desk who's not a fan of the Florida Mayhem. But
time
as to us,
April 24. Let's go.
Okay, listen. I haven't slept in like 9 months since my baby was born. Like, time is a strange construct in my book. Anyway, what I do know though is in the very near future we have another match coming up. So I do want to discuss just that. But first, I want to once more take a look at something really nice for all of you out there, and that is our legendary skin Rock Climber Zarya, which is on sale right now. So make sure to grab yours, and you too can reach the dizzying heights of a Florida Mayhem.
all you gotta do is ride their platform up as Zarya. Cheat the. You don't need a rock climb. Just take the pedal platform up.
Yeah,
Florida Mayhem's gonna build it.
Exactly.
And again.
Now you're on my side here.
No. He's still on the rock climbing
Pedal
side.
platform.
Look,
No.
I'm not a believer yet, but Florida, they showed me some interesting stuff. And to be fair, you put a player like Merit on the high ground, I mean, that's a deadly thing.
Oh, what am I hearing? Is Jake going to be a Weaver believer very soon? Is that going to happen?
Weaver believer.
It might happen. We don't know.
Believer.
I will not accept
Weaver.
this label. I reject this label. If you're on my team in a ranked game, you're going to find out how I feel about Lifeweaver.
There you heard it. Fighting words. And I hope the two teams coming up next have just that in store for us as well. So let's take a look at the lineup, starting with the London Spitfire here. Honestly, this is a roster which has impressed us last season. Not the best start this season, though, Dan.
See, I think that's like the big question because they're more of the same team that they were last season. I feel like they had a lot of success with this team. But, just like how we saw against Washington Justice, they were struggling a bit. So I just want to see more from the Hottie and the crew.
Yeah, we can definitely have higher expectations for them. Just, where has the magic gone? And they're going up against the Boston Uprising, a team that looks pretty deadly in this meta. I want to highlight Smurf on the Winston. I mean, that's a pretty terrifying hero-player combination. It looks like a great meta for Boston to start off with.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the individuals here, of course, in both those lineups, Reinforce, which player particularly do you think is just going to be farming on the server today?
Farming on the server? I mean, I feel like I want to talk about the Boston Uprising if we're doing that. I kind of want to call out Decay from the
Please
Boston
do.
Uprising.
There we go, Decay, you've been called out.
Speak to Decay the other day after their nice win, of course. But he mentioned in the interview that coming into this team, he was almost a bit worried, right? A bit anxious, like, oh, can I live up to the expectations of this team? I mean, I'm going to play with Smurf now, who's a 2-time champion. We got Lee Jigon and Isayaki, Birdring, all of these, like, accoladed individuals, right? Decay, how do I fit into this? I want to see Decay come out and eat. Dude, I want to see Decay just walk in like he deadlifts like 500 pounds on the regular, just like 10 reps. I want to see Decay come in with the most confidence out of anyone in the server, because we know that Decay has the individual skill to be one of the best players in the league. This is the best opportunity you have. You've been on Washington Justice in the past. Now you're playing with legends of the game, Decay. This is your chance to really leave a mark in this league. So I just want to see Decay come out and just demolish the opposition.
Right on. Well, it is now time for our predictions. I'm almost certain that you didn't. Did you do it? No, you didn't. Danny? Probably not. Hopefully not. Well, I certainly didn't. I went with the Boston Uprising, just one star player after another. I think this should be a quick affair for them. I want to see a dominant performance, and I will be disappointed by anything but that. How about you, Danny?
London Spitfire. I still love you guys. But, you know, it's as of right now, it's sort of hard to predict them over Boston Uprising. Boston Uprising is looking good. They are a stacked roster. I have to go with Boston Uprising.
London, you burned me last time on the pred, and unfortunately this time I'm not quite a believer. I'm ready to be convinced. I think Lethal is a great addition to this team on Tracer, but I just had to go with the Boston Uprising. Too strong pound for pound. It's a great meta for them.
Same here, but if you are the London Spitfire, I think this is a match you circle in your calendar and you go Boston Uprising. If we take them down, we're back to our previous form, and this is something we could find some momentum of. So London Spitfire, I think they're not favored in this one. I got Boston Uprising, but London Spitfire, this would be a great win for them anyway.
Well, we'll see what's going to go down on the server. And for all the action, we're bringing in our casters. Please welcome to their first cast of the 2023 season. It is Joss and Custa.
Hey, guys. Whoa. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on?
Woo. Wait, is that an echo?
Why are you looking that way?
Well,
it's me. I'm on the big screen, Jack.
We're on the big one.
Hey, guys.
That is crazy.
Whoa,
you guys have been talking too much trash about me without me being able to respond. So I decided I have to come to this studio cast.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it, Scott.
That's for a rough. He takes one season off for the desk and instantly thrown in the trash.
Oh, if you're out, you're out.
I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I gotta say, I'm innocent. I'm not party to this.
Jake's been really nice. Yeah, I really like you on the desk, Jake. Thank you. You guys.
Thank you. Much love.
You're back to being co-workers.
We're the jilted lovers. You know, you left us. We find a great rebound there, Jake.
It's not us. It's you.
It is me. I'm sorry, guys. I left you, but I have my good friend Jaws now.
Let's go. Good friend. Yeah, let's go. We're working our way up the ladder. Woo. No, it's going to be a good time. Also, yeah, we're in the studio. It's pretty sick. You're actually real in person. I'm not stuck behind my computer screen. Thank you for that. Cheers for that. Yeah, there's going to be some good games today, that is for sure. Boston Uprising versus the London Spitfire. Well, you know, we did accidentally throw Hattie's rank game the other day, but London still look pretty damn good. We didn't get that contract, unfortunately, but with this matchup, I think a lot of people were expecting the Boston Uprising to win. Of course, the desk all credit Boston, but Scott, honestly, what are the chances for London coming in?
Yeah, London didn't have a great performance. Really, the only map they did win, it felt like the Washington Justice were making some mistakes. So you need to give some expectation to this London Spitfire team, because last year they exceeded those expectations in a big way. So people wanted them to do the same thing again. But unfortunately, we just have not seen that so far. Now they're up against the Boston Uprising, which, as Jake said, pound for pound is just such a strong team.
Oh yeah, so many star-studded players, but like they need to prove a lot to people. I think everybody's expecting the team to maybe fall apart like halfway through the season, maybe a few player shuffles here and there. Like, these are a lot of big names. Birdring has come back to the Overwatch League, and while I had no doubts, I know a few people were like, is he still as good as he was before? Like when he was on, 2018 London, for example, right? And I think he's kind of already proven that, but he's proven that against players that you wouldn't expect him to lose to in the Pro-Am, for example. And now they're stepping up to London Spitfire, who have been, historically, like a lower table team, but last year they've really proved themselves with the Reinhardt and with their own style of play. This is a really good taste of how Boston are going to play for the rest of the season, I feel like. Same with London here too. If they snag this win, Scott, that's pretty large.
And we're going to see London Spitfire come out here on the Junker Queen, and this is actually quite a good pick, and we've seen it consistently throughout the season so far, is against the Winston, you can play that Junker.
Okay. What a start! Good start, everybody.
Star-studded lineup, Boston Uprising, Izayaki, previous champion, considered to be one of the greatest flex supports, has stepped off the map.
That's rough. That's real rough.
It happens.
You know there's ice on this map?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe he slipped.
Maybe he slipped.
Maybe he slipped.
Of course we have a replay, don't worry. Yes, the classic. I'm going to jump back to create space for myself versus the enemy team, and there's the border of the map. Unlucky.
Intimidated by Hardy, Chatty, the one true one. So obviously, first team fight goes towards the London Spitfire, the easiest team fight they'll ever have to win. But with the dive from the Tracer Sombra, you can see Boston Uprising trying to get some space. The hack comes down onto Sparker, but it's being deflected pretty easy, Jack, and that's a great follow-up.
That was brave. That was real brave. Nice little boot there by Admiral, booping Smurf back in. He does end up getting Gracie. That knife's going to pull him back into the fight, but he had jump cooldown up, luckily enough. 33% for the London Spitfire as Sparker finds yet another kill. Ooh, Izayaki and Boston, though, they are not looking quite as sharp as we expect coming out the gate, but this is also London kind of stepping up here. Ult's coming online.
And that was the thing, is Boston weren't really tested in their first series against the New York Excelsior, and this is a good meta for them. We expect the dive of Smurf to be able to be flawless, and with Striker coming in that Sombra, we haven't seen that so far. That last dive, the hack goes down on a Sparker, but the follow-up wasn't there from Smurf. And that's Hardy on that Junker Queen, just sort of being that imposing presence, not giving Smurf the availability to move around. And Decay, another first pick by Landon.
Can we start these fights already? It's like instant pick after instant pick. Nice little sleep on Lethal. Do they have the damage to follow this up? No, not quite, unfortunately. All right, now Lee Jae-gong's the focus of Lethal. Lee Jae-gong does get out alive. He's nearing that rally too. A lot of ultimates online. So Lethal did throw his pulse bomb out. Did end up missing, but they've not really need to use anything else. We're on last fight territory already, and Boston Uprising have yet to really have a fight.
They have the nano boost, so that should sort of help Smurf with the dive, but I don't even think Smurf has even sniffed the backline yet. So the dive just has not been coming through, and that's why Striker doesn't even have the EMP as well.
All right, there's the Suzu. Tactical Visor comes out. The road has also been laying forward. That Tactical Visor just chewing through Smurf, but because he's nanoed and in the Primal, he just takes it like it's any other bullet coming out of Soldier's weapon. Like Boston Uprising, they do end up finding the flip there. A Kitsune Rush and a Visor used by Spitfire. Decay maybe setting up a pulse bomb. Yeah, he's been found out though. So Boston now just hitting a reset real fast, although Striker's EMP could be rather large. He's already in the back line there, Scott. You can see him just tussling.
He's detected though. And he's going to have to go back, and that should be the go button. You see London Spitfire stepping up for it, but Admiral can't get hit by this EMP.
Nice pull. Beat comes in for London Spitfire. It's only a 3-man Landon. Lethal didn't receive that over health, but Smurf ends up falling over. Ladi with a huge-ish ultimate. Oh, I think that hit nobody. Yeah, it was a zoner. It was it just zoned people off. Rally available for Lee Jae-gong. He gets torn apart, though, by Huddy's axe. And London Spitfire now in OT. 99% on the board. It is Striker to touch. No EMP, no ultimates for the Uprising as Decay gets 1v2'd on the sidelines as he tried to touch Smurf on the Wrecking Ball. He gets knifed. He doesn't even need to get pulled in because Lethal finished him off. This should just be the round for London. No hope for Boston to come back there, and maybe one team fight in that whole round. It felt like, Scott, there was just so many picks from London to start us off. Well, picks and Izayaki falling off the map.
Yeah, you know, it happens, you know, I get it. We've all made mistakes in our careers. I pressed Q accidentally one time, and it haunts me to this day.
That is crazy how long that has gone on. Like, people that are new to the Overwatch League, or like new to Overwatch Esports maybe, probably know what that is in reference to, which is insane.
It's hard. It's a hard life out here, but if you're the Boston Uprising, you have to forget about that round. Everything that could have gone wrong did go wrong. So just forget about that, go on to the next round, as it looks like London Spitfire might be going towards their signature heroes and playstyle, with Hardy moving over to that Reinhardt, playing that role against the dive style once again of the Boston Uprising. And it's actually very difficult to play this Winston style because the Reinhardt can just anchor on the point, and you can see Izayaki's the person they're going to need to keep safe as he rotates around to the outside of it.
Leap out from Smurf, yeah, and Hardy's now setting up. With that wall too, like you said, so easy to anchor. It's up to the Boston Uprising, really, to dislodge the Spitfire. Sleep on Hardy, doesn't mean anything. All good. Wall taken down. Lee Jae-gong, he's got the boot. no need to worry. But now it's up to Boston to, can they touch and contest? They do for half a second, if that, but Smurf does end up getting chased. Two-man anti from Izzyaki there. Hardy and Lethal unable to be healed for a brief moment, but they shake it off.
And Boston needs to go, otherwise they are going to get picked just like this. It feels like they're playing very slowly right now, almost just waiting for this nano boost to come up. But with London Spitfire getting the point so quickly, Lijigon just getting away with his life. Wow. The timing is already ticking up, and just like last round, it doesn't feel like Boston Uprising are being proactive with their dive composition.
All right, I just saw a little ping there. Someone spotted out Striker halfway across the map. Izzyaki and Lijigon just kind of chilling right now. It's all about just getting that nano engaged, maybe an EMP going halfway through the fight, but London are nearing ults. There's the nano boost, straight onto the back. Land goes down, a leap up in the air for Landon, but that peel is super good from Abby. Nice. Does end up getting hacked, so Smurf's able to jump back in almost for free, but no. Decay's there to clean up. Sparker does erase him from the point, or from the field, I should say. Hardy's going to get erased in just a second, I'd imagine. No way he gets that pin. No way he gets that pin. All good. Izzyaki there with a save on the nade.
Lijigon, okay. Breathing a sigh of relief a little bit that Izzuyaki's got him, as he always has. And that nano boost, exactly what they need to do. Play aggressive. And now it's going to be on Striker to get the EMP. Last time this happened, Striker got caught out and he got detected. And that allowed the London Spitfire to engage anyway. So he needs to find the route into the London Spitfire as they're going around the inside area.
EMP available, and Striker's already setting up for it, you can see. He wants to make sure they can catch that Mei too, so she can't insta-block. Deleting the Mei will be good. A lot less control for the London Spitfire there.
No sound barrier.
He's lining it up. He's been detected. That is a one-man by the looks of it. That was, that was unfortunate. Hardy lays down the shatter as Smurf goes to the grave, and the Boston Uprising, without their tank and without Izzyaki, that's basically the point flipped for London. 50% now and building. Decay comes out with the kill, I suppose, but the Boston Uprising, where you at right now? Like, this is kind of rough. There was no synergy there, it felt like, with Striker and Smurf going for a dive off the EMP.
You do need to give credit to London, though, because they used every single ultimate as soon as Boston Uprising dropped that EMP. Everybody who could still use their ultimate did use their ultimate, and that isolated Smurf so much to the point that he couldn't even use the Primal Rage. Admiral does still have the sound barrier, but he can't save Hardy from that pulse bomb.
Wow, I wonder where the healers were looking there. Admiral and Landon not able to save Hardy. He was just pushed in the front line, stuck by Decay, and, well, that's a team kill. Boston Uprising, they're going to come back with a double support ultimate. You'd imagine Izzyaka's going to get that 10%, plus that Primal Rage, fielding up to 50%, but Hardy's gone over to the Queen again.
And we saw this be very effective in the first round. The Reinhardt just seems to be getting kited around, and he's just looking in all directions but unable to find any value, so maybe we'll be able to do so with the Junker Queen. In with the commanding shout and
Rush,
the
shout. Lijigon is super low, still got the beat in hand, but doesn't want to Ajax it. Smurf's already found two kills despite that rush onto the point. Izzyaki just threw out the nano, and it's a clean sweep there.
And this is the Boston Uprising we expected coming into this series. Oh, dude,
they do be staggering a Junker Queen, though. Oh, he got him with the sleep, too. And does 5 damage, by the way, so that's a rare one for you. 85% final fight.
Yeah, and Boston Uprising, they're trying to push their agenda right now. They know that the London Spitfire aren't fully healthy, trying to go aggressive. With 90% remaining, London Spitfire are going to have to go quick to touch this point.
Yeah, but look, they've only got the beat. The pulse bomb potentially from Lethal there could erase somebody, but he's going to have to stick it to Lijigon or Izzyaki.
Oh, wow.
That's a good start, though. Landon taking the head off of Decay. EMP available for Striker. Just frontlining. Okay, didn't want to use the EMP just yet, but here comes the beats. That's a 3-man for the Boston Uprising and a 4-man for the London Spitfire. Lethal did get slept on the sidelines. I did see that, so wasn't able to get that pulse bomb off, but he might not need it. London might get a free flip. Smurf does touch in time with the Primal Rage, and in fact, London, in amongst that chaos, they do get the cap. There is a pulse bomb from Lethal and Smurf, and there's the EMP. Hits 2, Admiral and Lethal affected by the hack. Hardy even sends out his own rampage, but the Boston Uprising were played so split, it was hard for Hardy to really get any value. Can anybody touch? It doesn't look like it. Round 3 we go on Antarctic Peninsula.
And a little bit of desperation at the end by London Spitfire, so they weren't able to keep up. But that's a much better look here for the Boston Uprising, as the Reinhardt, the pocket pick, just not really working out for them. Even though they did find some value, it just felt like they were being kited around, and I think Striker and Decay did a great job of just spreading the London Spitfire thin without being picked off this time.
All right. It's a bit of an interesting map. This one, the first time I played it, I was like, how do you play on the high ground, but then there's a lot of like open area on the point that you can overlook from these little balconies.
Yeah.
A lot of teams obviously focus the high ground anyway, regardless, but I was always thinking, you could probably play Ryan or Ram here, so this might actually suit London Spitfire's wheelhouse with this kind of rush style with the Queen running into the back line of the Boston Uprising, but they made a swap. They're having Lijigon on the Brig now, not the Lucio.
And this makes sense because you can play very defensively with your Ana, and you can just essentially repel anybody with your whip shot as soon as they try and get close. As you can see, Izyaki's going to be perched up here without any real opportunity for the London Spitfire to take them off. Some teams have been playing the Hanzo to just have that imposing threat of arrows across the map, but with the Soldier picked by Sparker, it's more consistent damage, but you're not going to have that lethality you see from the Hanzo.
Yeah, and you can see Izzyaki knows that, right? He's on the highest of high grounds, like just firing away. It's pretty free for the Ana. Very unlikely that you're going to get a one tap by the Soldier. All right, the point's unlocked. London Spitfire free cap? No, okay, Smurf's back in time. Same with Decay. They're going to juggle this, wait for Smurf to get back up full HP. It's unfortunate that he's burnt his bubble already, but that's a really nice pick onto Lethal. Way less pressure on the front lines now for the London Spitfire. And yeah, they're going to forgo the...
And you can see both teams not wanting to be the initiator because you're using so many resources. Boston Uprising trying to push the agenda, but the Nano does have to come out to keep Smurf alive, and it will lead to Hardy going down. Another stagger, which should lead to some more percentage going up.
Yep, nice little triple there by Smurf. Landon does take one with him in Lijigon, but all good. That Nano came online so early. You saw how low Smurf was in that last fight. Just free healing, free ult charge for the Ana.
And Striker's done a great job in this round getting up this EMP, so the London Spitfire are going to have to route around and be careful. As you can see him looking down like a hawk, just waiting for the engage. Hardy gets in the front line.
EMP, Admiral, Hardy, and Spark.
No follow-up.
No follow-up, though, at all. Decay was on the sideline. Same with Smurf. Felt like only Striker was doing damage there. There's the rush to reinitiate for Landon. Even that shout being utilized too. That'll be up in a moment's notice, mind you, sitting in that rush. Pulse bomb onto Izzyaki, and now the Smurf in problem with the Primal Rage. Landon does have that swift step to teleport away if he does get in danger, but now Lijigon is the main target in the front line. He is booping people away, triggering the Inspire to heal the rest of his team, but without Izzyaki, he's left high and dry, or low and dry, I suppose. He was on the low ground. Boston Uprising do end up losing that point, and losing a key ultimate, that EMP too. There was very surprising there was no follow-up there in kills.
Yeah, a little bit of disconnect there, maybe a little bit too early from Striker, but I gotta give it to Lethal. He's a new player coming into this league, and I think he struggled so far in the Pro-Am and in his first match, but as Jake has said on the desk, he is a very talented player, and that Pulse Bomb opened that team fight up beautifully, then he was able to follow up with more. The London Spitfire need Lethal to be playing this well on the Tracer.
Shirali's going to have to be rather impactful from Lee Jae-gon to counteract that anti-healing from Hardy. Swings the axe through the bubble. Smurf does already find a kill. Might trade for it with his life, though. There's the Rampage. Lee Jae-gon, the only one effective with the anti-nade. In fact, look at that. They just pushed him into a corner. The IMAX is not going to help your son. Unfortunate for Lee Jae-gon. He was isolated from the rest of his team, and his Yaki looked like he couldn't follow up with any more healing. That Brig is pretty immortal. When she pops the rally, you get that overhealth, you get the extra armor, but the focus fire is just too good for London Spitfire there.
And Lee Jae-gon's actually going to switch over to the Lucio, and I like this switch. It feels like the London Spitfire have too much tempo control where they can choose when to go in and when to go out, and that might be some of the issues the Boston Uprising are having. Striker gets a little greedy, trying to get a bit more percentage, and actually goes down.
Dude,
another great stick by Lethal.
Lethal again. Izzyaki has no chance against this guy's pulse bombs. Boston Uprising, yeah, that's another reset. Looking final fight territory now. We'll see if the CMP can be more impactful. Strike is nearing his. Lethal is also kind of, he's squaring up right now.
Taking it to Decay.
Like you mentioned, rookie this year, feeling pretty clean with it. These pulse bombs, if you just keep doing that, taking down the Ana, there's no healing for Boston Uprising, really.
We need to see if Striker's EMP is going to get more value than the last one. Admiral does get hit by it. It's a solo EMP.
It's a solo EMP, and he still has that beat. Landon's going to heal him up as the Nano comes on to Smurf. He has managed to push Hardy onto the point, but that shout and the sound barrier from Admiral is going to keep him alive on the point, and Smurf overextending just a little bit. It is overtime for the London Spitfire. They're looking to take their first map. Lee Jae-gon got chased down. It's up to Decay and Striker to maybe find a touch, but they don't just do it. London Spitfire take the first map in the series.
Strikers EMP is just not finding the value. I like the idea, and we've seen people do this where you solo EMP the Lucio, but once again, a consistent theme throughout this first map. The follow-up and the synergy just wasn't there. Smurf was too far away. They couldn't get that kill that allows the London Spitfire to re-engage with the sound barrier and take map 1.
Yeah, feeling pretty good. If you're a London Spitfire fan, feeling pretty bad. If you're the desk who all pitted the Boston Uprising. Ooh, rough. That's a real rough one. Even Danny.
Danny, the London Spitfire believer, did not believe in them. And honestly, throughout this series, it feels like the London Spitfire very confident playing this Junker Queen style, and it's working very well against the Winston.
Yeah,
that could be something that the Boston Uprising will have to change if they are going to keep up with the London Spitfire in this series.
I mean, it's pretty rough for Smurf when you think about it against the Junker Queen. If you get a knife in you, the Gracie,
pull you back.
You can pull you back straight away, even if you have that leap up. So you have to time that well. Hollywood is going to be our next map, though, on the cards. We'll see what London Spitfire, if they want to continue running this Junker Queen, or maybe a little bit of Ryan. Come on, Huddy. I know you want to do it, son.
Not on Hollywood. Don't be ridiculous,
Oh,
Jack.
I mean, come on now. Come on. Maybe a little Junker Queen.
If anyone's going to do it, it's Hardy.
Yeah, exactly. It's the chatty. Right, we're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Boston, London. They're going to continue. London Spitfire already up a map over the Boston Uprising. Was it a close affair on Antarctic Peninsula, Scott?
Yeah, it was. You know, Boston took that round. Other than the first round, it was quite competitive, and you could see the upsides from both teams. We just had some subs coming through. We have Sky Ripper coming in for the London Spitfire, and on the other side, Birdering has decided to come in. I would expect to see some hit scan on Hollywood coming out from him.
Yes, sir. Some hit scan. Maybe Widow, maybe some Ashe. Seen a little bit more Ashe than I'd expected recently. But Cassidy did get nerfed.
25 health. It's a lot.
It makes a lot of sense. Plus Magnade as well. Also got changed. Have to wait and see what they want to play. But London Spitfire with that Junker Queen comp, kind of taking advantage of Smurf and the rest of the team just maybe not being perfectly on the same page. There were a couple of times where Strike would EMP. It was a decent EMP, but there was no follow-up. Yeah. But then, of course, a lot of the time we were on Striker's POV, so maybe they were, you know, scuffling with Hardy or something and getting pulled back in. Talking about how the knife from Junker Queen was pretty instrumental in kind of keeping Smurf in check. You really have to watch that leap cooldown when you do get knifed by the JQ.
And if you're looking at this Boston Uprising squad, Smurf is always a threat, especially when Winston is in the meta. So it'll be interesting to see what the Spitfire are going to do on this map, because Junker Queen, there's a lot of high grounds, there's a lot of space to control. That's hard to do as the Junker Queen, while Hardy, his Winston has much improved, but are they going to be able to take this mirror matchup against the Boston Uprising?
He do be on the phone, though. Monkey on the phone, top and bottom text.
Who he calling?
Who do we be calling? I don't know.
Who Winston be calling? Let us know on Twitter.
Call him for the strat. Hey, why did we lose map 1? Hey, come on, bro.
Yo, we're going to talk about Izzyaki, man.
Yeah, he's phoning Izziaki's agent, like, bro, like this guy. He do be trolling my games. All right, let's have a look what London Spitfire want to run. It's going to be Hardy on the Winston, Sparker lethal on Tracer and Hanzo. And so, yeah, Birdering is going to be playing Ashe. A lot of defensive capabilities from Boston Uprising. I mean, you're just kind of chilling with the boys, right? Up on the high ground. Lijigon and Izzyaki just kind of hanging out. And then you can use that coach gun to instantly disengage from people like Hardy.
Yeah, and that's going to be the name of the game. Just try and keep Birdering alive. Well, that's not a great coach gun, so it's going to force the team into a bad position. But Hardy is just getting bullied.
God. That's rough. That's real rough. Dude got bashed, he got whip-shotted, he got coach gunned, he got slapped, he got he got killed pretty quick. Rough life of a Winston out here.
Yeah. You know, main tank's feeling like they're doing all right these days, but it can always get hard sometimes. As you know, Sky Ripper is 50% up to that nano. That's the primary thing they're trying to charge up, but they're also just trying to give Sparker some room, try and get him some angles so he can try and find some picks. Birdering actually deciding to go on top of the elevator, which can be a bit of a death sentence if they can close the distance.
Yeah, didn't really want to aim check Sparker there. So he did get down to the ground. And now the engagement of Spitfire, potentially. I mean, Landon did get anti. Nice sleep onto Winston. Perfect backline play there from Sky Ripper and Landon.
Izziaki's 1 health. Oh! Lethal once again, finding an early pick onto Izzyaki. That's go time now for Spitfire.
God, he really does not like Izzyaki living for more than 5 seconds, that guy. Nano boost onto Hardy, looking where he needs to go. Oh, he did get stuck. Did you see that?
Nice,
he got stuck,
well.
jumped up in the sky, so Sky Ripper didn't end up going down. Smurf dead, and now they kind of flip sides. Birdering and Lijigon trying to hold down the fort, but Lijigon was like, nah. See you later. Did actually get killed on the exit, but Spitfire, pretty decent time. 2 minutes and a bit. And there we go, 4 minutes and 35 seconds to push that cart through second.
In a server right now with some of the greatest players to ever play Overwatch, I think Lethal is having the best performance right now on this Tracer. Somehow continuously finding picks into the backline. I don't know if there's a disconnect between Lijigon and Izzyaki, but right now he's running circles around.
Free high ground control. Nice anti again from Izzyaki. Hit 3 on height, but Boston Uprising weren't really in a position. Now they're going to regain control. Another nice anti, Sky Ripper and Hattie, purple. And Sky Ripper's dead. Wow, it was actually Izzyaki this time around. Smurf trying to... Well, he's trying to find somebody. There we go. Okay, found the Winston. Hardy now chilling there, get the mega health pack. And Lijigon going down doesn't really matter too much. I mean, Hardy got the mega there away from the Tracer, but it will be a reset. And Boston Uprising, they kind of lost control of the high ground pretty quick, but with Spitfire coming in with ults like Dragons, so easy to clear those places.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the nano boost out from Izzyaki just enables Smurf to play aggressively. But this is going to be a hard thing for them to deal with Izzyaki just playing aim trainer in the backline here, consistently keeping up the team. With the Hanzo, it's just too unpredictable to try and get that value, so they're going to need to try and push the cart slowly, but the Boston Uprising will be able to choose whenever they want to go.
Birdering with the early warning signal there. He knows Lethal's got pulse, maybe with his name on it. Oh, no. Doesn't even go for Izzyaki there. He actually went for Legion. Of course, I would imagine you'd know they have a rally, so sticking the Brigitte there would have been nice. Hardy clearing the people off the high ground the old-fashioned way with the Primal Rage. And there's a rally in the backline for Landon. Was antied for a moment, but look at this juggle. Smurf has to pop his own Primal Rage to get out of there. Izzyaki and Legion are going to be able to heal him up, but he is so low, has to back all the way out.
But that was great play by Smurf. He neutralizes the aggression from the Spitfire, forces out the rally, and then just gets out without anything. That's time off of the clock right there for only one ultimate. That's enabled Izzyaki to get back up to this nano boost. Now it's the Spitfire. The onus is on them with the nano boost. How is Hardy going to try and get on top of them? Oh my, Birdring living with 1 health.
Wow. Don't know how he lived, but he did. He had 22 HP. Asleep into Hardy. Only 3.5 seconds, though, on that sleep now after the last patch. But more than enough time, really, to wait for that nano to wear out. Decay's Pulse Bomb thrown out somewhere, but it ended up missing. No kills on the kill feed just yet. Dragon Strike to clear out the high ground, but another great dive from the Boston Uprising. This is very in contrast to what we saw on the first map. They seem to be on the same page. Oh, nice little bash there to stop Hardy getting away.
And this is what we expected from this series in the Winston mirror. As much as Spitfire have improved in playing these compositions, it's the Boston Uprising. You got Smurf on Winston, you got Decay on Tracer, you got one of the best backlines in history as well, and Legion and Izzyaki feeling a lot more in sync on this second point. Spitfire not really coming up with any answers. They're going to have to look once again to Lethal with a Pulse Bomb to open it up. Yeah,
Lethal's Pulse. I mean, you've got to get Izzyaki again. He's going to, you know he has nano. You just know it. Birdring walking around with an arrow in him. All good. And Izzyaki, in fact, moving forwards. If Smurf gets nanoed here, he can just drop on people. Maybe get Hardy off the high ground first, though. That'd be quite nice. Ninth whip shot. Okay, so maybe go in now. Yeah, whip shot used. Instant engage there from Smurf. Bubble goes down. No sleep. No nade. And that will be a Boston Uprising just pushing them to their limits right now. Dynamite thrown in on top of that. And then Decay on the side. Beautiful engage just off of that one cooldown used from the Brig.
Yeah, and that's how minute every decision really matters, especially for the best Winstons in the world. He recognizes that push isn't there. That's go time. Instantly calls for that nano. And once again, just the sheer presence of mind by Smurf realizes he doesn't need to pop that Primal Rage so they have another tool to engage.
Double support ultimate for the London Spitfire. As Hardy tries for the 16th time to take control of this high ground. He does get anti, pops the Primal. Izzyaki in his sights as he's trying to boop him around, but he's got Legion gone right next to him, and look, Scott, in the kill feed. Yeah, Birdring's doing Birdring things with the help of Bob. Backline dead, Lethal down, 20 seconds to go. Spitfire with 2 ults against a rally and a pulse. This is looking rather rough, and will they be even get there in time? Like, look at this. Look at Smurf.
Smurf standing at the door like a bouncer, like, hey, you guys can't come through here.
There. They can't touch, surely. Lethal has no chance. He gets nanoed. Blink, blink, blink. Not quite enough. The Dragons, unfortunately, can't contest payload. Fun fact. Boston Uprising, they managed to defend on that second point very, very well. Again, super on the same page now, unlike the first map.
Yeah, and we're just not seeing enough value come out from the London Spitfire with their ultimates. We saw, and we've complimented Smurf so much on this map of how much value he gets with every single one of these. Hardy just didn't get the same. We saw him juggling Izzyaki, but he can't get that follow-through, he can't get the kill, and guess what? You got to pick your poison. Birdring's on the high ground, takes down 3. And that is the power of the Boston Uprising, is there's threats all over the place.
The power of the bird. There he goes.
It's good to see him back.
It is good to see, honestly, yes. Birdring was the first jersey I bought, actually, in 2018. Yeah, it wasn't you, unfortunately.
Man,
it wasn't you, mate. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was a Platinum Tracer player back then, so you know the vibes. Platinum DPS
Still are?
Bro, my Tracer is horrific. Horrific levels of bad. I'm a Torb Widow 2 trick, actually, I'll have you know.
Can confirm.
Can confirm. I mean, okay, so this is where Birdring... Oh my, so Hardy booped him down to this position. Dynamite, Bob... and a whole lot of kills for Birdring. That is pretty nasty. Not really Hardy's fault there at all either. He's just trying to displace people on the high ground.
Yeah, he did his job.
Yeah, just so happens he put Birdring in a position where he can carry. So, pretty rough.
The nitty-gritty details don't matter too much. He did it. I got my one.
Yeah, I got my one. That's it. But Birdring got his 3. So.
Yeah, that's the problem. We're actually going to see Birdring move over to the Hanzo on attack because the Ashe is just not able to stay alive. What happens is when the dive comes through, when you step up, that coach stun isn't enough to keep you alive. So the Hanzo also has their opportunity to just log you from across the map, which is very difficult to deal with. So the London Spitfire are going to have to start finding solutions to this backline problem from the Boston Uprising because they haven't been able to take them down so far.
All right, let's see what they got. It was close. Wow. Huddy just jumped security and just annihilated Izayaki. You can see where Lee J gone was. He was actually with the rest of his team.
He's in the front line.
Yeah, he's in the front line, just swinging at people. That's a decent trade, though. You end up maybe falling here. Decay still killing people. That's 4 kills for Decay. Maybe a 5th soon, or could be a 4th even. I think that was 3. I think Smurf did get 1 of them at least. Free tick for Boston. Can they recontest? I mean, they do have lethal. Yeah, but Smurf is here too. Are they going to go for a better setup on second? No, they're actually going to go in. Lethal has pulse bomb though. Scott and Izayaki is in security now, just hanging with Lee J gone.
He's getting packed, so he's staying alive just for now, but it's just not enough. They need to start finding some picks. You can see Sparker in this off angle, but he's being pushed away. But Birdering pick is going to open it up.
Okay, no more ults used by Boston Uprising. Izayaki at Birdering already dead. Skyriper does get traded. Not going to matter though, or shouldn't at least. That was a nice nade from Skyriper, just killing Birdering to start that fight off. I mean, there's no escape here, Legion. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way, right? There's no... Oh, he escaped somehow. Izayaki spawned just in time to save him. That would have been a nice stagger if they got it, but unfortunately.
That's the poetic nature of Izayaki and Lee J Gun. Izayaki saves Lee J Gun every time, and whenever Izyaki's in trouble, Lee J Gun's in the front line.
Just running away from him.
He's like, sorry, man, I'm getting my one. You know, it's all about that for the Boston Uprising. But now ultimates are coming up. Landon has the rally, same for Lee J Gun. How are we going to see Boston Uprising try and sort of navigate around this? You can see Spark is doing a great job of not allowing them to just step up, but Lee J got in the front line with the rally.
Yeah, double rally. Spark is getting a lot of that overhealth. Smurf doing negative damage with that Primal Rage. More displacement tool than anything else, and Birdring's down again. In fact, both teams end up losing their Hanzos as now Smurf has leapt in with a nano boost. Good sleep, but it's up to Smurf to really win this fight for them. Both supports are just running for the hills, or at least trying to. You see both supports are sticking together here, but Decay's there to just tear them apart. And that will be the first point, I would imagine, unless Hardy has some crazy amount of damage to work with. No, Dragon's on point, isn't going to do too much, and that will be the checkpoint unlocked.
It's an expensive fight for the Spitfire. They really committed everything to try and hold on that point. We're actually going to see a switch over to Sombra from Birdring. This is a look we saw in the first match from them as well. And you know, Birdring's a very talented player who can play anything, but a sleep onto Lethal should give them a lot of card progress. And Boston Uprising, you're going to see them. They're going to take the bridge then. They're going off to the top of the roof. They'll hold that high ground. So now the Spitfire have an uphill battle to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, you have Mega Health Pack control by Smurf. You have the Mega Health Pack if you really need it for the supports. Like, so much of that space that Lethal could also use to pick up health packs, not rely on his team, has been just taken away instantly. It's all about the rest of the gang now for London to try and get to the high ground, because it's going to be a rough time fighting upwards, that's for sure. I think Sun Tzu wrote that somewhere. It's a tough time fighting for to high ground. Decay with 2. Wow. Okay.
Just like that.
All right. Well, there you go.
And you got to look where the golden box of victory is as well. It's not that far away. Lethal needs to try and stay alive, but Decay is just hunting him down.
Nice
gets hacked on the way out.
He's good. No, he's not.
He's not. He's not.
Decay's there.
Decay caught him, and this is going to be desperation mode for the Spitfire. They have no ultimates. They have no Tracer to touch. Hardy is going to be the one out.
Primal Rage for Smurf too. He can keep him locked up in that cinema, or in the production house, I should say. No, Izyaki's dead. EMP. Primal Rage, surely it's all over now. Look at Landon just struggling to hit anybody. Decay and Birdring just dancing circles around him. Decay almost getting the one clip 2 on Lethal, and that'll be it. Boston Uprising. The complete turnaround on map number 2. That was a roll.
A decisive win in the Winston Mirror, and that has to be an eye-opener if you're the London Spitfire coaching staff of, we can't take this on. There is no minor adjustments or small changes that you can make that is going to make you able to beat this Uprising. The map pool is going to be important in this series because we saw, on the other hand, it doesn't feel like the Boston Uprising had an answer to the London Spitfire's Junker Queen style. Smurf just wasn't able to get anywhere near the same amount of value.
Yeah, we'll see if London can turn this one around. But yeah, very 2 distinct styles. You don't want to face Smurf in the Winston Mirror. I mean, even this first point, to be fair, too, there are a lot of times where you are relying on just Skyrip and Lantern staying alive to get the sleeps onto Smurf, get the nade on themselves or onto someone else. But you also have a long-range hit scan specialist in Birdring. I mean, look at that. That's beautiful stuff, really.
No other team, I think, in the world has ever been like, let's just bench Striker and put Birdring into the lineup, right? They have a wealth of options. The biggest issue that I think the Boston Uprising has is that they need to make substitutions to have this level of flexibility. It's going to be hard, I think, because we know how prominent Winston is in this meta, and Decay is coming alive on this Tracer. He's been so strong at it, but Shambali Monastery as the next map, it's been a weird one. It is a very unsolved map so far. We've even seen a Mercy Bastion just recently in the Seoul Derby, so anything could come out.
That was pretty wicked, I will say.
No, it wasn't. It was awful.
Yeah, it was terrible. It was fun. No, you know what it was? It was fun.
I don't care about fun in my competitive Overwatch, Jack.
It's all about fun at the end of the day. Entertainment product, by the way. Shambali Monastery, this makes it fun because it's kind of unsolved and there's no like best comp or like preferred comp to kind of run. We'll have to wait and see. Can London still play the JQ tackle Smurf? After this break, we'll find out. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Boston Uprising and the London Spitfire 1 apiece so far. Shambali Monastery up next. Substitutions coming in for Boston Uprising. Kalios is in. Smurf is out. Lijigon out. Twilight in. The king on the Ana.
He's such a good Ana player. We've seen him just turn series and turn maps for not just the Boston Uprising recently, but for the San Francisco Shock in the past. One of the greatest flex supports coming off of the bench. I can't reiterate how crazy their bench is. And it's just a great performance from Boston Uprising on Hollywood so far, but this is a very different map, Jack.
He was on the bench for the Shock too. Remember, Shock had the Omega roster. They had the crazy. They had Tayo. They had Nero. They had everybody. And
Super play Genji. That's how crazy it was.
Violet play Cassidy. Yeah, right. And Twilight was on that team, sat on the bench, and every now and then would come in for Voskaya Industries of all maps. Yes, that is a map, by the way. It's,
it's gone. Thankfully, I say so. No changes from the London Spitfire makes me think that they have to have something in plan for this, because historically, they were always the best when they had the power of friendship and they had those 5 players in, when they had Backbone in, when they had Admiral being able to play that Lucio. But with the additions of Skyripper and Lethal, both great players in their own right, it doesn't feel like when they are all in though, it hasn't come together in the same way that we saw from them last year.
Yeah, that powerful ability. The power of friendship. Very strong. Very strong. That's why.
Well, now you have to say it.
That's why we went 1-9 the other day. We played together. All right, enough of that. Twilight, of course, on the Ana, who's really surprised there, but we're actually going to see Kalios on the D.Va instead. So no Smurf in, so no Winston. Kalios much more of a off-tank player, so playing things like D.Va makes sense here. And Spitfire, okay, so they're not going to run Queen. They're just going to run Hardy on the Winston, try and get that high ground away from Kalios, but...
Oh, wow.
Murdering, okay.
A couple of dinks.
Yeah, a couple of little headshots there with Storm Arrow. That's pretty good.
And the London Spitfire deciding to stick with the same thing, confident in their gameplay. It will be slightly different with Kalios on this D.Va. What that'll mean is they won't have the same level of aggression that Smurf was putting out, but it's a lot more defensive, and it's very difficult for Hardy to go anywhere without just taking constant damage, because as soon as he jumps, you can see Kalios is just looking at him, waiting to go with those micro missiles and follow behind him.
Yeah, the thrusters from D.Va on a short cooldown than the leap, worth keeping in mind. Speaking of dive, though, look, Kalios is kind of holding down the fort on his own right now. Look at his Spark. Spark is trying to step up. Yeah. He's trying to get an angle on the backline of the Uprising right now, but Kalios refusing to move, no matter how high or low his HP is. The perfect bodyguard for the rest of the team right now. The Boston Uprising's backline is going to be pretty tough to deal with anyway. I love that little doorway, that little nook and cranny there. It's so hard to get an angle. You saw Sparker trying to force his way there, and you can play around it with the brig too. Man, it's tough to know the backline.
It's actually a really interesting choke point that you saw the Boston Uprising. That's where they wanted to take that fight. Sparker hitting a log from across the map onto Twilight. That should mean that Boston's going to back up like Decay. I thought he was going to throw that one.
Yeah, so did I. I thought he had it in him, but deciding against it, maybe just waiting for 5, come back again, then push on. But they will end up pushing, because of that pick, they will be able to push the payload around this first corner, or second corner here, so not the worst thing in the world. Getting a little space is always important.
And they have to be careful. Decay is just lurking in their backline, looking for this pulse bomb. Doesn't even need it. Wow. Takes down Skyripper for what feels like almost free, and you can see the London Spitfire realizing, well, there's no going backwards. The only way we can go is forwards. Lethal pulse bomb eaten by Kalios, and 1 minute 40 seconds remaining, Jack. This is not looking good so far for the London Spitfire.
Yeah, it's really not. Dragon Strike used, and that was it for Boston. So they've still got
cosmetic
Rally.
ult, right?
They got Nano. Yeah, I mean, it is a cosmetic ult. Come on. Come on now.
Especially no dive meta.
I mean, we've seen a few kills. It was quite funny. Decay, pulse bomb in hand? No. Wow, being very conservative with his pulse.
I would have thrown it about 20 times by now.
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem, right? You don't want to hold him for too long, because you could have built up another one, had more impact, you know, so...
But you can also, on the other hand, as you said, you could build another one. This fear of the pulse bomb has the London Spitfire worried. This is why it feels like it's so slow going. Moving up, Kalios is hyper-aggressive. He's actually going to take the nano boost.
Yep. Anti in the backline, Skyripper and Landon. There is the pulse bomb. Yeah, no eating of the dragons there, but it's not like he needed it. All good, because Kalios is right there. He gets 2 kills off the back of that nano. I mean, Boston Uprising kind of playing this expertly, like perfectly on this first point. I mean, this is where they wanted to hold. They weren't afraid to let go of that early high ground because they know their comp is so good and so defensible up that long hill. Hard for Hardy to get value. Lethal's having a rough time getting a pulse bomb past Kalios.
Yeah.
Feels good.
And they're actually going to go hyper-aggressive with the rally of their own going into the small room.
Ultimate available from Kalios too, that self-destruct online. Iziaki does end up going down. Nice little steeple. Kalios wasn't able to eat the sleep there, unfortunately. And Landon does get nano, so Landon was just swinging in that small room. An overcommit there from Boston Uprising. Their defense looks so clean, and now it's over on that first point. It's only Birdering to touch. There you go. Decay gets there just a moment too late.
Yeah, you can.
Kalios just throwing self-destructing.
I wonder if he's going to switch. That would make sense if he's going to switch. Actually, I think it was Vicky who made an interesting point recently of like people have been using their ults to switch, but with retaining 30% ultimate, you have to think, oh, well, never mind, he didn't switch. That was just a bad D.Va ult. We'll just go for that one. But interesting choice, but they tried to catch a Spitfire with their pants down. Didn't work, but I like the idea. You know, their proactive play is what's got them into this position to begin with, but this is one of the hardest points to push if you're the offensive team because the defensive setup is just so protected.
It is crazy how defensive favor this point feels. Pulse bomb. Yeah, you see that armor pipe being flung out?
Doesn't help.
Doesn't help. Yeah, doesn't help. It's unfortunate. And that Dragon Strike, to be fair, as much as it is sometimes a cosmetic ultimate, especially in that tight corridor, pretty devastating. Splits you up and can definitely pick up kills. Decay still just tussling with Lethal.
He's an absolute menace. And it's awesome to see Decay. You know, we've memed the Washington Justice for the last couple of years, but Decay has always been a phenomenal player. And that's why we're so excited to see him be here on this Boston Uprising squad, surrounded by players who have won championships. And that's the hope for this franchise.
Wow, Decay. Jeez, forcing the recall. Oh, yeah, Kalios is hot on his trail, too. There's a Tracer and bigger Tracer. Making sure Lethal is feeling the burn. That rally to try and sustain through this fight. There's the nano. Sky Ripper and Landon purpled again. Twilight is just an absolute beast on this Ana pick. Just making the backline work for it. Landon even popped that rally. I mean, you get the overhealth there, Scott, but if you're antied with no heals from the Inspire, you're going to get 1 to 2 shield bashes out at a time when you use the ultimate to get that stun, but that's about it.
Well, that's the big trade-off, that you now get that 100 armor that pops onto you instantly, but the unfortunate thing is you don't get the overhealth for yourself, which is what made you so self-sustaining. You're healing yourself, plus you're getting overhealth. That's why Brig felt like a raid boss from time to time. Shout out to Jake when he got the nano raid boss back on Volskaya Industries of all things. But we're running out of time, 12 seconds. Decay throws the pulse bomb by the wayside, and they only have Primal Rage and Dragon.
10 seconds to go. Kalios with that self-destruct. Let's not try and throw this one away, but it might be too easy to use, honestly, in this corridor. Iziaki from the skies just bonks Sky Ripper on the head. I mean, even Spark is dead. There's a rally to chew through as well. If you're the London Spitfire, you have to contest the point. Lethal's already hit the recall on the point too, mind you. Kalios' self-destruct finds Landon, and you'd imagine that's about it. Hardy with the saving Primal Rage, or not quite saving them, unfortunately, this time. And that will be the payload stopped just before that second point on that corner. We'll get, I guess, confirmation in a second where that golden box of victory is. I don't think it was up by the archway. It could be fairly important, but the way Boston Uprising are playing right now, it's tough for London to really do anything. Subbing Kalios in on the D.Va to protect their backline. They have Twilight and Ana God, and then you also have Decay, like you mentioned, being a menace and just forcing Lethal's recall so he can't do anything. And then you have to get through Kalios, and then you have to get through the Brig. Like, man.
You can see the Uprising making an adjustment of Lethal was causing problems earlier in the series, and I feel like Decay has started matching Lethal, and they've started chasing him down, not allowing him to just exist in your backline. So that's why he's not finding as many values with the Pulse Bomb, but Spitfire just doesn't feel like they're ever in control. They're never in the driving seat. It feels like they're always on the defensive side, and with how strong this Boston Uprising squad is and how aggressive their backline likes to play, it can be difficult to deal with.
Let's have a look at this little 2K from Iziaki. Oh yeah, look at this
from the top rope.
Just gets him. God, the concussion after that whip shot. Yeah, and then good luck getting past Iziaki. Twilight's right next to him. He's giving Twilight over health, and yeah, good luck. Oh, he's just swinging.
Oh, a Tracer.
Whoa, thanks for the kill. That's a free stat line for you. All right. Boston, I can imagine they're going to run the same thing. Izzyaki maybe just amping out and then switching over to the Brig, because it's looking pretty immortal right now for the Boston Uprising. Looking pretty clean. Yep, there's the speed. All good. We'll see how Spitfire can change things up here. Are they going to try and hold this first corner and then just repeatedly dive in onto the back line? It's questions yet to be answered.
Yeah, Birdring over onto this Sombra as well. Heidi's going to have to be careful. As soon as he tries to go aggressive, I wouldn't be surprised to see Birdring sort of hacking him, isolating, just sort of causing problems all around. And they can play around the EMP as well if they get that to just close out the first point. They don't have that far to go in this map.
Early first push, like, we've already got the payload around the first corner. Nice sleep in a D-Mech. Not something you'd usually see against a D.Va of Kalios' caliber. Man, it is crazy too. I think this happened last year, where it was Kalios' first time back in the league. He was in the Overwatch League on, the Boston Uprising, originally, way back when. Went down to Open Division, then to Trials, then to Contenders, now back in the league for his second year in a row. Man, this guy is just an absolute workhorse, just perfecting the craft.
He's a role player, right? He comes in, he has to play those off tanks, and he's playing it beautifully right now. Good pick by Sparker. That's 2 fights consistently back-to-back for the Spitfire, and the time can dwindle. They're currently making this defensive setup from the Uprising. As much as they're playing the Sombra and they can get that dive, because Kalios is playing D.Va, it can be hard to play that, and the London Spitfire just not letting them out the doors.
All right, second time's a charm there.
I didn't see anything the first time. What are you talking about?
All good, no, nothing at all. Don't worry. EMP coming up, like you said. Birdring trying to get as much charge as he can, but no one's in his sight. Another nice eat by Kalios. Might not matter though, Izzyaki and Twilight dead. Those logs from Sparker, those arrows, hitting quite easily by the looks of it. Sparker's already turning up right now on the Hanzo.
Yeah.
Opening the fight up twice in a row.
And Sparker really is that superstar player for the London Spitfire. We saw it last year, and that's why there were some questions, right? Of like, why would you sub out Sparker in their last series? He's been a mainstay in this series so far for this reason. His Hanzo, his hit scan is just so flexible, has so much firepower. And you pair that with the coordination from the Spitfire, and that's a deadly combo.
EMP available for Birdring now. His first in the match so far. There will be a sleep and an anti onto Kalios. Can they clean up this mech? EMP's pretty large. Hits 4, hits 3 even. Can they follow up? There's Decay with the pulse. Gets 1. After that rally comes off from Landon now. There is a Dragon Strike to split the rest of the Boston Uprising. They're trying to make him work for these kills, and they're not making him work hard enough. Twilight, Izzyaki, a nano boost flung onto the Brig to make sure Izzyaki stays alive. And Boston now pushing around that second corner. That was a nice EMP. Follow-up from Decay looked good. Even with Kalios down, they were like, that's more than okay. Like, we know London's gonna put pedal to the metal here after that EMP hit.
Yeah, and now we're getting into 1 minute remaining for Boston Uprising. This is the important fight for the Spitfire, and they have both ultimates to enable Hardy here. He's going to be able to go deep. Izzyaki does have the rally to match, though.
Yep, that nano boost and Prime Rage available. Landon hasn't got rally. He actually nanos the Brig. Okay, so Prime was going off and nano Brig in the front line. You see Hardy trying to boot people back in, but that rally from Izzyaki, look at the health bars on the Boston Uprising side. They're pretty much full. Sparker had to back out as he got antied, and now Skyripper's in trouble. A ball spawn from Decay hits 2. Boston Uprising lost their back line and their front line. Decay calling the janitor, he cleaning up. That will be 4 kills for the Tracer. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. That golden box of victory in their sights just before that second point.
Disgusting from Decay. Absolute menace on this Tracer, taking over. A lot of people question, why is Striker not on the Tracer? That is exactly why. Decay is performing very well, but I didn't like that nano onto the Brig. It felt like they weren't strong enough with the Winston or the Brig. So some questionable choices by the Spitfire, but there is still a chance. As we said earlier, this is a very difficult fight to take and play aggressively because you're moving uphill. Spitfire teasing the window right now, might jump out of it.
Kalios permanently boop, 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 matrix, so you can't get any shots down, you can't get any healing down. EMP available, yep, from Birdring. He do be chilling out right now on the sidelines. Hardy trying to maybe get someone, get a little poke in to reveal him, but Birdring's not really worried about that anymore. An EMP after the hack. Hardy had absolutely no chance of surviving. The Boston Uprising with another quite a clean map to one of the series match point as well. Those substitutions coming in, working out perfectly. Boston Uprising coming to a map with a game plan, they stick to it, and it works out.
Yeah, and London, as I said in the last map on Hollywood, we see it again, just outmatched in this composition. But if you want to get some copium, the next 2 maps, it's going to be push, it's going to be control again. Maps where London Spitfire can feel more at home, but this is the man that they have to try and shut down.
Yeah.
Decay on this Tracer is just running rings around them.
Yeah, it's really rough. I mean, Lethal really started it up on Antarctic Peninsula. Those pulse bombs made Izyaki's life miserable. But did he get his shield broken? He did. Wow, that sucks. That really sucks.
Wow,
that's rough.
As a support player, it's
yeah,
like,
right.
damn.
You got your shield up. You're like, okay, I'm going to survive the bomb, and you just see the health ticking down. You're like, no. Try to time it as perfectly as you can. But yeah, there you go. Decay on the Tracer. The Tracers for both teams right now kind of showing up. Lethal, a little bit of a quieter one as Kalios has been just a point guard, basically, just making sure he can't get any value. And the backline too. Looking pretty clean for the Boston Uprising. 3-1 in their sights. London want to take it to a map 5. They need to take Esperanza. We're going to jump to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a second. Welcome back. Boston Uprising making some changes going into the next map after what was quite a dominant performance. We do have Mr. Lee Jae-gon back in, and we also have Smurf. So original lineup as they started the map with, and Boston Uprising, like, do they need some changes? I mean, sure, because they're looking rather clean on every single comp right now.
They've looked quite clean with both sets of players, with Kalios, with Twilight coming in. On the other hand, the London Spitfire going back to the power of friendship with Backbone and Admiral returning to the lineup. And this is sort of what I was hoping for and expecting going into this one, because it's really where they are at their best. It is their signature style to play as a unit rather than that Winston, Brig, Ana style. As much as they have great players and it's quite good, it's not as good as Boston. Decay didn't die last map. Zero donut. They need to find another way to deal with it.
Mad. Backbone and the boys, the gang, yeah, they want to play that style, just like run and gun, just like get up in your faces, right? We know Backbone is super clean when it comes to things like Mei, and Esperanza is a map you can play right. You can play a lot of these like brawlier heroes. Even JQ, you could still play JQ here. You can play JQ with a Mei too to help JQ close the distance on teams, close the distance on tanks. So we'll see what they want to run as we get into this map. But right now, the Boston Uprising, like you said, they are looking nasty with it.
Yeah, and if you are the London Spitfire, you have to go back to what worked. The Junker Queen on Hardy was obviously making Smurf's life hell. He needs to go back to that style, and as much as it's maybe not ideal, I think the Los Angeles Gladiators proved in the Pro-Am that sometimes just playing what you're comfortable and what you're good at is better than trying to match them in what you think the meta is.
Yeah, I mean, there doesn't really feel like there's a meta solidified right now. Like, maybe you could say this kind of monkey initiator, like with the Ana and then a Brig or a Lucio in the backline, but then teams are just like, lads, like, you can play Ram, you can play the JQ. There's no solidified meta, which is what's great about the opening week of the Overwatch League, right? And I hope this kind of continues where it's really about playing your strengths. It will get boiled down. I know it will get boiled down, but right now what we're seeing is great because London can play these styles of play that fits their compositions, fits their team very well. Brine, JQ, etc. But the Boston, they are going toe-to-toe with them. Lethal just completely erased from the map. It was tough for him to do anything, and compared to what Decay did on that map, yeah, it's not great.
Decay Tracer has been a thing of legends for such a long time, and you know he's a guy who they said he's kind of like the leader of this team. He's bringing the confidence, and with performances like these, he's leading by example. An 80% pulse bomb attach rate with 0 deaths,
with 5 pulse bomb kills too,
16 final blows.
Yeah,
that's hard to deal with no matter what composition that you're playing. So we need to see potentially a matching or just go against it, play things that the Tracer is not going to be as effective against.
What kind of comp do you expect London to run then?
I think you need to play faster. And that's sort of what they did in the first map is, you know, what was happening is Decay wasn't getting the opportunity to run around the map, get onto the backline. By the time he tried to do anything, someone was dead. If they play that clumped together style, Decay won't have those opportunities to just run around them and sort of take them apart one by one.
And you're seeing the highlights right here. I mean, yeah, okay, that was a finish-off kill. That was Smurf's kill. Let's be real ourselves here. But the amount of pressure that he puts on, here you go. It was their EMP on first. Stick onto the Ana, easy peasy. And then because the backline is playing so close together, you get situations like this. Blink, stick, and double kill.
That pulse bomb onto Sky Ripper with that EMP, if he doesn't land that, that could have been a first point hold. It could have looked very differently because that EMP wouldn't have found value. They wouldn't have had, you know, the rally would have been coming through. They would have had that overhealth, and then potentially they're able to play that aggressive style and win it. So Decay coming up with clutch plays. It's going to be interesting, though. We're going on to Esperanza real soon. It's a very different map, very open. We know that the Lucio can be a better look for them, but with Lee Jae-gon coming in as well, you know, maybe the Boston Uprising will change things up.
Yeah, we'll see. Lee Jae-gon, Lucio, maybe?
I don't think I've ever seen him play Lucio.
No, never. Surely never. Never in history. Let's have a look. But with Backbone in, you're like, okay, well, maybe a little silliness. Mei. It's not really that silly for London, to be fair. The silly heroes. I think we've seen a lot of silly heroes compared to like every other season. Torb we've seen a fair bit of, which is great. Bastion, of course. Mei. There's been a little bit sim here and there too. Like I said, the meta's like super open. It feels really good to see a lot of things being played. But Esperanza is definitely a map in the map pool, that's for sure.
Thanks, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm going somewhere with it. The high ground is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
If you win that first fight, you overlook the first point, that first checkpoint.
Yeah.
It's just such an unbelievably hard recontest for the team that lost that first fight. And if you put your support on the high ground, you're having to go either around with a speed boost or leap up to the height. Like, it's really tough. So this first fight is critical to success on this map.
And Backbone's coming out on the Sombra, a pick that I think he struggled with in their first match against the Washington Justice. It didn't feel like he was able to find EMP value. He was getting picked a lot. So they're confident in their style, but they're going to play this Sombra Reaper, which means they're upping the tempo, especially with Landon on this Kiriko. They are going to play this 6-man style who's just going to try and get onto Izayaki. And you can see he's scared for his life. He's already backing up.
Yeah, he Smurf too. Hacked, leapt away. Huddy is on the wrong side of the map right now, but it shouldn't be too much time before Admiral and Land and everybody else do get back on top of him. Another hack onto Lee J gone. Birdring's POV on the Sojourn. Quite easy to farm off the Winston, quite a large head hitbox, so you're going to get those railguns quite often. You don't get as much charge when you do hit the bubble, but there is a railgun shot. Even a body shot can be a go sign for the team. He's got 100 charge right now, a leap up into the skies. He's got Admiral in his sights. Admiral is so low, and Lee Jigon just finishes him off with a boot.
Yeah, and London Spitfire just never really finding their opportunity to go. They're playing the Reaper, so they need to. They were getting some good hacks.
Ooh, Lee Jigon,
okay. Gets a couple on the way out, but that's going to be first fight going to the Boston Uprising. And the Sojourn's an interesting pick here from Birdring because, as you said, the charge doesn't go up as much. They've nerfed it so that it's not a one-shot as much. It does like 190 damage now with a full charge. So the follow-up does need to be there for the Boston Uprising, but we know that's what they've been doing so well so far in this series.
Oh yeah. High ground control. Imperative, like I said, but the bot didn't really push that far, so going under the bridge, that's where you really want to take a height if your supports, if it's in this position. Not so much. Sparker forced to raid. Decay with a pulse bomb in hands already. Look at everybody lining up from Suzu's got time too. Easy pulse. No, ends up hitting the wall. Boston Uprising are going to send out that beat, but Izayaki didn't receive that overshield. And now going down. Hardy with the Primal Rage. A perfect isolation kill onto the main healer of the Boston Uprising. And that should be London's fight to win. They're just going to chase the remaining stragglers out.
Yeah, that Kitsune rush is just so much speed, just so much damage, and it's just too much for the Boston Uprising to deal with. And as you said, Jack, unable to keep Izayaki alive with the sound barrier not going onto him. Now we have the EMP, the Death Blossom, the Primal Rage for London Spitfire. It's very difficult to deal with, especially now they don't have that sound barrier. Birdring, though, we've known him. He's shut down hopes and dreams in the past. He has that overclock. It's such a high quality ultimate because you can just change the fight without anyone being able to do it.
EMP hits two, Birdring and Lee J gone, and the Death Blossom on top. Yeah, EMP and a Blossom. Yeah, he's not surviving that, unfortunately.
Oh, Primal Rage.
Okay, Smurf. I mean, they have killed Landon. Not a crazy amount of healing left, but you are still dueling in the neutral versus a Sombra, so very hard fight to win. Smurf pops the Primal and just uses it to escape.
Yeah, no, that was a great shutdown on Birdring. Great follow-up with that EMP. You couldn't have asked for anything better. Lee J Gun is going to switch over to the Brig, recognizing that they just need more sustainability, and they're not utilizing the speed boost. They're just trying to anchor and hold down the fort.
Lantern. I mean, Admiral, sorry. Dance with death there a little bit. And Decay's already dead. Wow. Okay. Are they going to be able to make something of this? I mean, they've got that overclock still, Scott, but I think that's about it. And Hardy with the Primal Rage, if Birdring goes for any aggressive push, he can just pop Primal
in his face
and just poop him away, pretty much.
Yeah, just Birdring not able to find anything with that one. Hardy holding on to this Primal. Doesn't get it off, though. A pretty dire mistake, and that's probably going to, you know, spread. Yeah, the London Spitfire just have nowhere to go. That's a great anti-nade from Izayaki as well.
That was crazy. And then Lee Jae-gon just soul winging on through. That was an anti-nade with the disruptor shot on top too, so that's a lot of ticking damage. Oh, Birdring now on the Sombra instead, so no more Soj. Going on to Sombra.
I think the Sombra is just a more consistent pick, and you can get these hacks, you can isolate players. So, you know, we saw the Sojin has that high skill ceiling, but if you can't shoot anything because there's a Winston constantly in your face, you just can't do anything with that. Sparker does get anti, but manages to hold on to that Wraith Form, but they want to keep the advantage.
Look at this pressure onto Backbone right now. Decay just firing shots straight at him. Suzu's already been used. There you go, Decay. Didn't want to mess with the kunais. Kunai a body shot with a kill him. EMP hits forward, and that will be a dead Izayaki. Lee Gon, look at that. He's hitting that rally, but no one's getting that overhealth at all because there's too much damage being flung out by Spitfire. Yet again, Landon's rush just saving the day.
Yeah, EMP, Kitsune rush, just too much to deal with. Lee Gon goes, you know what, actually, I'm not a fan of that Brig. I'm going to go back to my Lucio. Never mind, I'm going to go back to Brig. Okay, Lee Gon's just trolling me.
Baited.
But that should be the checkpoint coming out for it. The Boston Uprising kind of look like they want to contest this. They don't want to give this one away.
No, yeah. Decay double, triple blinks in, hits the recall, gives Smurf enough time to get back. EMP for Birdring.
Almost.
Nano onto Smurf. He's in the front line, so he's not going to die. He's repeatedly getting hacked. But there's the leap in and the Primal Rage. Hardy's going to do the same thing here to try and push the rest of Boston Uprising away, but Avril piles on that pressure with that beat, but the EMP from Birdring is just too good.
Just such good macro play there from the Boston Uprising. First of all, able to stop that checkpoint from going through. Decay just sort of dancing around the bot, and then Smurf takes over, gets the Nano, then uses the Primal Rage, just giving their team time for Birdring to get that EMP up and for that to be the nail in the coffin for the London Spitfire. London still does have that advantage, but neither team has pushed it very far so far in this map, Jack.
Yeah, no checkpoints unlocked for either team. These comps are very quick, so you just kind of imagine that would be the case. Oh, there's the Shadow Step onto the high ground. Smurf got hacked again. Dude. He's lost control of his password manager at this rate. There's... Dude is perma-hacked. London Spitfire take control of the bot once more. Birdring in the back, trying to set up for a hack and a dive. There's the pulse, went somewhere. Didn't get kills, but he got the kill onto Landon at least. We'll say it was a space creating one. Wraithform already used it. Look at this. Boston Uprising surgically taking care of the London Spitfire. Like, again, this is Birdring setting up the back and Decay always at an off angle. There's 3 different angles Boston Uprising are injecting themselves in the fight.
And I was really curious why Uprising were just giving them so much space. They conceded the high ground, went to their high ground, but they're almost laying a trap, waiting for the Spitfire to bait into it. Now it's the Spitfire's turn. Are they going to be able to stop this checkpoint from coming through? No.
Wow. Yeah, butt scratch mode initiated there. Checkpoint unlocked for the Boston Uprising. So close were London to getting back to that. Then Boston Uprising, they just back off. They know there's a lot of time, a downtime when that robot does hit the checkpoint.
Good sleep.
Nice sleep in midair. Smurf doesn't even wake up either. Actually plumps himself on the high ground. All good. Nano boost, dropping down on the rest of the team. Looks too easy right now for the Boston Uprising. These plays paint themselves. Smurf, when they're getting shoved away, oh my damage, but oh my healing. And a nice little nade on top of Smurf, keeping him alive. They even use the rush inside to try and stop Smurf getting away with murder, but murder he does get away with. Boston Uprising, they're going to take control of this fight, push that bot some more, and this will be after checkpoint progress now, so London really on the back foot with 2 minutes to go.
Backbone just wasn't able to find a good EMP. He couldn't get onto that high ground, couldn't shut them down, so he ends up solo EMPing Smurf, but then the nano boost from Izayaki right on time saves his life. And that's a great team fight, and now they're just ticking further and further up. With only 2 minutes remaining, London Spitfire needs to start finding value, but the Death Blossom is such a difficult ultimate to get value from. Like, they're trying to find windows, but look at how far back the backline of Boston Uprising are playing.
Yeah, Decay looking for a way to get a pulse bomb onto the backline. Super low, though. He's taking mad risks with these blinks, I will say. Translocator from Birdring just on the other side of the wall is going to get healed up, but Decay's dead. EMP's good, hits 3. Admiral with a sound barrier, though. Does manage to get it off in time. Doesn't get killed off mid-sound barrier. It's all good for the London Spitfire. Winning this fight is going to be pretty key to get the bot in your control, but with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, you're looking at 2 fight wins minimum to get that bot further than Uprising right now.
Yeah, and Decay going down, Birdring deciding they could still turn that one around, and they just could not get it. Sparker still holding on to this Death Blossom, just waiting for it. But you can see Admiral's the target. He does get hacked, but does manage to get away. But London Spitfire falling back with the tail behind the legs. Lee Jae Gon gets caught up by Backbone.
Yeah, Isiak and Lee Jae Gon completely away from their team. Decay with a pulse, hits the ground, the EMP, oh, Backbone, that was a good one. Birdring and Smurf hacked, and they're instantly killed. With 40 seconds to go, there's an important team fight here for London Spitfire to win, but the Boston Uprising forcing an ultimate for London to win is perfect for them. No more EMP to worry about.
Yeah, getting that EMP out, you're more than happy to take that fight, lose that EMP, and then go on to the next one. They have the Nano Boost and they have the Primal Rage.
The Rush and the Death Blossom, a mighty clean combo if you can get it off. But with Smurf's Primal Rage, he can sustain through that damage, even with the Nano try and boot him away from the rest of the team. Bot rounding that final corner for the London Spitfire to cross that golden line of victory. And look how far Isiaki is playing back right now. And in fact, there's not many people on his screen. London just kind of scared, trying to bait Boston Uprising in. They know this is their last fight. They don't need to do anything, you're right.
They're just going to sit there, waiting for the London Spitfire to get into the wrong position.
There's the rush. Oh, Decay with a hit. Where does Decay go? Smurf with the Primal Rage. He's going to boot landed away, but he TP straight back in. There'll be London Spitfire moving up with the Death Blossom, and Smurf just taking too much damage. Boom, 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 boom. Spark are just erasing him from the map. And with Smurf dead, who's going to touch for Boston Uprising? Decay's going to come back in just a minute, Scott, but Lee Jae Gon had to get Nano to stay alive on the point. The IMAX deployed. A double stun. Death Blossom comes out, but Lee Jae Gon is still alive. The EMP is going to be good for Birdring, and the Boston Uprising somehow win that fight. A 3-1 victory, and Lee Jae Gon, surprised as we are that he stayed alive there. Boston Uprising, my God, the tenacity.
I thought it was over. I was already getting ready for map 5, but Lee Jae Gon believed in it. The back line of the Boston Uprising coming in clutch at the last second to close out this series. They don't want to go to a map 5.
Oh my God. What an absolute warlord in the front line. With Smurf dying, you're like, who's going to touch? And then he's just Lee Jae Gon, the last hero of Gondor, in the corner, holding his shield, nanoed, hits the rally, and then just flailing people away.
When we knew that the Brig was getting the IMAX shield and this 100 armor, everyone was like, oh, we're overreacting. It's not going to be that bad.
Show them that footage right there with the nano, and he's just whom, whum, whum, just swinging, healing himself. Isiaki was chilling. It gave enough time for not only Smurf to come back, to Decay as well. And then Birdring hit a nice EMP. Boston Uprising with a 3-1. That looked like it was going to go to a map 5. London had a very good chance of coming back there.
Yeah, London really looking a lot more comfortable. They were going back and forth, but it was the man of the hour who's getting our player of the match. Yeah. Decay was just insane this entire series. He is him on this Tracer, and he found so much value in places that just opened the door for Boston that made it almost look easy.
Yeah, I mean, not dying on Shambali Monastery either. I mean, his Tracer play is just exquisite. I think you mentioned it before, actually, Scott, with Striker, right? You're like, well, why is Striker not in to play Tracer? Well, this is why. They have a lot of Tracer players, okay? Decay can come in, Strike can come in when he needs to as well. Birdring can also play the Tracer. They got a lot of talent in their roster, and I'll keep harping on it until I'm cut from the Overwatch League roster. No, it's been good to have Decay play for a team that he looks extremely comfortable on in as well. This Tracer play looking sublime, but I think after that first map, they reset themselves almost, and were like, okay, we know how we want to play. This is the game plan. We're going to go in. And Decay's stats kind of speak for themselves.
Hey, we've seen this consistently from the best Tracer players in the world. Just such low deaths. Only 2 deaths per 10 minutes while still putting out 9.2 final blows. That's so hard to deal with. And he's sticking 50% of those pulse bombs. Yeah. Some of them wicked. Very impactful, very meaningful plays. Decay has just been so good, and we have to start questioning, was the Boston Uprising crumbling? Start to be a little bit of smoke. Maybe it wasn't true.
Dude, they've been putting out some fire on the timeline is all I'm saying. They're swinging and they ain't missing, that's for sure. Decay, I think, well, you saw the stats just a second ago. Per 10, he's hitting 1.8 pulse bombs. Like, dude, the guy's just a menace. And it was hard for London Spitfire to really come back. Lethal had his time in the sun, especially on the first map. But Decay then just... Yeah, well, he just took over the game.
Too good.
That was about it, really. I mean, our next match is also going to be a heater. That is for sure. That is coming up after this break. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Loving Hottie, loving Smurf, want to be just like them when you grow up? Well, check out our new tank bundles. It's got Ramatra, it's got Doomfist and Sigma, plus a weapon charm with your favorite team colors. You can grab this until May 9th for only 350 league tokens. That's a good deal.
Yeah.
I love a good deal.
Can I borrow 50 tokens from you?
Sure. I don't think that's how tokens work. But yeah, sharing is caring, and that's why we're all here. We're going to share our knowledge with all of you watching.
We care.
Because we care. We deeply care. We do indeed. And Danny, I know you care a lot about the London Spitfire. You were worried heading into this season. First look wasn't as convincing, not as inspiring. But honestly, they fought back in this match.
They did. I mean, I think it was a loss, but it was a quality loss. And I think I was pretty happy with this overall result from this match because going in, I did say, like, I wanted to see more from the London Spitfire. And I think we got just that. You know, it was a loss on the London Spitfire side. And I don't think any of us really expected London to win, right? But I mean, there were certain players that really showed up. I think Lethal was a player that recently just joined the London Spitfire. I think he definitely held his own. But for this match, you know, when things started rolling for the Boston Uprising, it was just, you know, it was a nightmare for London Spitfire, I think. Boston, when they are looking unstoppable, like, they're too scary, right? And, like, Decay, I think, had a really, really good game. He definitely got Riz.
Is that how to
Oh
use
boy,
the word?
guys! For all my Zoomers in the chat, I'm trying to do some you know new language education.
Yeah.
It's not going too hot. It's not going too hot, but we're working
in
on.
progress.
We'll
You're
workshop
learning
it.
that.
We'll
You're
workshop
learning,
it.
Boston, Riz up.
That is their hashtag.
That is
It is their hashtag.
And we finally understand what it means.
Yeah, I have to educate them.
Yeah,
They're
I
like,
thought
what
it's
is
a
this?
typo. I gotta be real with you. Anyway, you did hit on Lethal as well as DK here. So, Jonathan, heading into this match, you wanted to keep your eyes on DK. How did Lethal stack up to him?
Pretty all right, actually. Yeah, I mean, this was the matchup to keep an eye out. So we actually have a beautiful stat card up here to take a look at some of their stats. So stop doing that with your hands. Stop doing that with your hands. But this was the standout duel, and it was really a story of two tales. If we take a look at the stats, here we see the solo kills. Lethal, way more solo kills than Decay, actually. 0.9 compared to Decay, 0.4. Also, if we take a look at the pulse bomb kills, Decay actually caught up in 2 deaths per 10 minutes. 2 deaths per 10 minutes? That's absurd. But it was really a story of two tales, because when this game started, Lethal was actually pulling ahead, and that was the narrative in the first couple of matches, really. Lethal, with his pulse bomb kills, managed to have a large amount of impact. We can see here, picking off Isayaki here, when the percentages are really getting close on the third round here. Also on Hollywood, I think that Lethal had a standout performance once again here. Solo kills, getting it done with the pulse bomb. So a great job by Lethal, but as this match really progressed, that's when Decay started taking over, especially here, 16-0 on the third map in this series. That is the kind of star performance that you want to see from Decay. That's the kind of performance that I requested from Decay now as he is part of this Boston Uprising roster, and a double pulse bomb kill right there. I mean, this is the kind of stuff you want to see if you're a Boston Uprising fan, and this is what they need from Decay. Moving forward, not only helping Smurf out with the tank kills, getting it done with his tank, but getting those solo kills, getting the pulse bomb kills done. That is what DK need to provide this team with for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, DK is in luck there, obviously, having a DPS duo partner such as Birdring. With all those star powers on that roster, you are set up to succeed. So if you don't, it's even more glaring. And now we do have Birdring standing by for a winner's interview with Danny.
All right, thank you, Zoe. Let's see if Birdring could hear me. Birdring, hello, can you hear me? Birdring 선수, 피곤하신가요? 안녕하세요. 들리시나요?
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. All right, he says hello. All right, let's just. Yeah, he says he could actually hear me very well. So Birdring, I mean, this was a 3-1 victory for the Boston Uprising. I want to start this interview off by just asking you, how'd you guys get it done? 자, 오늘 첫 번째 경기 3대1로 보스턴이 승리를 하셨습니다. 이 승리 좀 어떻게 거두시게 되신 것 같으신가요?
사실 제가 기대했던 만큼 뭐 만족스러운 경기력은 아니었긴 했는데 일단 좀 잘 견뎌내서 이겨서 그냥 2승 이번에 거둬가지고 좀 기분 좋게 스타트하는 것 같습니다.
All right, I mean, to be very honest, I think it wasn't a very satisfying victory on our end, but I mean, it is at the end of the day still a victory, so it does feel good. I think how we got it done, we just kept pushing it, pushing it all the way through, and we did get the win. I just feel really good to sort of end the week with a 2-0 record for the Boston Uprising. Now, Birdwing also, I mean, I think throughout this match, you played a lot of different heroes. You played, I think I saw a little bit of Ashe, Hanzo, Sojourn as well. I just want to hear from you, what is your, I guess, best hero currently right now, and why? 자, 두 번째 질문으로는 오늘 버드링 선수가 좀 굉장히 많은 영웅들을 이렇게 선보이신 것 같아요. 제가 기억하는 것만으로도 뭐 애쉬도 있었고, 한조, 또 소정까지 있었는데, 지금 현 상황에서, 지금 이제 플레이하는 지금 이 기간 동안, 제일 잘하는, 제일 자신 있는 영웅이 있다면 좀 어떤 영웅일까요? 그리고 이유 하나 부탁드리겠습니다.
그나마 그래도 히트스캔인 애쉬 이런 게 좀 자신이 있었고 나머지는 이제 고루고루 요새 하다 보니까 조금 이제 폼이 올라오고 있는 정도인 것 같아요. 그나마 이제 애쉬가 제일 자신 있습니다.
All right. I will definitely have to pick Ashe because, I mean, it is a hit scan hero, and I am very confident in my Ashe, I guess, gameplay. Other than that, I think I'm playing a lot of different heroes in the Boston Uprising team, so I think I'm gradually getting better. But for confidence-wise, I think I want to say Ashe is sort of my best hero currently. All right, Birdwing, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time. And again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 승리 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
It's on his way out already. It's like, I'm done. I'm gonna go celebrate. Congratulations to the Boston Uprising, of course. That's a great entry into the 2023 season with a 2-0 record. London Spitfire, however, did show up in the end there. We see sign of lives. That bodes well for the rest of the season. So excited to see the boys in blue again. And now, of course, that was always a treat hearing from Birdwing. And speaking of treats, we got another one for you, and that is our Zarya bundle. You too can ascend to the greatest of heights with the Zarya Rock Climber skin. That's right, check it out. It's got the legendary skin, of course, as well as a legendary voice line, the Rock Climber voice line. It's got all the good stuff you want. So that and more can be yours. It's on sale right now until May the 9th for 300 League tokens. Now, shifting gears to our last match of the day, which is the one that we hailed to be the title match. This is the one we're really excited. This is the litmus test for both of those teams. Both of them want to end this week strong. They do want that victory on the board because we know both teams have what it takes to be a top contender. But we have to take a look at these rosters, right? Starting with the Toronto Defiant. The Toronto Defiant, that's a team which really impressed us in their first match. It was the opening day match. They went up against the San Francisco Shock. And honestly, that could have been theirs. I think it must have been really disappointing for them to unfortunately drop it. They did go ahead and then they made some really crucial mistakes. So something we don't want to see. And they're going up against the Gladiators, a roster with so much star power as well. We hailed so many of these players time and time again, and we just want to see them coming together and really excelling in this meta. The meta was the big question, right, for the Gladiators here. Like, can they do what it takes in a Winston meta when Dante is maybe playing more off heroes, being on that Zarya, being on that Ramatra. So we'll see what's going to go down in this matchup, but let's dig deeper here and discuss the match a little more in depth. Jake, what's the matchup you looking for in this one?
Two players I'm especially excited to see on these teams are Hydron and Kai on their respective rosters. Both of them known as hitscan superstars in the league. It's not necessarily, as we started the week, looking that great as a hitscan player, but we have seen more and more Hanzo Ashe as, Birdwing was able to play in the last match. So these are two players to watch out for on the hitscan. They're both very dangerous, very deadly. Kai as well. I mean, normally I would think Ashe attacking to this comp on Hollywood is really, really difficult to do, but Kai kind of found some big picks, even though they weren't able to get it over the line against Houston. So again, two players to watch. I'm excited to see them hit scan duel as we get into the series, but Gladiators has so much firepower, they're not even going to bring him out to start. So, I mean, just showing the depth of roster, really. Also, control map, maybe you don't want to play hit scan.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the Gladiators do, because we're seeing so many teams play Sombra Tracer. Well, we know that Kai is a strength for the LA Gladiators. Are the Toronto Defiant going to allow Kai into that Ashe hit scan role? That could be a question mark going into the series.
I have a lot of question marks going into that series, and that's why the predictions were especially hard for this one. I feel like this could have been a coin toss. I have equal faith in both of those rosters. I still feel like we haven't seen them like, at their full strength. So I think there's a lot of room for improvement for both of them. That's why this one is so exciting, right? Because I feel like they're going to be really tested with that team. They could be on very equal footing. I had the Gladiators edge it out. Why? Generally don't know, actually. I came into this morning, I was like, it's going to be Toronto. But then I was like, but I don't really think that the Shock played as good. So I feel like that one was so hard to really gauge. So yes, Toronto looked good against the Shock, but I don't have full faith in the Shock. So whereas if I'm looking at the Gladiators and their individual players, I do think they are better in their respective roles. Probably.
You convinced me. You got me, Zoe.
Got him. Danny, what you got for us?
I mean, yeah, this was really hard. I think it was like, do I pick for Toronto because of, I think he has a better, safer tank line, I guess, than Dante. But, I mean, Kevster, Kai, and Yaki is something that I can't pick against. So I went with the Gladiators.
Tough call for me, but actually, I'm gonna break the streak here, change up the prediction. I went with the Toronto Defiant on this one. I think they're a little bit stronger. I think I like them a little bit more in a Winston meta. I do think Gladiators, could be stronger in more diverse metas, but you're not necessarily getting to always play your comfort zone in the Overwatch League. You have to show that depth as a roster that you can play even what you're not necessarily the best at. So I want to see more from Gladiators. I'm ready to be proven wrong. I've got a lot of love for a lot of players on that team, but I think Toronto Defiant is going to have a little bit better synergy, and I believe in Speed Elite's Tracer. I think he's going to show up as one of the better Tracers this season. He told us he's practicing, and I'm ready to believe.
Yeah, but he's playing Kevster, though.
True.
True.
Yeah. I can't question that.
I think this is a 50-50 coin flip as well here. Ultimately, I went with the LA Gladiators because I do think that they played really well in the Pro-Am, and that's kind of like the standard that I believe for the LA Gladiators. I think they are an elite team. But Toronto Defiant, this is a great opportunity for them, especially when it comes to the specialized compositions. We got King's Row coming in this series. I like what I've seen from Toronto Defiant when it comes to Symmetra and May play, for example. And we also have Junkertown. And I'd much rather have Kalush in a Sigma Junkertown battle than I would have Dante. So this is a great map pool for Toronto Defiant going into the series as well.
It's interesting that you picked the Gladiators, and I'm ready to pull ahead in the prediction.
Dude, I feel so bad doing it. I feel so bad picking the Glads, but oh my god.
I mean, predicting
You
against
said pulling
Kevster.
ahead. You mean pulling ahead against him because I'm still leading and you're
That's
not
true.
going to catch
Catching
me,
up to Zoe. I think I do.
Yeah.
I'm one behind you, right?
Yeah.
I'll have to
one
catch
behind.
up, but hopefully I don't fall further behind. But what I'm really thinking about in this match is the support line, right? We've seen how Chio and Fielder for the Atlanta Reign, we highlighted them, the experience playing together, surviving those dives. It was so critical for Atlanta Reign. And, what's a duo with experience together, if not Ultraviolet and OG? I mean, these guys are really, really individually skilled piloting in their roles, but I think it's their synergy together that's going to be highlighted in this meta. Lastro and Funny Astro, I think they're both insanely strong players, but are they going to be on that, natural sync that you need to be to survive an aggressive Sombra Tracer dive?
Can I change my prediction right now?
What? No way! No!
I should pursue a career
No.
in sales.
I am
honestly. I think I'm
easily
in the wrong line of
convinced.
work.
Spiel right
in the
now
wrong line of
convince
work.
me.
Danny!
No?
Don't do it.
Just let him
Danny,
cook.
Let me cook.
No.
Allow him to
Let him
cook.
cook.
Let him cook. Just
He's
with the
sous
glass.
chefing. He's sous chefing. Like, just go for it. Go down with Jake. I don't care.
Up to you guys. You
I'm
gotta make
very,
a call.
Costa knows, I'm very
reinforce, you
easily
gotta have
convinced.
faith.
I'm easily convinced.
Have faith in your pick. We got this. We
Please,
got
just
this.
John is thinking about
Please just shake the hand.
John,
Please just shake the
John,
hand.
just
Shake
change
the
it.
hand.
Sure.
Please. Oh,
What
thank
is-
God.
What was the handshake for,
What's-
though?
He
What's the
lifts me
fun
high.
Let's go! All right, if I bring you down, Danny, I'm sorry, but
I'm gonna hate you for
I've
life.
got faith in the overall roster here for the Defiant. I think you've got individual superstars in the
that was a
Glads.
bit-
Jonathan,
overall
you want to
roster-
change yours too? No?
Or Johnny, do you want to do another Gladiators presentation right now?
I can't believe you've slighted us like this, Danny.
That's all right.
You've really I'm gonna write this down in my daily
In the
journal.
big
Danny
book?
changes. Brett.
You've changed,
I'm
Danny.
not-
You've
I'm not
changed.
forgiving
We
him.
should be used to betrayal.
Such
I mean,
behavior.
let's talk. Speaking of betrayal, that's a great transition. Costa.
Whoa! What a good
That was a good one. That was a good one.
Costa Jaws, where are you at with this one? We're not 50-50 split.
You guys gotta break the tiebreaker. What do you think?
Gotta break the tie here.
Break the tie.
Danny, you need to have more willpower. You can't be swayed
is
by
true.
Jake that easily. He went on a spiel on YouTube. You folded so quickly.
Jake be like, yo, Toronto are pretty good. Danny's like, yeah, okay. Bro, like, come on, Danny. I mean, smart points from Jake, to be fair.
I'm going for Toronto. I agree.
Okay.
Not because Jake told me.
That's
Not
what
because
I'm
Jake told me
saying.
to. It's because I believe in his
You're
points.
convinced too. I know you're convinced.
Nah.
Jazz.
Glads for sure.
Oh, we stay split.
Two British boys. British. That's the only reason why. I have no...
That's why I go for Vancouver every time as well. For
Yeah,
fun.
that's pretty fair. That's pretty fair. Right, to get into our final game of the opening weekend, Scott. Toronto Defiant, the LA Gladiators. My word, yeah. Split desk, split casters, that's fine. More for the bounce, more for the fun, right? And I think a lot of people at home are going to be pretty split too. Both these teams need a win, which is crazy to think because everybody kind of pegged Glads and Toronto Defiant as being kind of superstars coming into this year, but they faced two of the other hardest oppositions that they will face this year in the Shock and the Houston Outlaws. Both they lost to.
And that's the thing you need to keep in mind. Yes, both are looking for their first win, but they were very difficult teams they were playing against. The Gladiators up against the Houston Outlaws, which in this meta might be one of the strongest teams out there.
Yeah.
And the Toronto Defiant, I think they're the team that's kicking themselves more than anyone else. I agree with what Zoe said on the desk. They should have been able to beat San Francisco Shock if they are in the form that they want to be here. So for me, I'm predicting the Toronto Defiant because I think they have more to show than what they did in their first match.
Okay, we'll soon see. Oasis City Center will be our first map and round here in the final game of the opening weekend. It's been crazy, actually. Oh my god. Can't believe we've started the opening week already, you know? It's
good to be back.
Yeah, it's very good to be back and being in a studio too, which is always nice. Now let's see what the Glads want to roll out with. I don't think Ultraviolet's really going to play the Lifeweaver. I think that was a one and done for the Mayhem. I don't think they'll be running that again. Unless Lifeweaver gets some changes, we'll have to wait and see. But this is what I kind of expected from the Gladiators, though, kind of coming out. Yaki on this Reaper, Dante not on a Winston, but on a Junker Queen. So it feels like we're having a replay of the last series.
We're just changing the names, but we're doing the same thing. And we saw how effective the Junker Queen is against the Winston, and multiple teams have tried to play this. It is interesting to see both teams going with the Reaper, though, but the difference is the consistent damage from the Gladiators with the Soldier just trying to pump it out, while Toronto are going to be relying on an effective dive with that Sombra.
Yeah, everybody casts his worst nightmare now. Lastro and Astro in for the Gladiators.
Can't be worth the Prophet and Prophet that we have to deal with.
Prophet and Prophet, yeah. We really do be having the
hard
craziest teams to cast, yeah, or players to cast. City Center, a classic stall out of City Center. Very, very hard to initially cap because it's so sustainable on the point, especially with the high ground. Dante, yeah, kind of chewing Kalush apart right now. Nice little hack, and that will be Glads taking the point first. And with Sam going down, so much damage is lost. It's a big problem with this kind of composition, Scott. As soon as your Reaper dies, you haven't really got too much more front-loaded damage. And in fact, Sam's going to switch over to the Genji
Hydron's
instead of
caught as
sticking
well.
onto the Reaper.
Yeah, Hydron's caught, might go
dead.
down. Yeah,
He's
that's
so
a little bit of a stagger, which, you know, every percentage matters because Gladiators capped that at the start of that team fight as well, so they're already up to that 25% mark, but the Toronto Defiant just were unable to find a hack and go, and I think that's probably why you've seen Sam move over to this Genji. You can just go a lot more, and with this composition from the Defiant, they do need to just go. Too much standing around, Kevs is going to pop out damage, and they will find a pick.
Well, luckily, Ultraviolet did a lot of healing in that last fight, so he has got that Kitsune rush. But now so does Lastro. Both rushes coming out almost exactly the same time, but Sam's already dead. A giant axe swing from Dante, again removing one of the main damage sources that Toronto Defiant had. Dante with a perfect execution, and of course Astro trying to chase people to spawn, and they get Kalush on the exit. There will be an EMP available, but oh man, the whole wealth of ultimates for Gladiators now as well.
And Ultraviolet's going to switch over to the Ana, just realizing that maybe he can get more value with that anti-nade, but the one thing that they will miss now is Dante has that Rampage. They will not have the Suzu to cleanse that off, so Dante's ultimate just got that much more effective, so OG Sound Barrier is really going to have to be the piece that's going to keep them alive.
He's squaring up. I just saw Dante there kind of yelling into the mic. He is very much thinking about going in. Everybody's on this corner right now. The axe does miss. The EMP hits three members of the back line for the Gladiators. Nice sleep onto Dante. He's going to give them a bit of reprieve from the Junker Queen for the time being. Astro did end up going down, but here goes the Katsu. What? Wait, it just missed? Dante's ult just missed. He goes in, gets naded, and the sound barrier from OG helps them sustain through, well, a little bit of damage coming out from Dante, I suppose. OG with a couple of kills. 99% though for the Glads, as Toronto now only just finding the cap.
Yeah, funny Astro getting hit by that EMP from Hydron, so they just weren't able to keep Lastro alive, and that really sort of had a snowball effect for the Toronto Defiant. But now we have the infamous Genji Blade, which I feel like is more of a bait than anything these days. But funny Astro, the value that he has is he has that sound barrier because he did get caught in the last one. So, you know, glass half full kind of perspective.
I mean, Ultraviolet could work well.
Kevster.
Now he definitely can. He can work up towards that Nano, maybe get a Nano Blade going.
That's true, that's important.
Yeah.
A Naked Blade just doesn't do enough these days.
Really
there's so many counters, so many things to deal with it. He's going to get Suzu, there's going to be a sound barrier. If anything, I'd actually prefer to see them go in with Sam's Blade and force the sound barrier.
Wow, an early beat. That was close. Astro almost got hacked out of his beat there, but he's all good. EMP still not available for Hydron. Look at this, Yaki just forcing his way into the backline, making something happen. There's the Blade. The Death Blossom straight on top of him, though. Yeah, deflecting in that room. He didn't do enough damage. There was too much healing from Lastro and Astro, keeping Yaki alive, plus the lifesteal. 99%. That Blade from Sam just being rather blunt, to say the very least. Gladiators with a clean round 1.
Yeah, Gladiators looking very strong against this Winston composition, and this is a question we've had for the Gladiators. You know, Dante obviously performed very well on the Winston in the playoffs last year, but it's definitely still not one of his strengths. They don't want to go into these mirror matchups, so I like them showing different looks where they can, but there are some times where you can't. And that's, as we go onto this map, you can see Dante already locking into the Winston, but Kaluj has different plans and a different idea for this one.
Ooh, little Ryan. Little TP out with Ryan.
We've seen some teams doing this.
Yeah.
I don't love it.
It's tough, because Ryan is pretty hard to get the high ground, and you're thinking the Gladiators, they're going to be pretty quick to the point. They grab height with Winston, and then Kaluj is either having to chase the Gladiators around, or just kind of put himself on point and then look for a May wall to try and kill somebody. They are sticking with Hydron on the Symmetra, though.
Interesting choice, and you know, the first fight is so important for these compositions. If they can get the point, they can anchor almost forever on this point. So you can see the Los Angeles Gladiators are just trying to rotate their backline around, but
good name, 5-man anti. Yes, please. There will be a lamp to save them, so luckily enough, that didn't do too much damage. Dante does escape with his life, and they find the cap too. So now Toronto Defiant on the back foot.
Yeah, and that was such a big fight, nade by Lastro, just keeping them in. Another TP to the other side.
Straight to the back. Dante's there to match. There's no lamp available, and Ultraviolet pays for it. Dante pretty low, though, with Kaluj's pin. Hydron also pretty, like, look at Kevster right now. Kevster's just kind of diving around the team, does manage to clear up Hydron, and without Hydron to TP them around, Astro and Kevster and even Yaki can keep this point alive.
And Kaluj just can't get help. He only had a Lucio from OG trying to keep him alive, and he's just slowly losing shield and health. And the Gladiators had point control that entire time because they were juggling it, as you said, Jack. And Kaluj is going to switch.
Yeah, all right, there's the switch. Hydron 2, away from the Sim, and even Sam, away from the May. Just going back to what they found before. Wow,
So,
all right, sure. All right, Yaki dies.
I was about to say, that's a lot of switches. They're at a massive disadvantage so far. They're already at 50%, and they don't have any ultimates other than this sound barrier. That pick might be a saving grace.
Where's the Primal Rage from Dante? The beat from Toronto Defiant to keep Kaluj in the fight. Astro's nearing his, and Astro even has that nano boost, so a lot of support ultimates available for the Gladiators now, as Toronto Defiant didn't find anything.
They just don't have any other ultimates to follow it through. Gladiators just throwing all their ultimates to keep them alive in this one. That was the Primal Rage, that was the Nano, that was the Pulse Bomb, just everything to keep themselves alive. But the one thing they did retain is the EMP. And now, they might go super early. You can see Yaki wants this.
Yeah. Big EMP.
It's gonna be huge.
There it is. It's gonna be huge. Yeah, Nate to follow up to Collusion Sam. Hacked. There's a hack onto OG. Even a beat from the Gladiators, but a return EMP from Hydron ends Dante's life. A perfect re-engage. There just wasn't enough damage quick enough there for the Gladiators to keep themselves in and clear up after that EMP and nade combo.
Didn't feel like Kevster was there. They didn't have that follow-up onto the backline, so then the fight just went too long. As we're getting musical chairs with heroes now, as Dante goes, you're going to go Winston, I'm going to go the Junker Queen. We saw how good it was in the last map. Feeling very confident in this matchup.
God, Astro is having the worst time against Hydron, I will say. Just perma floor Lucio. There's the Death Blossom. It's doing a lot of damage, but that Suzu saves Lastro for a fraction of a second. Yeah, especially when you're trying to dive on these key targets, and Reaper's just like, well, I can just sit here. Like, there's not really much you can do. He do be vibing, right, with the ultimate. And at the end of the day, as soon as you get that ultimate out, it's great. You can, again, quickly dive the backline. So that's what Glads are going to have to do. Kev still with the pulse. Maybe it's big. Maybe sticking on OG would be perfect. Kaluj is a nice target too, but he's got the primal to back him up.
Fortunately, they did capture the point, so they didn't lose too much percentage for this, and they're going to need that because, once again, now the Gladiators are the ones without any ultimates. Dante's trying to step forward, but gets instantly hacked and really unable to find anything right now. That's such a good knife.
Nice knife. Oh, Kaluj, though. He do be hitting that primal rage. Pulse bomb available. Sam's in Kevster's sights. That tracking looking so clean. Actually forces the Wraith for easy pulse bomb opportunity. Oh, wait, what? Wait, did he just... Maybe he just got Suzu and the pulse bomb went through. Not sure what happened there, but the pulse bomb didn't land. That is what I do know. Sound barrier from OG keeps Toronto competitive here, and Yaki with the pulse blossom. He's looking for it. Sam's right in his sights. Even gets Suzu to keep him alive there. And EMP's going to ring true, but only hit 2. Yaki and Dante get hacked, and actually it's going to make this fight fairly even. Ultraviolet with the rush on the point does mean now it's last fight for Toronto Defiant to take this map.
Hydron is the silent hero right now for the Defiant. He's not really showing up too much in the kill feed, but 2 enormous EMPs to pull the Toronto Defiant back into team fights, but no ultimates for the Defiant for this final team fight.
Big Dante ult coming up though, but it's going to be hard to lock people down. Plus, Ultraviolet can TP, Suzu, cleanse that anti-heal. Dante with the ult does hit Kaluj, and in fact, no Suzu available. Ends up going down. They do trade him for Astro, so no sound barrier now available for the Gladiators. However, they still have that pulse bomb in Kevster's back pocket. 99% is the Gladiators actually might find the flip hit.
They do get the flip, and Kevster is just lurking with this pulse bomb.
He's ready for it. Sam's already blown that Wraith form. He's got that ult, but no touches. No touches. The Gladiators managed to take that one pretty sharp there. Toronto Defiant, you could see potentially how they were positioning. Sam had to get back. He knew he had Death Blossom coming up, but forcing the Wraith and Kevster hot on his tail meant he couldn't touch the point, and that will be the map over to the Glads.
Oh, I would like to have seen the chat. I feel like there might have been a couple of C9s from the Gladiators. They love to do that one.
Hunter in there real fast. You know Hunter's just spamming.
Glad's Coach 3 is about to add into chat.
Yeah.
The LA Gladiators and the Toronto Defiant on a nice edge. Could have gone either way for a lot of these fights, but right now it feels like the Gladiators have that edge when they're playing this Junker Queen setup into the Winston.
Oh. Yeah, Dante, who is playing a lot of Doomfist, obviously, last year. He did transition to tank. Ooh. But his tank plays, especially these off tanks, these, I wouldn't say like traditional tanks. When you think of tanks like Ryan, Winston, like main tanks, his Junker Queen, his Doomfist looks so good, and they're really picking it up. They didn't want to go down to the Outlaws last week. Like, this is a team you expect a lot of things from, and they're proving it here right now. But Toronto Defiant, they're not a team to be sniffed at.
Yeah, absolutely. And we got Kings Road coming up next. Make sure to stick around. We'll be back after this break.
That is the delay tactics widely dealt
in a 4v5. Oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain.
What?
That is dirty. A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied.
Oh,
yeah, that was a good shot.
Oh, wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field. Nano Zen just to keep him alive.
Rolling, trying to keep everybody alive. And Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dante shuts him down.
Oh yeah, the Gladiators, they're up a map already. Scott, as we jump into the second one of the day, Kings Row. Toronto Defiant are down one. A couple of substitutions here and there, though.
Yeah, we're getting some substitutions coming in. We have Babel coming in for the Los Angeles Gladiators and Speedily on the other side. And, you know, Jake sort of hit on it a little bit. Speedily's trying to become one of the best tracers in the world. He said that in an interview after one of his matches on the Pro-Am, but it's very difficult to become the best tracer in the world when the other guy in the server is one of the best tracers in the world. We will get this matchup. Kings Row is a map we should see some tracer, but it will not be as fast-paced as we saw on Oasis.
Yeah. Control, much more of a fast-paced game mode. Very little time to reset, go back, change your comp. We saw it a few times, people changing comps like halfway through, and Control is such a weird one, because if you do end up swapping comps, like lose the first fight, you're just on the back foot like constantly. You have to like get back in it, you have to make plays. It can be quite tough. Kings Row and Hybrid is a game mode, very different in that sense. And I want to see if Speedly and Kevster are going to run out on this. If he wants to be in the best of the world, he's got to. If he wants to mess with the best, he's got to. Well, he might just die like the rest, that's for sure. Like with Kevster being at the level he's at, it feels like there's nothing stopping him just every year, like every month, like every tournament, every whatever, right? Just increasing that bar. He just seems to get better and better and better. Can Speedly catch him?
Kevster was the sole, I'm not going to say sole, he was one of the primary reasons the Gladiators even made it to the Grand Finals in the Pro-Am. His ability to just find value as an individual is just next level. But the one thing for the Gladiators that I think is really strong for them right now is this Lastro and Babel Ana Kiriko setup. Babel is an aggressive player, very mechanically skilled in the flex support setup. That's something that you should keep your eye on, because Lastro and Babel is nothing to scoff at.
Oh yeah, Babel's really shown up. It's crazy as well, because when I say Babel's name, I'm like, you know, it's like, well, I've cast that guy before somewhere, you know?
Yeah.
But he was on London Spitfire in 2020 with their giant roster. And
all rookies.
Yeah, all rookies. That team all came from like Gen G S, Gen G A, Gen G B.
Yeah.
And like a lot of these, I think one team, I feel like one of the players is from Going Water S, which is like...
It's a deep cut.
Dude, that logo is one of the greatest logos in like Open Division Trials history, Going Water S. I think me and Seth ended up like kind of half casting one of their games. It was, I don't know, it was a long time ago, but it was, it's interesting because you're like, oh, Babel, rookie, right? Technically, no.
Yeah.
He has been in 2020. He was here in London Spitfire in 2020, which is crazy to think about, because he was a little bit invisible, but that could have just been a symptom of like how the team was built and like what was happening at the team at the time. But now he's come in and it's like, whoa, okay, Babel's kind of nasty. Like, he fits in this team very well, and being able to swap out Astro when you need him and having a double flex is, oh, it's great. The Gladiators are really starting this year off on the strong foot.
Yeah, they're just a very strong roster, but the tip of the spear is Dante, and you know, we've hyped him up so much. He has never disappointed us, and here's Dante with his Junker Queen stats. 12 eliminations, 3 deaths, but it's not... For Junker Queen, it's not always about the kills and getting all that value. It's about being that anchor in the front line and just making yourself a threat and trying to make the enemy Winston's life absolute hell. And we saw how impactful his rampage was at the very end when he took down Kalush.
Yeah, forcing cooldowns early from Kiriko is a fight winner. You force that Suzu, it's like, yeah, that's free.
Yeah.
It's so free to hit that rampage. Yeah, we've seen a few whiffed ones, but even if you get one person, the focus fire is just too good at this level that you're gonna die very quickly. And you saw Dante do just that, hit that big rampage on Kaluj. Looking pretty good so far. I would like to see a little bit from Doomfist. I don't think Doomfist is going to be played a whole bunch, but maybe later on in the season, maybe if Doomfist receives a few changes, but yeah, no, his Jack of Blade accuracy too, worth keeping in mind. Also an extremely strong, like powerful ability that can reposition someone that doesn't necessarily want to be repositioned, and comboed with the axe, it's for a low health target, you're dead.
I'm actually very interested to see what Johnny said as well about the Junkertown, because Kaluj is a self-proclaimed best Sigma in the world, which is a bold claim, but it's actually something that we've seen in the Team USA World Cup trials, that something that Dante isn't as proficient at, and that could be a weakness that the Toronto Defiant is going to be able to sort of get over Dante. But this is honestly such a cool roster on the Toronto Defiant.
Yeah.
Like, they have such a deep bench as well. They have Sir Majed, who can come in to play that double flex support if they want to do that themselves. Speedily's Trace is mightily impressive, and Sam is just a very flexible player and just someone you really want to have on your roster.
Yeah, it's like old brothers united under a different banner as well, which is crazy because a lot of these players have played together in almost a full team before.
Yeah.
So it's awesome to see Toronto Defiant go in this direction of their roster. I love it. It's a really nice thing to see. And with Speedly coming in last year, he wasn't invisible, but he didn't really live up to that like big, like,
hype,
wow, this guy is going to absolutely tear through the league. But the last few times you've seen him, it's like, okay, you know there's something there. You know he can reach those high heights, and it's cool to see him say in the interview that, look, I want to be the best in the world. Like, I have that drive, and I'm going to take someone down. And like, Kevster is that guy to take down. Can he do that on King's Row? Unfortunately, there are a few technical issues right now, so we're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We've got King's Row after this.
like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one, man, forget my peace. You take the west, I'll take on the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the. I heard him chat to the noise. Can't stop for the talking. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch my please, caution.
God, that is so clean. Toronto Defiant continue to have some of the best videos, like hype videos around. Like, god damn, that is sick. I love that kind of stuff, like real gamer moment. Like, you're not just
gamer moment,
not just folding your arms,
yeah.
like gamer photo shoot moments. You know, like it's just like I don't know. It feels cool. It looks cool. It hypes up the team, right? Like, yeah, it's
it really embodies the team.
It's pretty sick,
right?
It
That's
does,
what I
yeah,
think is cool.
It does.
And, you know, highlight these players, you know, the personalities that they have. But as we go on to Kings Row, we get to see the signature Speedily Echo, which has been hyped up by these guys so much, and they actually play it a lot more than pretty much any other team currently in the league.
Yeah, his Echo was said to be Thing of Legends in contenders. See what he can do here. Oh, Dante just diving into a world of hurt. Wow, he died pretty fast, especially with that Echo Beam too. You've got to be really careful. Like, if your supports can't keep you healthy, that extra damage from being under 50% HP is a quick death. That is for sure. Nice sticky bombs too. That might just be the first cat.
I think they're going to try and get another recontest. Dante's going to need to be careful. I don't think he's going to be the one who's able to touch. He is going on to that. They do get Ultraviolet and OG, so the backline from Defiant is down.
Selfish Suzu there from Babel, but it's all good. Babel does stay alive. And yeah, Yaki and Kevster that whole time just set up, waiting for Dante, get the retouch, and then go for the backline.
Just smart-tempered play. And you can see how Babel wants to play this Kiriko, and we've seen this consistently from a lot of different teams, where it's like, he just plays aggressively, goes into the backline, because he can swift step at any moment back to his support. So it's just an added threat for the dive as well.
They've got to be careful though, because they've only got one tick to go. Astro with a big nade. Big nade. Yo, no, I missed. All good. From pretty far away. Actually gives up the high ground though. Maybe a little bit too scared over the next dive for Toronto Defiant. Dante super low. Had to use that nade to try and keep the both alive, but no, the Speedly's accuracy on the beam does take him out. However, Kevster and Yaki, well, they're doing Kevster and Yaki things again in the backline. It's like Toronto Defiant, they end up just jumping in, and Dante's, well, Kalush's like, whoa, where's my team at?
Yeah.
What's going on?
And that is the effective dive that the Gladiators have been known for. And when you have Kevster just being able to run around in the backline and get those kinds of sticks, it's hard to deal with if you are the Defiant. Ultimate's coming up now. We haven't really seen much effectiveness from this Echo. As much as it's able to get that initial dive and that initial pick, it doesn't feel like they're able to follow through with that afterwards.
Well, there's the rush from the backline. Babel using that super early, actually, to stop Kalush doing much.
Good sleep.
Good sleep. We'll wake up in just a moment. EMP's pretty good. Hits both DPS and OG. OG ends up getting Nano to keep himself up, but Dante with a Primal Rage, showing that he can play a lot more than just the Doomfish and JQ. Woken up pretty quickly, and now Speedily is going to be the target. He has got Duplicate, and the rally is going off for Toronto, so they're going to make a quick re-engage here against the Oatless Gladiators. A clone on the Tracer. Oh, he's just chasing Kevster down. Kevster gets the Mega Health Pack, though, and Speedly, while he earns himself a Pulse Bomb, can't go in again. Bubble stick for Speedly, in fact, almost ends up ending his own life there. Can he get another Pulse Bomb? Not looking like it, but still, space created and the point unlocked.
I was getting Yaki Tracer, Yaki Echo, Duplicate, Triple Shatter flashbacks on Kings Road just there. You know, Jake yelling into the void, but the Gladiators just ran out of fuel. They didn't have enough ultimates to be able to contest it. As soon as that rally comes out from OG, the Gladiators just accepting that it is over. We will see Speedily switch over to the Tracer, Sam on that Sombra as well. Yaki also coming up to the EMP, so this might be a double EMP fight coming up, Jack.
Might be.
Dante's gonna stay alive, though.
Yeah. Oh, no, the heals. Oh, I thought that kunai might have cost Dante his life there. It's actually Kevster that goes down first for the Gladiators. Are they going to still try and make something of this? They do have Yaki nanoed into the front. Look, he do be walking at them. No, he do be walking, and that's it. I mean, Toronto just back out.
I don't think that was intentional. I think it was meant for Dante, and then Yaki just said, yoink, that's going to be mine. He does have the EMP, but the Gladiators are going to bend back just a little bit, get into a better position.
Oh, that's a nice Transicator spot. Behind the chair in the bar area.
Hard to find.
Good luck spotting that one.
Oh, he's in it.
Boom, there it is, hits 4. There's the nano though, instantly again onto OG to keep him in this fight. And Toronto can bite back. A big anti-grenade though from Lastro. Can Toronto Defiant sustain through it? It looks like it. And OG can just start swinging away.
Oh
the EMP in the small room from Sam is ginormous. Dante and Kevster just desperately trying to follow up on that anti-nade. But Toronto Defiant very much tempered, pacing themselves extremely well there.
Yeah, Kaluj does go aggressive and get slept, but is able to get away without using the Primal. But the Gladiators are going to come back, and Dante with that Primal and almost a nano up from Lastro. This should be a pretty even fight.
Whoa. Okay. Gonna check Barbell for a second. Oh, actually used the Suzu on himself. So at least that's one big cooldown out. Rally on the point for the Toronto Defiant. Everybody's a little bit harder to take down. Oh, Kaluj! Sub 100 HP, eventually finished off. And with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, this is a good spot for the Gladiators to hold down. They are trading, but their spawn is a little bit closer than the Toronto Defiant here, Scott.
Yeah, Sam is coming up to this EMP. They're just trying to keep this fight going until Sam can get that one. Dante knows that's coming.
Nade.
Beautiful nade. Dante with the follow-up, and that should get them the backline, but speedily does diff Kevster, showing that Tracer prowess.
Yeah, they got that nano as well, so Kaluj is very happy to just dive straight back in, and with Barbell dead and 0.9 meters to go, the nano will end this fight and cap the point for the Toronto Defiant.
Such a big win by speedily getting Kevster down. That really forced everything to come through, and Sam was able to hold on to that EMP, so once again, double EMP fight. In the last time we saw this, the Gladiators just getting overconfident with their own. They got an advantage, but weren't prepared for the counter coming back from Sam. See how they adjust their playstyle.
He's sent out for an EMP. Just pinging out OG. EMP, boom, only hits one.
The reverse EMP though.
That was a very quick kill. Oh, OG didn't know what to hit him. Anti-nade and an EMP, I'll tell you that right now. Kevster does get traded though, like you said. And Gladiators, even though they take down a support, they're not willing to kind of step up right now, just wait for the payload to move just a little bit more. Ultraviolet hacked as Yaki and Dante try and find some kills. Nicely timed Suzu from Baba keeps him alive.
Yeah. That should trigger a reset. There's only 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining here for the Toronto Defiant on attack. They have no ultimate, so they're going to play slow. Just sort of start poking, try and get some of these ultimates up. But unfortunately, they don't have the ability to go aggressive. Our Gladiator is going to be the one that up the tempo. Nano onto Dante, the answer is yes.
The answer is yes. Oh, Babo gets back. Oh my word, he just met his death. TP straight to Lastro, who he thought potentially was safe, but Speedy and Sam were already there, knocking on the door. There's 50 seconds to go. There's a lot of ults on the table for the Gladiators to get this retouch.
Lastro goes over to the Lucio for desperation. The Kitsune rush is out.
Rush on the point. Hack on Kevster didn't land. He hit the recall before it ended up going off, and Yaki gets anti and ends up getting killed. Kalush pretty low after the pulse bomb from Kevster, forced to back away to the rest of his team. And without a nano, Toronto Defiant having to rely on that rally to push back in again. A speedily pulse now could be the difference maker that they need, and Dante is just getting absolutely destroyed in the front line. A bash asleep, everything thrown at him to remove him. That overhealth building up for OG as the Toronto Defiant are going to be able to make this one work. No pulse bomb really needed there from Speedly, not even the EMP. The Gladiators, they will end up losing that third point. And with 8 seconds left in the bank, not too bad from Toronto there.
We highlighted it coming into the map. Tracer versus Tracer, Speedily versus Kevster. Speedily is currently 9 final blows, 2 deaths, to Kevster's 3 final blows and 5 deaths.
Diffin.
Kevster's getting the worst end of this Tracer stick right now, and honestly, Speedily has been that difference maker. Even though they're trading blows and backlines, it's Speedily who's just staying alive and keeping the force going.
My word. Not those were on the Echo, though, worth caveating that just a little bit.
Yeah.
But still, his Tracer at the very end did help them win it. Or help them win the point, at least, not the map, of course.
They finished with time, though. That 8.5 seconds is important on Hybrid. That could mean if the Gladiators do end up capping, they will have more time to go again.
A little couple of seconds, it does help. It does go a long way, so any time is a nice time. Have a look at a small replay, though. Oh, Speedly's 2K at the very end here. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even need a pulse, which is crazy. Dante My word. He didn't really have a chance in that Primal Rage. You're going in, you're not even looking for damage at that point either. Huge pulse. Massive.
If Kevster had blinked into that, he would have looked like a genius.
He would look like a god.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. It's always worth attempting to look like a god, and if you don't, it's like, you know, it was just a funny one.
Just hope no one notices. I don't think anyone noticed until we highlighted. The observers are like, yo, watch this.
Yo, watch this floor pulse after the 2K.
Kevster coming out on the Echo this time. Maybe liking the pick. We know Kevster's obviously great at this hero as well. Maybe just for the first point.
Yeah, I'm curious. Of course, they have a lot of Tracer players on their roster too. Of course, Yaki's on the Tracer now. Oh, Kevster got bashed mid-air and slept mid-air, but woken in mid-air as well. So all good. Kevster's alive.
Still in mid-air.
And still in mid-air. He's fine. He's fine. He's just chilling. Trying to find it backing up though. Good nade.
Lastro.
Lastro's nades have been stupendous. Ultraviolet just punished for even taking an inch of space by the looks of it. Dante sled to the back. There's a bubble in his way, but he is going to be able to get healed as he puts down the bubble of his own. And Kevster and Yaki just providing a little bit of distraction there, making sure Dante stays alive and capping the point very quickly too. 5 minutes on the time bank. Not bad.
Yeah, it was a great Suzu by Babel, just keeping Dante alive. If he had fallen, who knows what could have happened. Kevster heading back to the point. I don't think he's going to switch. Yeah, he's planning on staying in this one.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get copy, you'd imagine, like halfway through the fight maybe, depending on how much damage you do. So, worth saying, double Winston dive. Like, hey.
Going back to the old days, 2016.
Oh, God. Double Winston, double Lucio. Woo!
So we go into this next fight. Nano up for Ultraviolet, but Gladiators are going to be the ones to use it first. Dante's into the backline, zapping them up, but the backline's able to stay alive.
Yep, Dante with the Nano. Now Kevster and Speedly and Yaki with a pulse off. Who can get the better pulse? Might not matter with Kevster going down. Yeah, just a quick... Oh, wait, you just wait a second. They just TP right in front of him. Good sleep by Lastro, though. It stops that Nano Primal Rage from doing too much, at least, but he has been found once again. Perfect follow-up from Speedly and Kalush, taking down the Ana, and now Dante. At least takes down OG, but can he get anything more? Look at the health bars from Gladiators right now. They are dwindling. And in fact, without much healing at all, it looks like Gladiators will come back alive. And, well, Bubble going down super early, just TP straight back in so fast to get back to the point, was able to provide that sustain.
Yeah, that closer spawn definitely coming in clutch for the Gladiators, but that was an expensive fight for the Defiant. They used the Primal, the Rally, the Nano Boost. They don't have that engage tool other than this EMP, and this is a blistering time right now for the Gladiators, so Sam does need to find a big one here. But the Kitsune Rush from Babel is going to make it very difficult to clean up.
There's the Kitsune Rush from the Gladiators. Perfect point to use it on too. EMP's pretty good though. Yaki, Dante, Babel hacked. Yaki looking for some extra damage in the backline, and now Ultraviolet is in his sights. Ultraviolet health bar just going oh so low. A copy on the Winston. Kevster, let's see a Primal Rage mechanics if he can build one up. Looks like he's going to be able to with that jump on to Ultraviolet. He's got one. Can he get more? A little juggle in mid-air. Yeah, he's got Tracer mechanics. He's got Winston mechanics. What doesn't this guy have? No, but the Gladiators capping that second point. 4.5 minutes in the time bank. Oh my word. This is going to be an upwards hill battle for Toronto on this defense and no ult.
And the Gladiators capped that early in that team fight, so they're already halfway through this third point. This should stem the bleeding. The kill onto Yaki should slow everything down for the Gladiators, even if just for a little bit. But speedily, not happy that Kevs is finding value on this Echo, decides to go there as well.
Yeah, I like it, man. Oh, good hack. All right, just hit him with a 1v1. All right, feels good. Nano Boost, Primal Rage for the Gladiators versus the Nano Boost and maybe the Rally Primal for Toronto to find in this next fight. But Gladiators here, they can take their time just a little bit. They don't need to worry too much. Oh, nice boot.
Nice boot, nice boot. And then you can see the Gladiators trying to find ways into this fight. Dante's getting incredibly low. He has to pop the Primal Rage with that focusing beam on top of
it. A Nano onto Kevster, 2 onto that Echo. Speedly gets a Nano with Zone. Look at this Primal from Dante. Just being a menace in the back line. Has to get back to the rest of his team. After being hacked, you do take that extra damage, so you have to be careful. And now with Kaluj jumping forwards, you know he's got Primal if he's staying in for that long. He does end up getting anti-nated, but once again, split fight for the Gladiators as Kaluj is trying to push Lashner and Babel back. An EMP lands onto Dante and Kevster, who ends up paying for it. Ultraviolet is traded, so Gladiators probably want to fight this.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Oh, now it's bad.
Now it's bad.
Now it's not good. With Kevster going down, that's going to force them all go back. Trying to save the backline a little bit, but some important kills coming out late for the Toronto Defiant as all of a sudden the time's starting to dwindle. 3 minutes remaining here for the Gladiators on their attack. And honestly, I have to give a massive shout out to both backlines, doing such a good job of deflecting these Winstons. Neither of them have been able to find too much value with the Nano and the Primal.
Well, there's the rush as OG pops the rally almost instantly. Not enough to keep the backline alive there, but Yaki and Kevster putting their names on the board and a duplication available from Kevster in just a moment. Sam is playing in this little back room here, but has forced to teleport back to his spawn, and Kaluj, the only one on the point for the Defiant right now, so it is up to the rest to maybe get back in time. And, well, there's none of it. There's no time at all. Speedly even had dupe there too. I mean, that was a rough finishing. They managed to kill off the Ana on the Gladiators side, but Toronto Defiant, it felt like, well, their DPS are preoccupied by killing the Ana. The rest of the team is just getting torn apart, and Toronto weren't able to keep Ultraviolet and OG alive long enough.
Fortunately for the Toronto Defiant, though, with 8.5 seconds that we talked about earlier, that comes in clutch. They will get another opportunity. As much as Gladiators, they got 3 minutes, which is much nicer than having 1 minute. We've seen throughout the history of Overwatch that King's Row is a massive overtime stall fight. If you're the Defiant, you have to be optimistic that you can get through here. Are they going to decide to stick with this speedily Echo? Because it's worked somewhat, and it worked better for Kevster, but it wasn't that good on their offense throughout the entire map. And you need to think about the entire map if you are going to pick this Echo.
We'll see what they want to roll out with, that being the Gladiators. I really like the Kiriko on a backline still.
Yeah.
It's really nice. Barbo can play, and like he has been, off an off angle, just kind of poking away, maybe getting a couple of headshots here and there. And sometimes a headshot on a low HP target, that's a go button, right? Dante goes in, Kevster, Yaki, just jump on in to try and finish up that kill. And then if he needs to, just TPs back to Lastro, hits the Suzu, and you're good to go.
He's doing 5,000 damage per 10 minutes right now. That's how much damage he's putting out as a support character on the Kiriko, while also keeping Lastro alive, right? That's the value of the Kiriko. Plus the Suzu, of course, which is just such a strong ability.
Oh, a little wraparound here from Toronto Defiant, but another large anti. Lastro just on fire. A return anti from Ultraviolet, but that Bionic Grenade kill will only serve for 1. This guy's just a menace on the high ground.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen Lastro just win team fights with some of these nades? Feels like the Defiant haven't been able to deal with it. Speedily will switch over to the Tracer, probably in this desperation final team fight. But it's a no ultimate fight, and they're going to have to find a way to deal with Lastro on this high ground once again. Kaluj just trying to put pressure out.
Yeah, they're trying to put pressure on him right there. You called it, you saw it. But Lastro just a little rotation. Yaki, hack onto OG. Nice nade, though, from Ultraviolet. Does keep OG alive. But now, with overtime in session, there is 30+% on the board, so at least they get a tick. So it is winnable. It is very winnable. But another nade and another hack. OG is dead. Ultraviolet's got nothing left. He's got that sleep, but he hasn't got a sleep for Kevster or Yaki, who will probably be chasing him right now. Kevster's even got a pulse. There's the kill that you wanted to see. And with overtime ticking and no heals on the board, it is Toronto Defiant trying to find a miracle, but that miracle is not going to come.
Yeah, Ultraviolet tries to live as long as he can, but honestly, OG's just having a bad time with all the hacks. You can tell he's the primary target that the Gladiators want to go for. And with Yaki just lurking, consistently giving them information, consistently getting those hacks, if Lastro follows through with that nade, there's nothing that they can do. As you said, Jack, they got to tick 55%, which is nice, but that should be a hard thing to hold against the Gladiators, which have 3 minutes.
Yeah. Ooh. It is winnable. We've seen crazier things.
We have seen crazier things.
But
yeah, I was waiting for
it. 3 minutes is a lot of time to get, what, just over half of the point capped. walking on a knife's edge right now. All good though. All good. You just got to stop Lastro from getting these nades off, because that has been, you said it, it's been pivotal to winning some of these team fights. And you can't just win a team fight on your own as an Arnott. Like, this is the carry potential of this hero. You smash a nade on the backline just like this, and you see OG there as well. He wasn't like in front of the team either, so maybe he could have blocked the nade, but you're either using your bubble or your shield or some sort of, even a Suzu to try and cleanse the nade. You need something to block it. You're getting free nades like that, it's free for the rest of your team to clean up. Like, it's kind of dirty.
We could see the same thing from the other side. Ultraviolet has been a menace on this Ana, especially in the Prime, just a very skilled Ana player themselves, so it's not impossible, and maybe that's one of the reasons we are seeing this Echo pick here, is it allows you to pressure that window. If the Ana starts hard scoping in a window and you get the sticky bombs, they can go down.
Yeah, they're going back to the Echo Tracer on the offense. Oh, Sam is just, he do be chilling. Oh, nice blink.
Nice
Actually
break.
cut off LOS there from Sam's hack, so very heads-up play from Yucky. Forces it all the way back, forces the recall, the translocator, so you know that Sombra's not going to be in the fight for a little bit there. Oh, Speedly also forced a recall. That's not good. Their DPS is going to be out of position now.
Yeah, and the Gladiators are just taking inch by inch. They have the time. They're not the ones who need to rush into this.
Oh,
there it is.
What a dive by Kevster and Dante. That should just be it. There's no real heals left. OG has been chased away. There's no ultimates. It hasn't been long enough. The Gladiators are going to take King's Row. Match point against Toronto Defiance. Looking clean with it. I mean, both these teams want their first win of the spring stage. And with this game coming in, we knew it was going to be close. The desk was pretty split. Danny got convinced to switch over. Maybe he's regretting some of that now.
Yeah. I'd love to be in the green room with Jake and Danny right now. Maybe have some choice words.
Sold him a faulty product. I don't know. Toronto Defiant, though, we'll talk about them real quick before we jump to this break. There are amazing bright spots here for this team. This was going to be a hard matchup. They lost to the San Francisco Shock a couple...
Map 5?
Map 5, yeah, the other week. And Speedly and Sam have both been showing up too, and I think this team has a lot to say when it comes into this season. They've got a lot to prove, but they've got the talent on their roster, and with this situation right now, you just got to also keep your heads in the game. Yes, you're down 2 maps, but it is possible to come back. There've been some very close fights, some very close engagements, and some very close rounds on Control too.
Different map coming up, Junkertown. Johnny talked about it in the pre-show. You gotta sit here, Toronto Defiant, reverse sweep starts now, don't go anywhere.
cannot come through, but now Shine's gonna
fighting
be
Astro.
down. That is the delay tactics widely dealt
In a 4v5, oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain.
What?
That is dirty. A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied. Oh, yep. That was a good shot.
Oh, wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field. Nano Zen just to keep them alive.
rolling, trying to keep everybody alive. And Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dante shuts him down.
That's right, it's match points for the Gladiators as we go into map number 3. We're going to Junkertown. There is a sub for Toronto Defiant. It's going to be Hydron in, Sam out.
Makes sense. Hydron is the hit scan player for the Toronto Defiant. Very solid. He's actually quite flexible as well. Can play that Tracer, can play that Sombra, but I expect to see him come out, play that Widowmaker. And interestingly enough, on the other hand, the Gladiators did not sub in Kai, who is their own hit scan player, which Jake was excited to see them go toe-to-toe, but the Gladiators thinking differently of it, and we've actually seen a lot of teams going that direction on Junkertown, not playing that Sigma sniper style and trying to up the tempo with the Winston still.
Yeah, that is very curious. Kai, of course, even in the SOT there, the little video before we jumped in, Kai's Widowmaker is just crazy. Definitely his best hero, so having him not in for Junkertown's a bit odd, but it might not be so odd when we see the comp. We'll be glad attacking first. Toronto on the defense.
Toronto Defiant with their backs against the wall, and it feels like the San Francisco Shock game when they lost as well. It's like, it's just the little things that are going by the wayside that they're just losing the maps that they could be winning. They're such a strong team and a completely rebuilt team to what we know the Toronto Defiant as, but if they lose another map, they go 0-2 in the opening weekend. 2 tough matches, but that's a hard start for a season.
It's very rough. Yeah, but that's the one thing. You can't let it get to your mental, right, at the end of the day. So you go down your rank games, you're like, okay, yeah, you just got to go again. You just got to not think about the last game you just played. Just go in. Hope that you learn something in the last one, then go to the next one. And Toronto Defiant hoping to make this a map number 5. Turnaround starts here. Kev on the Widow, though.
He is a good hit scan player. I wouldn't say as good as Kai, but he can definitely pull it out, but this is probably just taking a shot. And with Dante walking out of spawn with Winston, I expect Kevster to go over to that Tracer. Oh, he's baiting him out. Come back late cheeky with the Widow.
I wonder. Standing still is a bit, I was going to say...
Questionable decision as a Widowmaker.
Yeah, and he already just grappled too, so he's not going for any crazy shot. There's a little banister right next to him he can stand on to look onto that high ground if no one's destroyed it, but...
It feels like OG's seen this one coming as well. He's come out on the brig, recognizing that they're probably going to need to play defensively against this Sombra, and Kevster coming out of spawn, staying on this Widowmaker is an interesting choice. It's a hero he's not really known for.
Well, Hydron and Kevster have not really had the duel that you'd like them to right now. Hydron and Kev have been kind of looking elsewhere, trying to keep themselves alive, but that was very close. A very, I'd say, greedy jump up there. Half HP against a Widow. Just a quick tap to the head would have ended Babble's life, but all good. Still alive.
And Kevster's just getting hacked on cooldown by Speedo.
It's so frustrating, man. Like, you can't even pay attention. The other Widow is so free, even if you just kind of exist next to the enemy Widow. Nice jump. Hydron thinks better of re-peeking, but ooh, no. Very conservative Widow play right now.
Yeah, just very, very slow. There's a dive composition from the Gladiators, but it feels like we haven't seen a dive. First one comes through. Lastro hits another big nade, and Dante with the follow-through.
Yeah, Lastro is going crazy. Just that one ability to win these fights. First Widow and Widow kill. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting.
Might be waiting for a while here, Jack.
Maybe. I mean, dude, look at this positioning right now.
Gladiators are in control.
He's in the back line. Look at him. Oh, Hydron, that would have been so sick. Oh, found him. Got him.
I'd go see.
All right, okay. Much more of a free game now for Kevster. And a nano hold W for Dante. Yeah, nothing you can do, Ultraviolet. Not even a lamp will save you. Now with point A unlocked for Glads. Although meanwhile too, I mean, they didn't really use anything. Nano boost, Now they have EMP, now they have the Primal Rage. You can EMP or even hack Kaluj out of this Flux, so that's going to be hard to even use.
Dude, trying to use a Flux against a Sombra these days is just the worst thing ever. You can get bashed, you can get rocked. Yeah, there's so many things that are just hard to deal with as a Sigma right now.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even have to be unstealth to hack anymore.
Yeah,
So,
you literally just beep, beep, beep.
boop, 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 boop. Exactly, and not interrupting that. Rather frustrating.
Yaki looks like he's setting up for the dive. You can see him pinging, communicating to his team, trying to sync up with Dante.
Oh, nice patience by Yaki. They're all three of them right next to him. EMP, though, from both sides. 2 hacks on either side, but Toronto Defiance supports instantly deleted. There's the Flux from Kaluj. It does hit one, I think, but no. Okay, doesn't matter how many he got because he got hacked. Very unlucky. Kevster with the sights now reveals everybody, including the stealthy Sombra. And with Bubble and Dante kind of holding down the point right now, just forcing Kaluj onto this mega health pack room. A decent save attempt there from Hydron, but he ain't got any heals, right? Like, it's pretty much all over. With 3 minutes to go, it looks pretty unlikely that Toronto Defiant are able to recontest here. Maybe we can get Speedly and Hydron to touch. They got Rally coming up. They need to turn.
Oh, there's a good sleep on the Speedily, and they're executed by Kevster, and that's going to make it even more difficult for Toronto to re-enter into that. They are committing the Rally, Jack.
They are indeed. Pulse Bomb goes wide. The Rally is coming out. Toronto Defiant in a 4-on-5. With that Rally on the point. Oh, nice headshots from Kev. Can they kill Kaluj? No, puts the bubble down, so he has no chance of lining up a shot. But with that bubble dead, Kaluj is left out to dry. Ultraviolet and OG forced to keep him alive. And there's a nano boost on Kaluj, and he's trying to kill him. Hydron's trying to kill Kev, but it's not happening right now. Dante ends up getting slept on the point and bashed, but he puts the bubble down. But the Suzu in to save him. But Hydron, okay, now he's cleaning up. 0.75 meters to go. Toronto Defiant will hold on.
And that's a massive thing, and probably one of the reasons that you see Kevster in over Kai, which is the value that Hydron brings, is he's a great Widowmaker player, but his Tracer is also one of the better ones on this team, so he can make that switch, move over to the dive, and Kevster's going to do the same thing. Coming up clutch for Hydron, keeping the Toronto Defiant in this map.
Oh, Translocator got destroyed there, I think, by Speedly. So he deleted his own Translocator, probably because maybe he thought Yaki found him. Yeah, EMPs. And Kunais too. Ultraviolet and Hydron are dead. This push looking rather easy now for the Gladiators. Oh, he doesn't care about leaving him sleeping. I mean, Dante versus the rest of the team, there's no amount of damage you can really do with that Primal. Ain't happening, unfortunately. Oh, no, good, decent time. 2 minutes and 45 seconds going into last of Junkertown. And getting staggers. I mean, and getting hacks on the Mega Health Pack and all the other health packs.
Babel is an absolute menace right now. Yeah, he's got 4 final blows, and he's just putting out that much pressure, and that's the difference between the Brig. The Brig has more protection for the Ana in terms of just directly keeping them alive, but there's more upside to the Kiriko. We saw a lot of teams playing this style early on, but a lot of other teams have moved away from it and really conformed to playing that Brig. But you can see the difference between these two compositions right now just on that Kiriko.
Might be an EMP versus EMP if Yak can get his online, 25% away. Speedly on high ground. Easy setup. A lot of people, though, from the Gladiators are hiding away. Oh, Dante jumps in. Primal Rage. Antied and pulsed and slept. That's a lot of abilities to try and take down one man. Well, speaking of people dead, there goes Kaluj. 3-man EMP, though, and Hydron finishes the kill onto Bubble. Dante, again, goes in. Instantly hacked or slept or naded. Yeah, it's rough out here if you're Dante.
Dante's in Brownie Town, but, you know, Dante is a very selfless player. If his team is cleaning up and his team is doing what they need to do, I'm sure he doesn't mind at all. But that was a rally and an EMP from the Toronto Defiant to keep holding on to that one. And now on the other hand, we have the EMP from Yaki. Once again in the backline, Nano EMP!
Yeah, nano Yaki, Nano EMP, okay. Kaluj actually gets nanoed just before the EMP came out, so they didn't end up losing it, but they lost their backline. Oh, Hydra! Oh my God! Yaki could have got headshot. Oh, Hydron!
You can see Yaki.
Yaki cannot believe what he just witnessed. Hydron with a couple of sicko shots there onto the front line of the Gladiators. Oh my word! Man can do it all.
Dude, Yaki just is in shock that he managed to hit that shot. He thought it was invincible after those first couple of dodges, but Hydron just being able to make that Widow switch, and that's going to be difficult to deal with right here as he gets Yaki again.
Oh my... How did he get him from that angle?
30 seconds.
I do not know.
Hydron can do anything at this point, I believe.
Yeah, the guy's a cracked hit scan player. His Sojourn showed up last year.
Yeah, made a name for himself in the Mayhem.
Yeah, really did. Such a strong asset to the Toronto Defiant. What can he make of this now? There's a rush on the high ground for the Gladiators. They are pushing on, and Kev's Pulse finds one. There's no sleep, no nade now for the Ana. It's Ultraviolet versus the Wild at this moment in time. Even a Suzu just to get the boot back. Oh no, though, Kalush to the rescue. Might come just in time. He does. He gets Babel. Babel used the Suzu so selfishly on himself that he couldn't use it to heal. And with Dante and Babel dead, you've lost so much frontline. Now Hydron's pretty much free to do whatever he wants as he activates the sights. Overtime ticks down as now the Gladiators switch over to the Moira Lucio to get back in time. A nice hack onto the Tracer, but it wears off just in time for Kevster to recall. We're still with Hydron's sights. The Defiant know what's coming at him. There's the EMP. It hits 3 players. And that will make sure Gladiators cannot touch. A good hold from Toronto at the very end.
Yeah, Toronto showing signs of life with some individual brilliance from Hydron, but also just overall good team play. They were keeping their backline alive. Like, Ultraviolet lived forever in that small room, and that's just good peel from his teammates. Kalush coming through to sort of punish Babel for the aggressive play that he's been doing, and this is a very completable map for the Toronto Defiant, but you need to keep that going on the other half.
Map 5 in their sights. They want to go all the way. They want to take the series. We've got a replay, actually, of that 2K as well. Oh, man, it is so nice to see Widowmaker plays. I'm going to be real with you. Right, who's the first one? Jumps around the corner. Look, wait. Oh, my goodness. And then a quick flick. Yaki, I mean, you saw Yaki in the player cam. He turned around, like, headset flung off. Like, yeah, he did not have a good time in that moment. And Widow is a strong character, but at this level of play, like, sometimes you do expect Widows to kind of hit those shots. And especially someone like Hydron. It's going in the highlight reel, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, put that in the montage.
Yep, easy, easy. All right, Yaki knows where Hydron's at. No defensive Widowmaker here, so dude staring right at him.
Just okay.
Can you
imagine? Yaki would lose
the biggest troll of all time.
Dude, if Hydron hits this again on Yaki,
do it. Turn around. You see him grapple? He 180 grappled there. Yeah, he was
Yaki
going for that
would have uninstalled. I think he would have uninstalled.
He's up. Anyway, I'm going to play quick play.
Yeah.
I'm back into ranked.
Hydron is going to stick on this Widow, actually going over to the Ashe, which is an interesting choice. Maybe realizing that he's going to have too much pressure from the Kiriko, from the Sombra. But he wants that consistent range damage, doesn't want to play the Sombra.
All right, Hydron on the Ashe too. Spoke about it before, but a very defensive backline. So hack, you see that nade from downtown from Lashro?
Yeah, there was coordination
Very coordinated. They wanted the nade to go out, then the hack comes in, and then the dive from Dante. Looked pretty good, didn't quite execute as well as they wanted it to though. So they will forgo a lot of space. See how much healing Lashro is outputting right now. 70% almost towards a nano boost already.
This is chaos right now. Big sleep on this speedily. Babel cleans it up as well, and you can see the value of like the Kiriko just keeping up Lashro from that dive. And Toronto Defiant unable to find the picks themselves. Sort of falling back, but there's one from Hydron.
All right, that's what you want to see. Babel is using these Suzus so early. They're very aggressive. And you can see there, as soon as they hear that Suzu noise goes off, that's your Ana's time to just throw that nade, hit the front line, and hopefully have everybody else clean up. That's what you got to coordinate with the rest of your team if you can.
Yaki EMP's coming up. He's at 95%. He might get this one in the middle of the fight.
Oh, good move. Very nice. I think it was a coach cut and a flail, actually, from OG and Hydron. And there's the sleep from Ultraviolet. This back line from Toronto Vine looking so good. EMP, though, from Yaki is going to be on that point. Takes care of Speedly, but with Dante's Primal Rage forcing away Hydron, they've got no damage left. Although... Man, okay, Dante got booped away from by Kalush there with that Primal Rage. Couldn't get to the point in time. That will be Toronto Defiant capping.
Yeah, great play by Kalush, and you called it out, Jack. Ultraviolet is just doing so much work right now on this Ana. Every time Dante tries to go aggressive, he's just getting slept. He's getting pushed around. OG with a great whip at the start of that fight as well. So Toronto Defiant with 4 minutes remaining, they're starting to find their footing and starting to get a little bit grounded. But Hydron's under so much pressure of this Ashe.
There goes the rally from OG. They're all grouped together too, so they can move as a unit, hopefully towards that payload. But the Gladiators are able to take high ground super early. Bob's been flung out, Ultraviolet under a lot of pressure, but OG's there to try and rescue him, and rescue him he does. And even with Hydron there too, if you get a couple of shots on the Tracer, or even a headshot, like that's going to kill her, or at least force the Tracer to recall. Well, Babel's dead though.
Yeah, and Babel's starting to get punished right now, it feels like. You know, in earlier maps, it felt like he was just running around, doing whatever he wanted, especially on that King's Row. But now it feels like the Toronto Defiant have caught on. He's using those Suzus aggressively, and now he's potentially getting punished for it. Maybe he has to rethink his aggression just a little bit. And that's a second
No
point.
touch, yeah. Wow, I thought maybe Yaki gets the touch there, and then Dante comes in, but I think Dante was a little bit too far away, so they'd rather reset, just get high ground real fast. Very quick play, though, by Toronto Defiant. Completely new game plan, and very winnable.
Yeah, absolutely winnable from Defiant. If anything, if they don't cap this at this point, you'd be a little worried about what they can do. Dante does get nanoed. He's in the backline. OG's stuck in a corner.
Oh, man, just punches his lights clean out, and that'll be a double kill for Dante on the nano. Even used that primal raise, so a couple of ults invested. I don't think it's
primal as well.
Oh my word, Hydron. Maybe a little quadra kill for Dante. Dantelius getting a quadra kill. Pulse bomb. Ooh, nice leap away. Incredible reaction time there from Dante, so he doesn't die to the AoE damage of Pulse.
Hydron over to that Sombra now, just not able to shoot enough, get into the open enough. No ultimates for the Defiant, but they do have the cart moving right now. Yaki with another EMP. He's been pretty effective with it so far, but the backline from the Defiant, they're just so far away in such a defensive position.
Detected, they know. No shield packs available for Bring anymore, though. No stun, so OG once again, his wallet stolen in an alleyway in Junkertown.
The coordination between Yaki and Dante, and Lastro as well, in these dives is some of the best that we've seen so far in this season. Just the timing of when the hack goes down, when the nade hits, Dante is landing, and OG really has no way to react to that.
Baba was just permanently playing on the off angle.
Yeah, just Kiriko things.
Just Kiriko things. How's that rush? So this is a good spot to rush into. Wow. Jeez, this dive from the Gladiators just perfect. You're in the old spot. They are pushing though. Yeah. I mean, that music is signaling someone's pushing the payload near that golden box of victory, but it's all good because Kepster and Yaki were able to touch, and it was, I think it was only Hydron pushing anyway, so not too much to worry about. But it still puts a lot of pressure on the Gladiators there, even pushing at the payload a little bit like that.
Yeah. But the ultimates are starting to come up for Toronto. Hydron does get slept in the follow-ups there. That's another reset, and every time they get these picks, time starts to dwindle. As much as they only need one team by Gladiators gets low, but yeah, what a Suzu coming out from Babel, keeping him alive once again, hits the dink onto OG. Wow.
The backline for the Gladiators, in fact, both backlines right now just performing wonders for their respective team. All right, dude, there's 5 ults.
Yeah.
Like, there's 4 ults on the other side.
It's going to be a big ult fight, and it's going to be important to see how these come out. Is Hydron going to use this reactively? Especially because of how good these Gladiators dives have been. It feels like Yaki and Dante are on the same line. You could do that defensively and counter what they're trying to do. EMP goes out from Yaki.
EMP was really good. No, another EMP from Yaki. What? Okay. I mean, Hydron just absolutely clears the entirety of the Gladiators there. There's a primal rage for the Dantelius, but look at that, OG's already dead. Great, but you need to touch.
He's coming back.
Luckily gets there just in time with 2 meters to go. Lastro available, puts the nano onto Dante, and they're gonna be able to push. No win just yet for Defiant. Dante bonks his little head, and somehow, some way, even after that enormous EMP from Hydron, they managed to hold on. A minute to go now, Scott.
That's on Dante. He was able to find and clear up the Toronto Defiant backline, but they're not done.
Nano boost straight onto the Winston. Where's Kalush going? Straight to Babel, but no, another nice sleep from Lastro. Babel does get finished up, and oh no, Suzu, no TP, no heals now
no backline
available for the Gladiators. There's 0 backline. trying to check the Defiant. This looks too winnable now. Toronto with a double kill on the back line, and that will signal a map number 4. Toronto Defiant are still in it to win it. They performed just so expertly on, like, the dives were really good for the Gladiators, yes, but the ability for the Toronto Defiant to just get back in, Hydron finding picks on the Widowmaker, or even just setting up hacks again, big EMPs. Amazing stuff. We thought the series was going to be close. It's really, really showing up for us now.
And I think you saw a change in the way the Toronto Defiant were trying to do their dive. They want to go first. Force Babel to help Lastro. That will remove tools that they have on their own aggression, because if you allow them to go first, dictate, they're going to get value from that Suzu, they're going to get value from that Kiriko. So some good adjustments from Toronto Defiant. Take down this map. And we said it earlier, the reverse sweep starts now.
It does indeed. We're going to jump to a quick break though. Esperanza is going to be our next map, and then maybe Nepal if Toronto can take it all the way. We're going to be right back after this.
like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one, man, forget my peace. You take the west, I'll take on the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the. I am trapped in the noise. Can't stop for the talking. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch me, please use caution.
Welcome back. Toronto Defiant want to make it to a map number 5 after Glads took the first and second map of the series. Junkertown was theirs, though. We're about to go to Esperanza as our next map, Scott. So pretty close affair thus far.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one because we've seen the Gladiators feel like they're in control, but something feel like it flicked at the end there for the Toronto Defiant, and that was a blistering pace that they put there on Junkertown, and honestly, Hydron really felt like the difference.
Dude, he was the difference maker, man. Like, getting on that Widowmaker, getting that nice little 2 pace. He's feeling himself too. When the Widowmaker or the DPS players on a hot streak, you get a couple of nice kills, you're like, okay, I'm in it, bro. I'm in it.
I'm unstoppable.
Exactly, right? You do really feel invincible, and sometimes that confidence seeps into the rest of your team and the environment too. And it's like, well, if I'm unstoppable, so are you. And then his Sombra play at the very end really sealed the deal for them. They managed to get a big EMP, and that was it, really. There was a lot of good plays from Lastro, though, in the backline of the LA Gladiators, but it just didn't end up working out. Yes, you're able to subdue Kalush, but you couldn't quite finish them off at the very end. It will be a substitution, though, for Gladiators. We've got Babel out, Astro in.
Yeah, and that, you know, obviously Babel was doing a lot of work, getting a lot of final blows, but on maps like Push and Control, we always expect Funny Astro to come in. He's that Lucio guy, but talking about those guys, we got Kalush versus Dante, Winston head-to-head on Junkertown. And honestly, very similar across the board. Obviously, Dante getting more damage and final blows, but I would say that's probably based around the style that they're playing, right? They're diving a brig, they're having that effectiveness, while it felt like the Gladiators are playing that Kiriko, which is very slippery to deal with as Kalush.
Yeah, it's... You say slippery, though. I feel like Barlow was getting kind of checked at the very end.
Yeah.
He was playing very aggressive on the off angles, trying to do damage, trying to set up picks for his team. You caught out his damage stat. It was pretty decent for a Kiriko. You expect him to hit a lot of headshots, but Barlow was doing a lot.
Yeah.
However, what you'll see just there, he was using a lot of abilities fairly selfishly. He was using the Suzu on himself to keep him alive, maybe in for a couple of seconds, force some other cooldowns, and then you don't have that left. If you TP away, someone like Kalush is going to follow up.
And that's what Kalush was doing towards that end. As you said, he uses that Suzu personally, which that's fine for him, but then if Lastro gets dove, he doesn't have any assistance, and I think that's really working against them. So I don't think it's a bad play at all by the Gladiators, and it was very successful for them, but Toronto really sort of catching on to what was going on there. But we move on to Esperanza, a different map. We have seen a lot of Winston being played, but go all the way back to map 1, Jack. Remember, the Junker Queen was working very well for the Gladiators against the Winston style of the Defiant.
It was working extremely well. And with Astro, you're expecting Lucio, of course. I don't think Astro's really into playing anything else. He's played a little Brig in his time. A little Brig.
Loves a little bit of Brig.
A little bit of Brig. Yeah. I mean, I think he'd rather play Lucio though. Yeah. He just wants to dive into the backline and kill people.
Oh, it's what he's been known for. Funny Astro has had some historic moments on the Lucio in big matches, really clutching it out. He's such an important player for this Gladiators squad, always in the wings.
Feels like every team, especially coming into this year, it's like, okay, a lot of teams are going to get 3 supports, so you can have that double flex, and then you can have a main support, or like basically a Lucio player.
Kind of a Lucio player,
Just a Lucio player, right? And I think Gladiators have rounded out their team very well in that regard.
3, 2, 1.
Surprisingly, coming out of the spawn doors, Defiant may be seeing this one coming, opting for the Junker Queen themselves. The Junker Queen mirror is something that we've seen bits and pieces. The only major difference is Yaki on this Reaper, Hydron on the Sombra. We've seen the value of the Reaper, but we've also seen it fall flat, and the value of the EMP is just so big, right? Like, EMPs are team fight defining ultimates.
Yeah, and farming EMP should be pretty easy too, when you think about it. There's not a shield really for anybody to hide behind, so you're just permanently doing damage, even if it's just to the Junker Queen. But in the neutral, I mean, the Reaper just kind of clears. And so does Kevster. Hydron's been found out. Big axe swing for Dante, giving Kalush a little bit of a haircut there. Now is WM1, my favorite style of gameplay.
Just running it down, and that first pick by Kevster really just opened everything up, and The Gladiators are able to go quickly, but Hydron switching over to the Sojin, now seeing these matchups, not really agreeing with his ability to do anything as Sombra. I wonder if he's just worried about getting run down in the exact way that he just was, but we did see Sojin from Birdering to minimal success on Esperanza just earlier.
Yeah, it's just really not enough time, especially how fast these comps are playing, though. We'll see if it can find value. Of course, mentioned before, but what he made his namesake on. Oh, Astro!
Yeah.
What? Yo, what's up? Okay. Well, Hydron's dead. There you go. It's as soon as you use that dash,
nice.
really tough to get away from the rest of the team. Nice pulse bomb from Kev too.
Kev's kind of got that look in his eye right now. I'm a little afraid for the Toronto Defiant. He's already got 6 final blows, in this map. He is just going absolutely crazy, and Speedily has not been able to check him just yet. And that's a fast point cap. That's 2 minutes in the first point capture for the Gladiators.
Yeah, that is not looking great. But Esperanza, a bit of a fickle map.
Yeah, true.
Saw it in the last series. Pretty back and forth. Now, do we see Lastro and Astro just lay down the road and then use the beat to counter the Kaluge ult, which he doesn't really have yet. He's 20% away. They gotta know he hasn't got anything. There's the rush for both teams. Yaki's in trouble though. Has to burn that Wraith Form pretty early. Both beats to match as Dante used that Rampage through the team. Yeah, there's a lot of ultimates going off right now, but not a lot of kills. Finally, Kaluge gets taken out. Just so many people splitting up. I mean, Overwatch is a pretty chaotic game, but when you throw in 2 beats, two Kitsune rushes, a Death Blossom, and then everything else, it gets a little bit more confusing, especially in the comms too. Like, you're trying to focus someone down, but
yeah,
it's rough. It's rough out there.
The Gladiators did a great job. They recognized the isolatable target was Kaluge, take him down, and from there, the Defiant just don't have the legs to go through. But fortunately for them, they didn't use many ults. Here comes the overclock from Hydron, unable to find anything just now.
Hit the bot, I think. Looked like he did damage to himself there. Nice headshot onto Dante, takes him low, but a shout and then an amp speed boost from Astro, and Dante just clears them of any danger. Actually, a shout there from Dante, I think that was. He actually shouted the pulse bomb just to make sure he survived it. Ooh. I think pulse bomb maybe laid next to him, didn't get a stick, but...
Yeah, Gladiators just getting so low, just didn't want to take that fight, but now they come back in.
Rampage hits 2, Kevster, Dante in trouble. Kevster throws out the pulse, doesn't get anything as Kaluge takes him out just with the bleed. Nice axe swing as well from Kaluge. I mean, that is a satisfying ability to hit. When it's on multiple people too, it does a whole lot of damage.
Chunky comeback from there from Kaluge, and now the bot is moving for them in the right direction. Yaki's moving over to the Tracer. Kevster onto the Sojin as well. This is something that we saw bits and pieces from him in the playoffs to varied success, but I'm surprised that they felt like they needed to mirror this Sojin, maybe wanting some more consistent damage, not really just having to go in every single time.
There's the shout, there's the rush. That's a very defensive looking rush, but it's enough to kill Kaluge. Kaluge was trying to square up to Dante, but Dante bought his boys for the backup.
Yeah, power of friendship wasn't there for the Toronto Defiant on that one. He was kind of left on an island like, good luck, Kaluge.
Yeah.
Wish you luck, buddy.
It's kind of rough. I mean, now the issue is for Toronto Defiant, they've lost the point, and now Gladiators also get forward spawn. A bit easier for them to come back in these fights. You're looking at a rush available for Toronto Defiant. Very nice map, kind of like topography to use it on, to be fair. Like, a lot of straight lines, so gets a lot of value. Dante's waiting though. Oh, wow. Lastro just goes down to just a railgun shot. That knife from Dante missing, and now without any heals is just trying to get trade kills, just trying to force ults, which is rather unlikely in a team as disciplined as the Toronto Defiant. So yeah, they're going to wander into this next fight with 5 ults.
Hydron just finding a pick, what feels like out of thin air, just Lastro just taking too much damage and the rail finishes him off, and that's such an important team fight for them because it didn't cost them anything to win either. So now all of a sudden they have this positioning on the high ground. You can see the Gladiators coming through this middle section to meet them. Lots of ults
That's
coming.
a Rampage. Instantly Suzu though, there's no antis anywhere. There's a lot of green health bars though, as both Lucio's use the beat. Now Hydron, he's got the railgun. He's on the high ground, and the Gladiators are nowhere to be found. Oh, Kev's there. Oh, they're all underground. That's where they are. Just hiding like little moles in the underground. Now Kaluge can set up for a Rampage of his own. Dante's already taken down Hydron though. They're finding picks before they can use ults. There is a Rampage, but it only lands onto Yaki. Hits the recall and he's good, Scott.
Kessa overclock is finding some value, but it does get taken down by Ultraviolet, but that should just be it for that team fight for the Defiant. That was a big one as well. Big ultimate fights, and the Gladiators just hold on. So now, how do you come back if you're the Defiant? It's going to take a while to get these ultimates back up, while Lastro is still holding on to that Kitsune rush. Maybe some heroics from Hydron will be required for the Defiant.
Heroics from Hydron.
We've seen it time and time again.
Yeah, good segment too. Heroics from Hydron. All right, Rush versus not much. Very slow, methodical. Gladiators are playing right now. Don't want to overextend too much. Burning the time back down would be nice. Almost like, again, they're kind of baiting them in, but...
Yeah, they want them to get close.
They use that shout. Okay, they use the shout, that being Toronto Defiant, so now they're backing up. Now the Gladiators are piling on that pressure.
There it goes.
There it comes out. But Hydron, yet again, finding a support in the backline with just a cheeky rail. And another one? No overclock necessary for Hydron. The heroics really coming forward now. Dante does take care of Kalush, so little front line left for Toronto Defiant, so they're going to have to come up with something more. A pulse bomb and a kunai thrown out to kill Yaki, but that's it. I mean, yeah, you killed the enemy tank, but Hydron's still alive and he's still doing damage.
Himdron really is the person for Toronto Defiant, who is just making these big plays. It's not the macro that's pulling Defiant back. It is literally just Hydron hitting these shots, really opening the fights up. Once again, Defiant are coming back up to these ultimates. They need to find a way to win this fight. Every time we get back to this bridge, they fall short.
Rampage available for Dante. Double support ultimate for Toronto Defiant. Yeah, look at this, backing off. Very scared to actually engage. No just random engagements from either side. Maybe wait for Hydron to again find a pick. He's been consistent with it thus far. Ultraviolet's job right now, save that Suzu. Dante's got the ult, but another amazing Suzu from Ultraviolet of removing that Junker Queen ability, basically. OG still ends up going down, still does damage, even without the bleed, and Kevster with the overclock has now found his way into the backline. Astro's helping him finish kills off. He does end up getting killed, but all good. Gladiators in control. 2 minutes to go. And that will be another repeat.
An Ajax.
Little Ajax, maybe? Oh, OG. He gets Suzu too?
Yeah, he's good.
Look at his health bar. He's so low.
He got caught on the roof.
The awning. You can't be up there. It is a sliding roof. That is rough.
Honestly, great play by the Gladiators. He got put into the air, he drops that beat, and they just jumped on him. That was such an important play by the Gladiators because Defiant just didn't have the health to be able to live through that fight. Hydron with an overclock. I feel like I have to just keep saying this guy's name. He needs to do it. Big pulse bomb. Forces out the shout.
Forces shout. Now that overhealth disappearing, it's time for Hydron to come online. He's got the overclock, but has to actually contend with this road here, this rush. Oh, Astro's taking him to town there. Oh my word, see those moves from the guy? Jeez. That rush, though, is too strong. The Gladiators just kind of hung around the rush, just refreshing their cooldowns. The rest of Toronto Defiant knew Hydron was going in, but couldn't follow up with any meaningful damage and heals to keep them in the fight. 48 seconds to go, Scott. Final fight here.
Yeah, and OG's just getting caught out at the start of fights. Just headshots, Ajaxes, just pulse bombs. He's just really struggling to just stay alive, and that's the story for this entire Toronto Defiant roster. With only 30 seconds remaining, they're at their door. They need to start finding some momentum.
Need to climb that mountain. Hydron again, finding a pick. Kevster dead. 4v5 on the point. Gladiators don't really need to fight this. They've still got a couple of fights in them, but they just kind of tussle out here. Maybe try and force some abilities, get some late kills. Could be good, but Toronto Defiant, too coordinated for that to happen. They will wipe him, but now we're in OT. They get off the bot, they lose.
Yeah, and this has really been the pain point for the Defiant. It feels like every time Gladiators come here, they will have that forward spawn.
And they have to get checkpoint.
Oh no, they didn't have the forward spawn for Dante and Funny Astro. They have to get the checkpoint. They have to win at least 2 team fights to win this one, Jack.
The checkpoint stalls them out for even longer. They have to be perfect to keep them in.
Dante's the Rampage
in the
flank.
The Rampage? Wait, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where does his Rampage go? I guess it got Suzu or it hit nobody. Pulse bomb, he's dragged back in. They trade. OG for Dante. I'd take that if I were the Defiant because you've still got the rush. But a Yaki pulse bomb is going to signal Kalush's death. Ultraviolet, wondering where his team is gone, is now has to chew through an overshield from the sound barrier. Oh boy. Yeah, Kevster, he's got the overclock. And this should just be it. Ultraviolet, sentenced to death. Overtime ticks down, and the Gladiators will take the series 3-1.
Yaki just with some big picks time and time again, just finding players. Even though Dante goes for a questionable rampage to enter that fight, does get himself a little bit isolated. The rest of the Gladiators are there to support him, and that's the thing that I feel really encapsulates the Gladiators in this match. As much as individual brilliance happened, their coordination and working off of each other was really the strength that got them over the line.
It really was. You see Face and Hunter and the rest of the boys coming in. High fives, hugs all around. Good game. Very, very close. As much as it was a 3-1, still looking good. Toronto Defiant not looking nice, but Gladiators just came out on top. Like you said, Yaki was doing Lord's work at the very end.
Yeah.
A lot of pickoffs on the Tracer. They shut down Hydron, who was really the difference maker for the Toronto Defiant. And as soon as you kind of erase him, the rest of the team, they do lack a little bit of that frontwards damage. No overclock, no railgun one-shots. Like, it's really rough. A lot of good plays all around from both sides, but the Gladiators will come out on top today.
And it's funny because we talked about why did they sign Yaki? They have Kevster.
Yeah.
You know, who's going to play Tracer? The answer is both of them. Both of them are going to play Tracer, and they're both going to be incredible at it. And that gives flexibility to Kevster to play these other things. Same with Yaki to play that Sombra. So such good looks from the Gladiators early on.
Yeah, looking good to start the season off. They are 1-1 now. Yeah, they got off that 0-1 scoreline. They beat the Allegations. Now, player of the match. I think yeah, come on.
It has to be.
It has to be Lastro. The sleeps, the nades, played a little bit Kiriko at the start as well. Looked so good. He was winning team fights for them just on nades, just on sleeps. And the amount of times he was like shutting down Kaluj, couldn't really do much. Like, that's the power of a very, very good flex support. Just even like setting up these kind of nades for his team. And you mentioned it during the series, that hacks with the nades, with the diving from Dante, just so telegraphed.
And it's just, how do you even deal with it? You know it's coming, but it's just so hard to stop. And Lastro, I've heard multiple people say it. I think Jake said it himself. Lastro mechanically is just an insane player, and he has that flexibility. He plays a little bit of Lucio. He's played the Brig, but just look at that. Sleep dart accuracy, 57% is very high.
Pretty nasty, yeah. Sleeps on Tracers too, right? I mean, sleeping on small targets, Tracers, Sombras, everything. He's got it in him. Bionic Grenade killed 4% too. That's also pretty high. Low deaths, nice healing, nice damage. Great. I mean, Lastro's looking good. The Gladiators too, off to a decent start. Now 1-1 in the standings. Toronto Defiant, not so lucky though. 0 and 2. Two of the toughest opponents. Yes, exactly.
2 hard matches. And that's the thing, Toronto Defiant, there's a silver lining there. As much as you are 0-2, they played very well against both the San Francisco Shock and the Los Angeles Gladiators. They aren't a team to be trifled with, but I'm sure they would have liked to get one of those wins under their belt.
Yeah. What do the desk have to say, though? Because they were split, and Danny, you changed the pred. Jake sold you on it somehow.
Danny. I'm sorry.
Danny has been horribly misled by Jake, and I mean, I understand you could sell vacuum cleaners and whatnot. Good salesman there. Danny fell for it, unfortunately. Misguided right there.
Yeah, the best part was that Jake was so proud of himself for selling it. Just like, I'm a salesman. I am so good at selling stuff. Nothing at all.
One of a salesman. I can even sell a bad product.
It's all right. It's okay. I learned my lesson. You know, everyone learns their lessons. I learned my lesson today to never trust Jake ever again. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, if it wasn't Jake, like Costa would have given you the same vibes too, right? Like Costa,
probably. He would.
Costa would have
nodding at me.
Yeah. So, you know, whoever we have here, apparently you just don't listen to them. Listen to us. Reinforce the narrative.
No, I'm going to listen to my heart from now on.
Or to me.
I'm happy to be wrong. I'm happy to be wrong. To see Gladiators come out and put out a great performance. Lastro getting player of the match. Dante showing a lot more flexibility, I think, in this series, playing more to his strengths. I wasn't actually expecting that from Gladiators. I thought they'd kind of try to stick with the Winston meta, you know, force it all the way. But they looked really great, especially with these Queen compositions coming out.
Yeah, I mean, not even that. I think individually, all of the Gladiators players, you know, they look great. But I think on top of that, they were just a better team overall. I think we were going into the match, we were questioning, you know, can Gladiators really do pull out a good dive. And I think this match, they looked really good on the dive competition as well. Not only that, just overall, I think they just had really great coordination overall. And it was just, it was a well-deserved win for the Los Angeles Gladiators.
Yeah, I feel like it was such a classic Gladiators win because some people look at this roster and they go like, well, compared to Houston Outlaw, compared to Florida Mayhem, like, I don't know if I trust this Gladiators team. But the coaching philosophy of the Gladiators always to be aggressive and to make it difficult for your opponent. So Toronto Defiant, they come in there and they say, okay, let's roll it out in a Winston mirror. And Dante's like, no, I'm gonna play some Junker Queen here. And then they go to Junkertown and Toronto's like, well, we play Sigma on Junkertown, right? Gladiators like, no, we're gonna play some Winston. You guys are good? We're playing some Winston. So Gladiators always forcing Toronto to adapt to what they got in store and then just push the pace. Kevster on the Tracer, Yaki coming in. Yeah, Yaki coming in, playing a lot of Sombra here. Just throwing Toronto off their game. So a very classic Gladiators win with that in part.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that they came into this with a game plan. They knew exactly what they want to play, on which map, which players are subbing in for that. And that is worth a lot. They definitely managed to throw Toronto Defiant off of their game, and they snagged that victory, and that means that I currently am leading in Preds, 0 wrong takes.
I'm second.
Am I last?
Yes.
I think I'm putting you in last.
Yeah.
Maybe?
No, I think Danny's last. I think you're
second
one
last. I'm
second
first
last.
runner-up loser.
Wait,
First runner-up
do we have
loser.
the same score?
No.
I don't know.
No, I think you're behind him.
I'll
That's
catch
all right. The important news here, there's two things that are very important to me. One is that we have a winner's interview ready with no other than our beloved Dante. And also that Jake betrayed him because Jake did not think that the Gladiators were going to take that.
No way.
Jake's been saying that you guys are super close. You guys are like good friends, but he didn't predict the Gladiators. He didn't believe in the Gladiators.
Yeah.
I was impressed by the new look, though. I wasn't ready for what you guys were bringing out, and I was happy to be wrong. You guys brought new looks. I think other teams weren't ready for it. I think Toronto Defiant weren't ready for it. I wasn't ready for it, so I'm happy to be wrong. Happy to see you guys take the dub.
But I mean, you guys, it was a well-deserved victory for the Gladiators. You guys look clean. I mean, I want to ask you about the Junker Queen competition briefly. I feel like we've seen a couple other teams throughout the week utilize that Junker Queen comp, especially against a Winston dive competition. Like, do you, Dante, believe that Junker Queen comp to be sort of a counter to the Winston dive?
I think there's maps where Queen good, and against like certain matchups, it can be really good. I was actually onto this like a month ago. I was cooking in the Pro-Am. It didn't actually cook well there, but it seems a lot better now, like with the recent changes.
It just needed more time to simmer, more time on the stove.
Yeah.
Understandable. Well, Dante, I'm just wondering how you doing, man. How you feeling now that we're in LA? Like, when are we gonna hang out? That's my interview question.
Not anymore, because you didn't print them.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Friendship ended.
Sorry, our friendship's over now, guys. That's how it goes.
Well,
no, I genuinely don't even have a question.
What are we hanging out, bro? Yeah, we're going for oysters, Dante.
Yeah,
we're going for oysters, Dante. Come on.
Yeah, I love some oysters. But yeah, I'm doing great. I'm really happy we got to like showcase like good day. I feel like we were just really sloppy yesterday, and it wasn't like a good. It wasn't how we should play, and like it's not how we normally play. But I think we did a good job today, like showcasing like how we actually play.
Yeah, one match at a time. We got the dub today. That's what matters. So, Dante, of course, you came out in the playoffs last year, really playing Winston at a high level. You got third in the playoffs, of course. Now going into the sort of like the second season here, adjusting to the Winston play. What is something you've been working on when it comes to your Winston gameplay in the off season here to really improve and up your game?
Just everything. Winston, I felt like a lot of the comps last year, I felt like were easier to play because it was just a mirror match. You just had to learn how to play against one comp. But this year, everyone plays a different comp on every map, and then like we're constantly changing our comps. So it's like a lot to catch up on. Where like these people have been playing these comps for like 5 years. Like these tank players have so much experience. So it's like a big game of catch up.
But you've been doing absolutely fantastic. We love to see the versatility that you and the team brought, and we can't wait to see more. One last question here on the desk. Obviously, at the end of the week, we kind of, take a stroll down memory lane and think about highlights, lowlights, big surprises of the week. Looking at the teams, the players, the gameplay, did anything stand out in week one to you?
I feel like most of the matches were pretty as expected. I think the meta being really diverse is cool. There's a lot more comps being played than the Pro-Am. I felt like Pro-Am was like mostly just Kree comp, but there's so many comps now. So I think that's cool.
Yeah, we love the versatility there. Dante, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. Of course, you can always come here, hang out with us, have some oysters with all of us, except from Jake, obviously, because you guys are not.
Guys, someday he'll forgive me, you guys.
One day. Today is not the day. Dante, thank you so much for joining. Congrats once again.
Right, thanks for having me. See you guys.
Of course. Right. Always great to hear from him. Can't believe you betrayed him like that.
You guys, you're so hard.
And last row.
You're so
And
hard.
I'm
happy for them. I'm happy to be wrong, guys. I can own that. I was wrong. I made a mistake. It won't happen again.
Danny, though. What
Danny,
the fuck? No, I'm kidding.
I hate you, Jake.
Let's take a quick look at the scores today. As he should be, because you got the Preds on the line. Let's take a look at the scores of today to see exactly where they went wrong. Here are the results. Vegas Eternal, they took the L against the Florida Mayhem. Afterwards, London Spitfire put up a really decent fight against the Boston Uprising that did shoot back. Toronto Defiant, unfortunately, fell to the LA Gladiators, and they're going 0-2. But definitely a lot of bright spots on that Toronto Defiant roster. We want to see more of that. It's unfortunate that they'll have a very hard strength of schedule, but seasons long, many more games to come, many more things to look forward to. Now, looking forward to stuff is one thing, but we want to look back and, it's new season, new format, new teams, new players, so many new things, lots of different flavors. So we want to take a look at our flavors of the week, starting with you, Danny.
All right, I mean, I'm feeling a little bit down right now because I got my Preds wrong. I'm on the bottom of the Preds list, but
very bottom, yeah.
It's fine. My flavor of the week is gonna pick me up right to the top, I guess, because it's gonna make me very happy. Just roll the clip, please.
What's going on here? Goodness.
I think we know what we're talking about. My flavor of the week has to be DJ Gon's reaction after he just carried his team to victory. This guy's just going crazy. His eyes are flipping,
He was owning with the IMAX, get the big shield out, just flailing.
That's the life of an Ana player. Izyaki's like, yeah, I just healed you for about $1 million, bro. But it's cool. Whatever. You take all the credit.
I did so much with the flail.
I like that reaction, though. I love player cams, always my favorite thing, and having such a visceral reaction to something that happened. I mean, DJ Gon, EXE, that stopped working that moment. Absolutely.
Beep boop, no.
He's like,
critical error.
Big feelings, can't handle what to do. Jake, we had a lot of big feelings as well when we were watching this match, not just because you were absolutely awfully wrong, but also because we got to see...
okay.
Come on!
We got to see a really interesting kind of, not shift in the meta, but maybe a potential kind of shift, a potential counter to what we're seeing from those Winston dives.
Yeah, and I'd love to break it down for you guys. Let me take you on a little journey here as we break down the Gladiators utilizing this Junker Queen and Reaper composition here. So really, it's this overall strategy, right? Bringing out the Soldier is part of it, but really I want to focus your attention here on the Reaper and the Junker Queen because, this Winston, he does look strong in the meta, right? He is so mobile, he can catch up to people, but when you're jumping into a Reaper and a Junker Queen, sometimes that's a dive you want to get out of really quickly, and it can be really big trouble. So we could just roll the clip right here, just a little bit. So we're gonna see Kaluj jumping in on top of Dante and the Reaper, but instantly the Definers push back and can pause it right here. And so what we're gonna see, the next aspect of this combo that's so crucial is that Reaper acts as really a secondary frontliner in this comp, right? We know Junker Queen, yeah, she's a tank. She's going to be up front. Like, that's as expected. But Reaper is pretty unique in that he can also, as a solo DPS, bully the Winston away. And so we are going to see Yaki pathing this direction. He's going to eventually chase down and shove Kaluj completely out of the fight, deny him any kind of impact. And at the same time, Dante is going to go this way, track down OG. So they're able to split their team comp and chase down two different fronts at the same time, which is pretty unique against a Winston, a hero that is typically pretty hard to fight in a one-on-one. So we can just roll the clip really quick.
And so here we see Yaki just, I mean, you see Kalush, he knows he can't win this fight. He's just instantly running away. And in the meantime, here's Dante chasing down, cutting OG. And now both of them are just happy to run down this Winston in the spawn and even get that pick right at the spawn door. So they're really just showing exactly how oppressive that these two heroes can be in tandem, that Reaper and Queen. You know, they have the potential to fight off a Winston. I do think Winston's still a strong choice. A lot of maps, it's going to be hard to get to the close range that you really need to be at to execute Reaper and Queen. But really, I think this is something you can use at home in your pubs if you're struggling with Winston.
Professor, question?
Yes.
I mean, every comp needs a good name. What is this comp going to be named?
This is not my wheelhouse, you guys.
Or run it down, because they're just running.
It is a run it down.
Run it down.
Yeah. Run it down. I mean, Reaper and Queen.
It's a bad name, but
That's a horrible name. Yeah.
It's really.
So you do one then, Zoe.
No,
you come up with a name
no,
then.
you need to time. Like next week.
We need to get chat's ideas. Attack us on Twitter, man. Let us know. What are we gonna call this? Bringing out Reaper Queen to counter the monkey. You know what? How can we call that interaction? I'm no expert for this. I'm not good with words. And
chat cook.
Yeah, we need chat to cook. We need the power of the internet to cook for us.
Right
All
on.
I can tell you is that it's a pretty strong counter in the game.
We need some Riz.
And we, I don't know if that was the right.
Danny, I don't think that's the correct usage.
No,
I got some
still
Zoomers
not.
in the chat with a problem.
That was close.
Ish, maybe.
Maybe. I don't know.
Probably not.
Probably, that's true. Probably not.
Reinforce. We're talking flavors. What you got for us? Something spicy, something sweet.
Well, okay, so, you know, I wouldn't say that this is necessarily like vanilla or chocolate when it comes to flavors, especially if we're talking like ice cream flavors. But some people, they like, you know, some mint ice cream or something. A little bit more unique,
there,
a little bit more, you know, an orthodox ice cream flavor. So we saw tons of Sombra this week, guys. Typically, we don't see a ton of Sombra being played, right? It's a hero that sometimes goes into the meta, comes out of the meta. So here you see the list of the players that play the most Sombra. No surprise at all that Lip, you know, is number 1 at the leaderboard. 57 minutes of Sombra. Happy as well, number 2. So Atlanta Reign and Houston Outlaws, 2 really good teams. They're utilizing Sombra to the fullest. And so I found this really interesting, that we're seeing so much Sombra. Now, part of this, of course, is because of Cassidy's health change that reduces Cassidy's health from 225 to 200. That is really going to help pulling off these Sombra dives and seeing, I mean, beating down Torbjorns, I suppose. But but Sombra has really found its way into the meta here at week 1 of the 2023 season. And usually we get about, you know, a couple of months of Sombra before she usually goes out of the meta. So if, I don't know where I'm going with this ice cream thing, but if you like mint ice cream, like Sombra comes, then enjoy it for now. Enjoy it before it's gone and it melts away, because Sombra is usually not here to last.
Technology work, Dash. No, I like it. Seasonal
gonna
flavor,
cook you with his lava.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Gonna melt your ice cream.
Ice
If you like Sombra, you're about to get your ice cream melted by Torb. He's coming for you.
Put it on a t-shirt. Sounds great.
Ice cream's actually
Tor meta? I'm down for Tor meta.
All right.
I don't think we've ever had like a proper Tor meta.
No one is gonna complain if we get a Torb meta. Like,
Come on.
that is, we're waiting. Devs, we need some Torb buffs. Out of
It's been
control
a few
Torb
years
buffs.
out of control Torb buff. Yeah, we're ready for it. Now, one thing I wasn't ready for, of course, was to get chat involved, like actively involved in our Employee of the Month segment. But I want to thank everyone out there who has been voting here in the opening weekend. It's been a pleasure to be back with all of you. Get into the swing of all things OWL. So before we sign off, we're going to show you your pick for the first 2023 OWL Employee of the Month. Drum roll. And it is Shu. He won with 14,000 votes. What a fan base.
Wow.
What a gamer. I can't believe that he won it.
Music is incredible.
I mean,
Very, very epic.
I'm
Is that
really
what they're
surprised.
playing for an Employee of the Month?
Yeah, I guess so.
Walking out of
He's
Target
the
like I did
champion.
it.
He deserves it.
He does. I mean,
Thank you.
that was the obvious one,
Right.
Because just based on gameplay.
Right.
But
You guys are boring.
Yes.
That's what I like to see.
You guys are boring.
That's what I like to see.
all right, fair.
Okay.
There you go. He got his employee.
Wow.
I'm sure this means an awful lot to him.
Well, we actually
means a lot
have
to
a winner's
us.
interview. I'm ready for this. We got Shu on the line.
He will not be joining us. He will enjoy this in silence somewhere in a room, but we will let him know.
You know what? I'll take
Probably.
this as my. Can we count this in the predictions? Plus
No.
one for me.
No!
What? Totally different.
That's
No!
Why not?
Absolutely
Why not?
not.
I could use the help. All right.
Oh,
That's desperate.
I am desperate. I am
desperate, and it's not a good look, Jake. But yeah, Shu, that is our winner. It's your winner, and each month we will be adding a new member to this board as we progress through what is sure to be a very memorable season. Now, if you can't get enough of competitive Overwatch action, don't worry. All you have to do is tune in tomorrow to see the East contenders face off for their right to advance to play the Eastern Owl teams. Check out overwatchleague.com/path2pro for the times and that, so you don't miss a beat. Now, here in the West, of course, we will be back on Friday, May 5th, for week 2 of our spring qualifiers. And finally, for those of you who want to dive into the competitive yourself, well, got the thing for you there as well. And of course, I'm talking about Calling All Heroes. In case you missed it, this week we announced lots of updates regarding our speaker series as well as the challenges series. And in case you missed any of that, feel free to head on over to callingallheroes.gg for more information. There you can find out how you can sign up to the tournaments, how you can join the Discord community. All things good, Calling All Heroes, a program which we all really, really love and have enjoyed already last year.
Yeah, it's not just a tournament, right? It's a community, and it's an opportunity for players of Overwatch to take part in something larger than just queuing into ranked and, you know, sometimes winning, sometimes losing. It's your opportunity to meet new friends.
Johnny, ranked is all I have, all right? Don't take this away.
It doesn't have to be. It could also be Calling All Heroes.
Wow. I'm buying it. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. This was it for week number 1 here on the Watchpoint Desk. Week 1 of many more to come. And I am just so excited because it's been a phenomenal week with phenomenal Overwatch. We thank all of you so much for watching. We will be back, of course, again next Friday. Same place, same time. Make sure
in the studio again.
In the studio again. Let's roll it back.
We get the keep right here.
Right here.
Bye-bye.
See you next week.
See you tomorrow.